Hello, people in the audience. Any of you guys have the ability to do like an at everyone? Oh, if you got anything to chat about while waiting for other people to join, let me know. Any thoughts on the Matt Gaetz shutdown? I think it's hilarious. So I hadn't been paying much attention at all to the whole Matt Gaetz shutdown thing, but I got paid to do like a short on it. And while researching, I realized his motivation is he doesn't like the omnibus financial planning bills where you just fund everything as normal, and he wants to go through each section of government and fund them individually, make approval for each part of government, an individual vote for Senate instead of just a omnibus bill where they fund everything the same as they did last year, which is a really interesting idea. It's going to backfire on him. Obviously, as a Republican, no one's really going to approve most of the Republican ideas, but I think it's a good thing to do that. A good thing to fund everything individually rather than all together. But I don't think he's really thought through the motivation, because his policies aren't going to be accepted. They're going to get dumped. So I think it's a really good thing to force the government to go to single line item payments, but it's not going to help his ideas at all. So it's very weird. Why would he do it? Anyway, anybody got questions, comments, philosophy, God, politics, and potatoes? Finally got monetization back on my main channel, which is good. Questions, philosophy, politics, God, morality. Scheduling new 1v1s. Nope, I haven't had time at all. I need to schedule a guy to schedule those for me, because I do not have time to send emails because I got 4 jobs right now or whatever.
Yo, hello, man. What's up?
Not much. How are you?
Good. I want to know if you like President Trump.
I do not like President Trump. He was a terrible president.
How so? Can you explain?
I did a video on it, and I listed a whole bunch of things. I have a paper saved or linked in that video. I don't remember where it is, though.
Oh, yeah. But when it comes in comparison with lying crooked Hillary, you don't think that he was the better choice?
Probably not. I mean, I agree that Hillary is lying and crooked, but she's very good at politics. She's very, very intelligent. And I think that her policies would have been more in line with how politics is run normally, which would have made less of a financial impact on most people. I don't think she would have been a good president either, but she probably would have been better than Trump. I think Bernie would have been interesting. Not a fan of socialism, but would have been interesting.
Socialism would have been interesting.
Well, he wouldn't be able to implement socialism. So Bernie Sanders as president, any type of socialist policies he tried to get passed would have been shot down by the Senate. So he wouldn't have been able to do any serious socialism at all. But he would have been able to move some policies closer to the left, which would have been a good thing. So like universal basic income would have been good if he could have gotten something like that passed. That would have been great. It wouldn't have happened though. Healthcare for all, that would have definitely helped a lot of people. We know that works because it's the standard in most countries. So there are definitely policies that we know for a fact work because they've been implemented in other countries and have better success rates than our country. And so we could copy those, and Bernie wanted to copy those. And so that would have been a great idea.
You're a socialist?
No. He would not have been able to do anything related to socialism because the Senate and the House would not have let him.
Yeah, I understand that because the government will oppose that. But you yourself, are you a socialist?
No.
If you could do anything you want with a country.
No, socialism does not work. There's no successful examples of socialism. My political standing is that if we see a policy working consistently in other countries, we should copy that policy. That is the full extent of my political position.
Have you lived in a country with socialized healthcare?
There aren't any.
No country has socialized healthcare.
No. They have universal healthcare. They have mixed economy healthcare, but they don't have socialized healthcare. Socialized healthcare and socialism haven't been implemented. So, like, there are countries that have, like, France and Germany and Denmark and Brazil who have universal healthcare, and their healthcare outcomes are better than America. I think America's like 30th, 50th or something in healthcare. I forgot.
Yeah, but look, for example, in my country, in Romania, we have public hospitals and the doctors are paid by the government. So the government decides what salaries the doctors are gonna have, but at the same time, the doctors can go in a private clinic and create their own, and set their own prices.
Okay.
But in a system like this, we have to wait in lines for months, even to get an MRI. If you're not gonna go to a private clinic and get money out of your own wallet and pay for it, for example, you want the MRI tomorrow or the next day, you're gonna do that. But in a public hospital, it's gonna take you months because everyone is waiting in line.
Okay, so maybe you should move to a country that has a better system. Like, so most countries that have universal healthcare don't have months of wait time. Canada, the UK, what are they? What are all the Japan countries with universal healthcare? So like Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Iceland, Luxembourg, Norway, Poland, Russia. Russia's probably a bad example. Sweden, Switzerland, United Kingdom, all these places. Russia probably does. I have no idea how Russia works. But the vast majority of them, the data shows that the vast majority of places that have universal healthcare work great. Israel.
No, the thing is, yes, most of the illnesses that you have, you can get them fixed relatively quick in a Romanian public hospital. But there are certain think
I
that
don't
if
care
your
about
situation is
Romania.
worse,
I want to care about the data of the entire world. Do most of the
bro, I'm
world
telling you
implement it?
what's happening in these public hospitals.
I don't care about Romania. I want data that goes across the entire world, not one specific
And
country. So,
and can
like,
I can show you that even in these countries that you mentioned,
do you know?
even in those countries that you mentioned that is working well, there are certain illnesses that can be treated in a public hospital as quick as it can be treated in a private hospital.
Well, the illness can be treated the same in either one. Any illness will have like the same treatment speed in either one. I don't care about that. What I care about
It's
is
because you wait in line.
no. Again, so you don't. In the vast majority of countries that implement public healthcare, there is no line. There is a huge line in many privatized healthcare countries too. Is it the majority? No. I don't care about cherry-picked examples. I care about the overall data. So, like when you're looking for data, you don't get to cherry pick the worst examples. You have to look at the cumulative case of all of the data and say, what is the overall effect of this policy? And if we look at
Yeah.
the cumulative case for all of the countries that have implemented it, which is literally dozens, it works better than America, better than privatized healthcare. There's a couple examples of privatized healthcare, like Singapore, that do it even better than we do. So that one's a good one, but America is garbage. But overall, the vast majority of countries who implement universal healthcare have better outcomes than America. So we know they work better. It's a fact. It's just a fact. We know we have the data. We can look at the numbers and say, yep, America's garbage. This system works better, 100%. Are there some examples where it works worse? Absolutely. That's the case with all of them. But that doesn't matter. What we need is the cumulative case of the data implemented in many different countries.
Yeah, and what we know based on this overall data of all the countries, we know that the private healthcare system is faster and more efficient than a public one. Even though
Literally
a public
no.
one could be.
Literally no. Just Google healthcare systems. America is like 30th or 50th. It is. You are wrong. You are literally wrong.
Okay, so what are the measurements to declare USA as the 30 whatever number in the world?
You'd have to Google the statistics, but they're like life expectancy, quality of life, people with diseases. Forget all of the different ones. They measure the amount of people who are sick, the amount of people who get better, the rate of recovery, those kinds of things. All the things that measure like what a good healthcare system is.
Wait, but you can't say life expectancy because USA has one of the biggest proportion of people that eat fast food. So this has nothing to do with the healthcare system. It has to do with also the poor choices in diet.
I don't care. That's irrelevant.
Well, it's not irrelevant. Diet leads to
that's
certain
literally
diseases.
irrelevant. We care about the life expectancy of people who die because of diseases, not like age or something like heart disease and that kind of stuff.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if a country has better diet which leads to a longer lifespan.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Does not matter. It's irrelevant to the data because it has zero effects. So like that's called cherry picking. Wait, that's called cherry picking. You're picking statistics. Stop talking. That's called cherry picking. Stop talking or I'm going to mute you.
I just want to ask you a question.
Goodbye. So that's called cherry picking. If we look at all of the data, all of the different facets of the data, we didn't just pick one thing like life expectancy and say it's entirely determined on life expectancy. That is not the only criteria they're using. If that was the only criteria, then you would be right. It would be biased based off of a country that has bad diet or whatever. But there were hundreds of other criteria, like how fast you can see a doctor, how quickly you recover from treatment, how many people have diabetes, how many people go untreated. There's lots of statistics in order to average out to know which country has a better healthcare system. The fact that America has a lower life expectancy because of diet does not affect the data. America's healthcare system is still shit for all of the other reasons, not just that one. It's not like that one piece of data completely twisted all of the numbers so that America goes down to 32nd. No, it was that in combination with all the other shit things they do. Anybody else?
Hey, Tom, how are you doing today?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. So this is the Theist Helpline, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And I take it that you specialize quite a bit in talking with various theists of different kinds, Muslims, mostly Abrahamics, probably, right?
Yep.
All right. So currently, I'm embarking on a project to go through the kind of Israelite tradition that led to Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism, right? And along this journey, after I do this, then I plan on going and studying new religious movements that happen online. And something that I kind of wanted to get people's input on is, do you suppose that there's any new religious movement today that could take root in popular culture enough to have the level of prominence that we see like Christianity or Islam have in the future?
Yes, it's almost guaranteed. Like, I hope mine does, because I started a religion, the Church of the Best Possible Worlds, and I hope mine does for sure.
Mhm.
I think that, like, if we look at growth rates, Mormonism is growing faster than Christianity did,
Mhm.
which is weird, but it's true. So if we simply go based off of, if we assume the population could continue to grow and we could go to other planets or whatever, then yeah, it's necessarily going to be the case that many, like Mormonism, are going to grow to be that number. Sure.
Mhm.
I think that given technological shifts like AI, it's going to have a huge impact on religious beliefs, because it's going to be,
Isn't Islam growing just as fast as Mormonism? Correct me if I'm wrong.
well, the growth rate is faster for Mormonism. From when it was created, it had one member, and then within 100 years, it had several thousand% higher. And so
Yeah.
Islam didn't grow by the same percentage rate. It's growing by a cumulative, or what is it? The number of babies is higher, but the growth rate from
Right.
zero
Like
to,
that's one of the primary reasons between Mormonism and Islam outgrowing Christianity is because the numbers of active tenants are having just a ridiculous amount of kids.
right.
Another thing that's really interesting that I'm starting to see as well, because in particular, I'm an independent researcher that focuses specifically on internet religious movements, right? So religious movements that form on the internet, right? And whose communities exist, their writings exist, everything happens on the internet, right?
Have you researched
And
mine yet?
I have not.
Church
I have
of
not.
the Best Possible Worlds.org. Check it out.
Yeah. All right. I'll check it out. But something really interesting to see from an internet perspective, right, is just how these how kind of the internet is changing the way in which people socialize with one another, to the point to where I'm really curious to see the role the internet plays in forming religious or spiritual beliefs in the future, as opposed to more traditional religions that formed, with like face-to-face communication and manuscripts that were written down, and there isn't a good tradition of tracking the history of these manuscripts, so they get attributed to all sorts of people. Like in the Christian tradition, for instance, you have the Gospels attributed to various either disciples or people who are close to the disciples of Christ, right? Whereas in internet, I feel like with the internet age and the new age that we're kind of going in with religion, it seems to be very like free form and loose and not focused on doctrine or practice as much as it is like belief and the different identities that you build up,
I think all religions start that way. I think most of them start on belief rather than practice, and then practice is built into the system. So once it becomes popular enough and you get demagogues or people who are seen as leaders in the religion, then they start to standardize practice. So I don't think like Christianity or Islam started with practice. It started with belief. A bunch of goat herders believed this nonsense, and they didn't have any practices involved. It was just beliefs. And then they had other people who believed, and then they started to build practices off of that. And so I think that's not a difference between the internet.
I would say within the Christian context, that's maybe a bit of a simplification, but more so within like the Israelite tradition, right? So the tradition that led to like Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism, right? It seems like people in the ancient world far more their religion was based on the practices that they would do, the rituals that they would do in their daily life, or the way that they did certain things was built into the religion, and then beliefs came out of those to explain why we do these certain practices. Right.
Right. And I feel like majority of early Judaism especially is borrowing enormously from its surrounding cultures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Think so.
You know,
think it was the opposite. There's obviously traditions people had that they did, and there was, in addition to that, beliefs in a god. And I don't think one preceded the other. I think they both started, and then with God belief, it started to take over and try to explain why they do these things. But I don't think it started with one or the other. So I think that religious beliefs started as just beliefs, and then merged into all the other stuff and started to take over all the other stuff like government and morality and all these things. It wasn't there initially. It didn't do any of that initially. It was just a belief. And then it spread to try and encompass all the other stuff, including the habits and patterns people did in culture.
I think this is an idea that I had in mind whenever I was first starting to look into various religions. So to explain my position, I'm an agnostic atheist currently, right? But I started as a Protestant Christian apologist. I grew up within a non-denominational family. My father could very well be a pastor. He's read the Bible so many times, and we used to have these long, lengthy religious conversations. Eventually I got curious, went out and studied the Bible, found out a lot of stuff didn't match up to what I was taught growing up, and kind of, changed my beliefs as I went along. But in studying, especially the older, different religious systems that we see in antiquity, right? I think I've come to this idea that it seems like people in antiquity had this different idea of religion than people in the modern day do, in the sense that I think that you couldn't separate out religion from the practices and the types of government formation and the types of different tribes you associate with back then. Whereas now, we're very secularized. We're post-Enlightenment people, and post, Christianity and rabbinic Judaist people. So I think it's easy for us to say that religion is what you believe, but I'm not sure if that's the case for people back then. And even so far as looking at modern cultures today, so like, for instance, you have the Hadzabe people in northern Tanzania, right? And their spiritual system is not separated from anything else that they do. And it's not just about belief, but it's like, it seems that religion to me comes from people rationalizing and self-identifying the practices that they've done and always have done, right? And coming up with different traditions and reasons for why they do these practices. So in the case of like early Hebrew culture, we have the story of the Exodus and Genesis and all these different stories to explain the patriarchs, right? But these stories came far after these practices were already established, and so I think stuff like, Passover, right, was already a well-established tradition in Israelite culture. And then the story of the Exodus emerged later on to explain the tradition, right? And it doesn't seem like it's the other way around, where people had these beliefs and formed traditions based on them. It seems like the beliefs came later. And
have you listened to the discussion with Myth Vision and Richard C. Miller?
I have not. Is it good?
I would highly recommend you listen in on that. He's done a pretty lengthy documentary on YouTube discussing the early formation of Christianity in the ancient Mediterranean. And he just masterfully describes how, especially when Paul is writing to the early churches all over the broader Mediterranean, these areas were just, imagine, like, he describes it as, imagine modern Kathmandu, or going to parts of Hollywood, California. If you wanted to really start a new religion, like Scientology, for instance, is a perfect example. You just go to these places where there's already this very bustling culture and melting pot of ideas, and not strenuous skepticism amongst the general population, to the point where you could just inject this new myth into the general population, and it just takes hold like wildfire.
Yeah, I'm really interested in more so the mentality that ancient people had whenever they adopt, the beliefs like Christianity or Rabbinic Judaism, right? Because it seems like the reason why Christianity was adopted, as opposed to like, Neoplatonism or Aristotelian philosophy, which came later within the Christian tradition, of course, Thomas Aquinas eventually adopted or tried to create a new model of Christianity, or I would say included Aristotelian philosophy within the Christian model. But I think the reason why Christianity takes scope at the particular time it did is because it, early on the message was, you don't have to, be rich to be saved anymore. You don't have to be rich to do all these things. It seems like it was a message that was appealing to the poor and the slaves and the underclass. And I think that's why it took hold within the particular time it did.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the greatest advantages that Christianity had in the early, in that early first century and second century, was that its willingness to adapt to the surrounding culture just really, really helped it take off. And then obviously with, Rome adopting it as its, political fundamental religion, just kickstarts that whole process into exploding all over the Near East.
Yeah.
I am glad that it is coming to an end.
but yeah, Tom Jump, I would I think getting more people of various new religious movements might be an interesting choice for content as well. Just because there's a ton of them, right? There's a ton of them, and they all have different ideas. Some of them come from more established ideas like Christianity and Islam, whereas others are completely, function on their own. Like for instance, I studied this recent this internet religion that formed, and it's called Soulism, right? And it spawned out of a joke of a Dre-Reg video on political philosophy. And these people looked at and basically the joke is, the laws of physics or whatever are oppressive, right? It's like this anarchist meme, right? And these people took it seriously. They looked at the ideas of it and they went, well, hold on. If we applied transhumanist principles to this, it's very well the case that we could move on beyond the laws of physics or whatever. It's a very strange philosophy. But I think that would be great content, honestly, having those people on and talking about those ideas and doing all that. But yeah, that's all I really have.
Thanks.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, T-Jump.
Hey.
So I'm just now checking out this Church of the Best Possible World. It's an amazing website.
Thank you.
So my question's quite quick. I really like kind of like the moral apparatus that you use to get people to take a look at the evidence. Those obviously being the ones you constantly list: more intuition, more progress, and more reductio/hypotheticals. So when I lay that out in a conversation, and then people give me kind of pushback, how would you go suggesting that is good evidence that we should be using? I'm especially interested in intuition because that tends to get me in a lot of trouble. So yeah.
It depends on the pushback, but I think in general, the hypothesis is moral intuition and moral progress are caused by something. That's the hypothesis I have. And if that's the case, we would expect to see a pattern in these things. We do see a pattern in these things, and it seems to be a universal pattern. Therefore, that would be evidence of my hypothesis. So if you see a pattern of just anything, any dots, and you have a hypothesis that explains something, and someone else says, no, those dots are just random, just a random mess. They don't explain anything. The better explanation is the one that could accurately predict the future. So if I can accurately predict future patterns and I get it right, then that's a good reason to believe my hypothesis that those dots are indicative of a pattern is true, and a good reason to reject their hypothesis that those dots are just random gibberish. And so the reason to accept moral intuition, moral progress, moral dilemmas as evidence is because the moral philosophers use them to make predictions and get it right. And the people who think it's just random gibberish are unable to do that.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's a
Yep.
very nice explanation. And so since I'm up here, can I just quickly ask you, what do you like? So I'm going through your reading list at the moment. So when someone like Quine talks about ontological commitment, I don't really understand that phrase. Are you able to?
That means essentially the commitments of whatever you're saying that are entailed about the world. So like if you're a god, you have an ontological commitment that there is this all-powerful sky daddy outside of space-time that created the universe. And so there are commitments entailed in what you're saying about the way reality is. So like the prerequisites of whatever your ideology is. And those are the ontological commitments of your worldview, essentially. And there are also like epistemic commitments. If you have certain epistemic beliefs or linguistic commitments that could be similar in a similar context. It's the prerequisites of whatever it is you're saying, ontological prerequisites of whatever it is you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I also simp for your reading list. I think that's an excellent
Thank you.
list of work. So yeah, thanks for talking to me.
Anybody else? Questions, comments, philosophy, God, politics, potatoes?
Just continue to put it out there for the theists that we are trying to reach. God does not exist. Or maybe they do. Come give us evidence.
Just making gold bricks appear in front of me that I can sell. Hot blondes, even better.
Hot blondes carrying gold bricks.
They would have to be pretty strong hot blondes for that. I don't know if that would be my type.
Listen, their God can do everything. Works in mysterious ways.
Do you have an opinion on the Matt Gaetz shutdown, Amy?
So I think that they're playing chicken. It's kind of their game. Did they actually get something, a stopgap that was signed?
I have no idea. I haven't been paying attention. But I know that, so Matt Gaetz' goal was that he didn't want to have all the government be funded in the same omnibus bill way that it's been funded for 20 years or whatever, 30 years. And so he wanted it to be funded individually, where they go through each section of government and say, should we fund this, yes or no, and vote on it. And I think that's actually a really good idea. Like, having omnibus funding bills are a terrible idea, because then you can get your pet project in there, and if you get it in there, it's going to get passed because they have to pass everything together, which is a stupid idea.
Sure, but they're kind of using the country, as collateral damage, because they could have done that the whole year, but they kind of wait until the government's going to shut down.
Huh? Well,
as in, like, this wasn't supposed to happen, but they do this, and especially on the Republican side, because the thesis is, if government sucks, let's make sure government sucks, and then everyone will think that it does.
Well, so the funding bill happens the same time every year, no matter what. And so the rejection of the omnibus bill, they could only reject it when it's up for vote. So they couldn't have rejected it like earlier or whatever, because they didn't Gaetz didn't bring the omnibus bill to the Senate floor. That was the speaker, whatever his name is. So I don't think like Gaetz couldn't have done it earlier to reject it. He's been talking about it for a while, but I don't think he's like using it as a political ploy there. That's just happens to be because it's published.
Sorry. Is there something he disagrees with? One of those? So is it maybe like, I disagree with something, and thus we're going to hold the government once again up for kind of like hostage, I think would be the word.
Well, he disagrees with funding everything at the same time without going through each thing individually, because it's a waste of money, which I agree. It is. It's true.
Sure. So hostage, to go back to it. You will go through it one at a time, or the government will not be open.
Well, I think that's pretty much the only way to get bills passed, filibustering stuff and in the Senate.
Yeah, don't you think the government does the same thing with the congressmen? They basically hold them hostage to accept a bill that they don't want by having it in an omni bill?
Yes.
Like what?
Like anything, like you having to vote to have funding for the federal government, like this guy just said, and then some person's pet project gets passed through that, but like that's basically holding them hostage, like the congressmen themselves hostage. You could say they're holding the American people hostage or the government shutdown, but I think at the end of the day, it'll be better for our country if we can move past this like ridiculous form of democracy. It's kind of like a sham joke where you just like, it's like a hotline democracy. Just try to quick run bills.
Then do some actual fixing when you're supposed to be in office instead of once again holding a gun to the American people's heads and saying, listen, I'm not going to really tell you which one I dislike, but there's something in here and it definitely triggers me. And I think we're going to make everything not work until we change the system.
Well, it's temporary until the system is fixed. I mean, this is the first time a government shutdown has happened, and yeah, obviously it's not ideal, but
Well,
they
I
do
mean,
this every year. This is kind of
So-
the Republican shtick.
I don't think that would work, Amy. I think that if anybody tried to get the omnibus bill situation reverted without putting a gun to America's head, the senators would never go for it, because all of the senators have pet projects that they put into the funding bill, and they get funding for their pet projects, which gives them millions of dollars in donations because the pet projects is
in their it's in
one
their
sec.
vested
Stop.
interest.
So because most of the senators get millions of dollars in funding from funding these pet projects, and so they get kickbacks to their campaigns, there is no benefit for any of the senators to ever get rid of the omnibus bill. It benefits all of them. So Matt Gaetz is shooting himself in the foot by doing this. It does not benefit him in any way to do this. And
Well,
all of the
except for the crazy people that want the government to actually not work. And this is, once again, this is kind of proving their hypothetical that it shouldn't. When this should have really just been a smooth thing. These are the crazy, far right. These are the people that they're not really looking for anything or a compromise. They're not looking for moderation or...
Well, I would disagree. I think like if they actually got rid of the omnibus bill and passed things individually, then Gates would be okay with that. I think that's the point. I think all of his individual policies would get
do that.
rejected, but
Just do that not when you're actually trying to shut the government down.
well, no, that's the point here, is that is not going to happen. That is impossible. There is no way to get the Senate to pass a reversion of the omnibus bill when it isn't holding America's gun to the head, because they have no justification to do it. They have all the benefit and money of keeping this omnibus bill because they can fund all their pet projects. And so asking them nicely to not do this is not going to happen. 0% chance. But
Sure, but
if you
so
put
is
something-
doing
Right, because
this.
they have no
You
incentive.
know-
Like you take away that incentive, then they're obviously just going to sit idle.
Right. So in order to get it passed, what you have to do is you have to have a scale and take their benefits, which is their financial planning for their funding for their campaigns, and put something that's
Only
more
way you can do
valuable
that.
on the other side of the scale that they have to weigh it against. And the only thing that's more valuable is like America itself, the entire funding. That's more valuable than their particular special interest fundings that gives them the money for their platform. And so the only way to
Well-
get this passed is to hold something more important to them hostage, to get them to overturn their pet projects, which are like the most important thing they have, because it's what gets them their job back every year. And so I don't think it's possible to get this passed in any other context than to hold America hostage.
Sure. And I hope Matt Gaetz pays in the next election for trying to hold America hostage. I assume that he dislikes a lot of policies that help Americans. He thinks that by not having it within this bill, that he'd be able to vote them down. And so not only will the government not shut down, they will do a stopgap, but Matt Gaetz won't get what he wants, and we'll be back. But I appreciate him trying to slow things down. That is what they do every year. And thank you to the far right for trying again.
Well, so I think that I don't agree with Matt Gaetz' policies, the ones that he wants to get passed, but I don't really care about what he wants to get passed, because if we implemented this single line item vote for each policy would be compared
Which
and assessed.
policy do you dislike in the bill?
What I would have to go through it. I really don't know, but there's
It doesn't need a
sounds
specific
right.
example.
yeah,
The
it doesn't
idea
need
of
so the point here is
the
that
idea of a bill is
the
a kind
goal
of
is to
joke.
get each thing analyzed individually by the Senate, and then the Senate can decide, is this a good thing to spend money on? Is this a bad thing to spend money on? And so who cares which items are the good ones or bad ones? That just means that the things that are not accepted by all of the senators or the majority of the senators are going to get cut. It's a waste of money. Like, so all of the special interest things are going to get cut, which is a good thing. That's a good thing to get rid of.
That's objectively good
Can
for
you give an example of
the
a special
budget and for
interest thing?
spending.
Spending money on the renaming the state birds to accommodate certain political affiliates.
Is that in the bill?
Yes. This is the funding. This is
Renaming
funding every part of the government,
Yeah.
all of the funding for all of the government and everything they do.
Right.
RNC and
Okay.
DNC
That's
campaigns.
actually not that terrible of a thing now that I think about it.
And that's like AOC said the same thing. Like she said this, actually this is kind of a good idea. Now, obviously, I think that the policies Matt Gaetz individually wants to get passed are stupid. I don't think anybody's going to pass them. I don't really care about what policies he wants to get passed, because I want the Senate to take all of the policies, look at them individually, and assess whether or not they're important and whether they're not. And if they're not, get rid of them and save the government money. And that's a great idea. And if Matt Gaetz policies get dunked on and they're garbage, that's fine too. But the overall goal of getting them to assess the funding individually rather than just everything at once, including all the junk, is a great idea. Like that's a phenomenal idea. We should do all bills like that.
Sure, you just need to point out which is the junk and go after that
Well, no,
individually.
no, I
Also,
don't care.
not while it's at a
I don't
government
care about which
shutdown.
Well,
individually one is junk.
that's what's going to happen after.
I don't want to point out which one is junk. I don't care which one is junk. I want the Senate to go through each one individually and let them find out which one is junk. I don't care which one is junk. I want them to not be able to omnibus bill it and pack a bunch of crap in there and then pass the whole thing, because if they have a special interest bill that's in there and they just want to reject that one thing, they can't without shutting down the government. I don't want that to be the case. I want them to go through everything individually. I don't care which policies are the bad ones. I don't care. I just want the Senate to go through each one individually and decide based on their level of expertise which ones are the bad ones. And so this argument that we should find the individual bad ones and try to get those out of the omnibus package, that's not a rational thing. You can't do that. That doesn't work that way. If we could change it to the way Matt Gaetz is suggesting, it would be an actual solution to getting rid of all this garbage.
How is he saying that we should change it?
So instead of passing one bill that includes a billion things, we make it a billion individual bills and go through each one individually in Senate, and they assess the positives and negatives and say, is this a waste? Is this not? Vote on this individual.
How do you think bills are currently put up?
Omnibus, put into a big
they're
package.
put out in packages, yeah.
And you have to vote on the entire package, yes or no on the entire package.
And no one reads through the entire package. They
True.
look at the headline for the package.
And is this a conservative or a liberal thing?
Both. They're both garbage. They're both
this is a
absolute
democracy
both.
thing. This is if
it's
you
both.
want democracy to work, then yeah.
Oh, so has this been happening in other times as well?
Yes, this has been happening for the past 30 years.
Yes.
Every single financial bill that's been passed on the government since the 1990s.
This is something.
Trying to shut down the government actually change this bill right now?
Yes, possibly. It has the highest percent chance of working. Yeah.
Okay.
Because they need to. The issue is they can't hold America hostage forever because they know their jobs are on the line. So eventually they're going to have to say, okay, we can't just sit here in a government shutdown. We're going to have to we're not going to budge. They're not going to budge. So we're going to have to find some kind of compromise.
But so the way that it's put right now is that you have bills put forth, and what happens is multiple people end up attaching their thing.
Yes.
And then
every senator starts
voting
attaching their thing
on what it is you would have to change that at a time that wasn't, when you were just putting things, benefits, and possibly, if you're shutting down the entire government, you are now putting close to anarchy. Or we could actually change the system when they're actually supposed to do their job. When the months, we could do this the moment you pass it, now start to change it, now start to put forth bills, but they won't do that. And do you know why?
Well, no,
Because
they
they
can't.
don't actually care.
Well, no. So people have tried to do that. They've tried to do that a lot. People have tried to get rid of the omnibus bill and have been talking about getting rid of the omnibus bill for years.
Yes, when?
I don't know if he's done it. I know many politicians have been trying to do this for years. This is a common thing. Bernie Sanders.
I know
this.
Matt Gaetz has been trying to do it for several years now.
It's believable. I believe that is the case. That is very rational. So Bernie Sanders, AOC, many politicians have been trying to get rid of the omnibus bill. It's a very common issue that's garbage.
Yeah.
But never has it happened because there is no incentive for the Senate to get rid of it. So imagine that we try your method, Amy. That we try to stop talking for a second. So we're trying Amy's method. We're going to go through the rational challenge without trying to put the government hostage. None of the senators do it. None of them will ever do it. Haven't done it for 30 years. None of them do it. Now your only options are hold the government hostage or just give up. Which is the better option?
Well,
yeah. Also,
that is not the two options that we have.
That is the two options.
The option is to actually change it when you're not holding a gun.
Amy, we've been trying that for 30 years. 100% failure. Has not worked. They're not going to do it. Next thing is you got two options left: hold the government hostage or give up. Those are your two options. They will not change it. They will not change it under normal circumstances. It will not happen.
Yeah,
it's not going to change it here because that is not only a bad idea but immoral.
I mean, if you look at who's opposed it, it's always been like the political outside. Like you'll never see the dude getting the most political donations opposing the omnibus bill. It's always like the grassroots type people on both sides.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders.
Well, it's just like religious systems.
Say that it's grassroots people.
It's just like religious systems. If you don't give religious believers an out, something, a moral philosophy or anything else, then they're just going to hold to the current belief out of either fear or just uncertainty. Same thing with the Senate.
Well, the Senate isn't doing it for fear or uncertainty. They get benefits.
They're doing it because it benefits them. Exactly. They get money from it. It's No,
I'm not saying like Bertrand Russell says, I hope you're not pretending that the Republicans actually care about spending. No, I agree. Republicans don't care about spending at all. I think this is a stupid idea for Matt Gaetz. Like it's going to shoot himself in the foot. It's going to backfire on the Republicans hardcore because all of their pet projects are going to get dunked on. But it's a great idea for America. This would stop us wasting money on garbage policies, on billions of dollars of garbage policies that are in there for no reason on every omnibus bill. So it's a great idea for America. It's not going to work for the Republicans well, and it's not going to work for the Democrats well either. Well, for the senators because their pet projects are going to get dumped. But it's going to be great for the American people.
It's going to be good for the American taxpayer. That's the only people that it affects in a positive way. Which I mean, that's the most important people.
The government will be funded. They try this every year. They try to hold us hostage. Eventually, the only time they don't do it is when a Republican is president, and then they will allow it to pass.
Yeah, instead they try to impeach him.
Which
3
person?
times.
We impeached Trump twice. And hopefully he'll go to jail. I don't know if he will. Rich people don't always get out of jail. I don't know if he's actually rich. He's clearly not a billionaire, but...
That's so funny.
I mean, the judge has now ordered that he's been lying about all of his net worth.
Oh, he's
been
lying about like everything. Like I don't know, what has he not been lying about?
Indeed. And I would just want the conservatives to win back their party back. So hopefully, we'll get through him and things will go back to quote unquote normal. So there's still a lot of stuff to change. I just don't like this fucking chaos.
I'm pro chaos. I think that we need chaos in order to make significant change. And I want the significant change.
am pro chaos too. I'm chaotic good when I do a roll of D&D, but he is not a good person.
Well, I don't think that matters, because if the bill he's advocating for gets passed, none of his personal policies that he wants will get passed along with it. So the one thing he's advocating for is just get rid of the omnibus, look at things individually, which includes all of his pet projects. All of his pet projects will also have to be looked at individually. It's not like if we agree with Matt Gaetz on this one policy, all of Matt Gaetz' pet projects get passed. Like, no, it just means that every single bill of every single senator will have to be looked at individually, including his. And so none of his will get passed. All of the Democrats are going to reject Matt Gaetz' policies. So all of Matt Gaetz' policies are going to go to the garbage can, so, which I think is hilarious, because his bill is going to shoot himself in the foot and get rid of all of the things he
Try
wants.
and get a majority vote. Get a majority vote, rally Republicans and Democrats around you, and get things changed. We have made amendments. That's why they're called amendments. We're just a very divided people right now. I mean, we've been more divided. We've clearly had a civil war. But for all the shit that I talk, I do not think that conservatives are that different than me. At the end of the day, I think we all, eat pizza and do laundry.
Anybody else questions?
I tend to agree with Amy Newman. I think that at the end of the day, most people, even like Republicans, conservatives in America, as well as like Americans and Russians, or Ukrainians and Russians, or whatever two opposing groups you want to talk about, all pretty much normal people, average people want to live normal, average, happy lives and have a happy and fulfilling life. And same with atheists and theists, if that was the topic of the chat. So, but I think there's a loud minority that wants to push, like there's I forget what you call it, like basically rabid atheists who are like, God isn't real, and it's like, okay, cool, dude, prove it, because he's not even in this universe if he is real. I say he colloquially because I'm a guy. If I was a girl, I'd say she. But you can't prove something that's not inside this universe, in my opinion. You can believe it, which is, I respect that completely and entirely. But I think that anyone who says God isn't real, I fucking know it. Sorry, pardon my French. It's just like, okay, prove it, bud, because it's like saying, prove to me that there's not a rock on Mars or something,
Well, do you
can't really.
think that any belief in anything is respectable? Like, what if someone believes in magical farting leprechauns?
I think a belief is respectable, but a strict positive claim that it is absolutely certain is hard to justify. I think there's some things that you can say, well, in fact, I would say that nothing can be 100% justified, but that they're like kind of in a science method of speaking, a scientific method of speaking, varying degrees of certainty about different things.
Are there stupid beliefs?
I wouldn't like to call anything stupid. I would say there are untenable beliefs.
Okay. Well, so what would make something an untenable belief? Like it has no evidence, just made up by somebody?
It's a good question. One sec.
So my
me
answer
think
is
about
what
that
makes
for a couple
something
minutes.
an untenable belief is if there's no difference between it and imagination. So if someone literally just made it up in their imagination, and there's no difference between your belief and any belief anybody else could just make up in their imagination, that's an untenable belief.
I agree. And so, like, let's say that I were to write T-Jump is an apostle of Jesus Christ, or is a one second. This is a hypothetical. T-Jump is a prophet of God, the God of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, or whatever. not or whatever in a derogatory way. I just don't know the specific term. Then I would say, okay, and I would bury it. Let's say I were to take a mold printer, mold a piece of silicone, bury it in the ground, and have 10 of my friends do the same things and say, you have to write this at the top, and then you can add whatever you want and say Book of Jupiter, Book of Amy Newman, Book of Severus Hefter, and bury them as many as you want around the world. And then 1,000 years from now, would that be considered imagination, an untenable belief? Because these pieces of silicon exist.
So essentially a time capsule.
What?
Yeah, it's essentially a time capsule. And then but does that make it? It is imaginary, right? Because T-Jump does not claim to be a prophet, does he? We know this because we're first-hand observers talking to T-Jump.
So, like, if there's a difference between things that have an implicit empirical basis and things that don't. So, like, if I said I saw a dog, I wrote it on a sheet of paper and put it in a time capsule or whatever, people would be rational to believe that just because we have lots of empirical evidence of dogs. Dogs exist. Somebody's seen a dog. Sure, we can just grant that because it's a mundane claim. If I said I saw a unicorn, that you wouldn't be rational to believe. So let's say I wrote two pieces of paper. One, I saw a dog. Two, I saw a unicorn, put them in a time capsule, go 1,000 years in the future, and people read this. The one that says I saw a unicorn should be rejected by every single one of them because there's no empirical evidence unicorns exist. There is empirical evidence dogs exist. And so they could believe the first one. They could say he saw a dog. Yeah, probably true. Dogs are pretty common. Lots of empirical evidence of dogs. Sure, we can grant that one. We don't actually know if he saw a dog or not. Maybe he's lying, but we can just grant it because it's a very mundane claim. The claim that he saw a unicorn, that's not a mundane claim. There is no evidence of unicorns. Unicorns don't exist as far as we know. And so the claim that he saw a unicorn, everybody who reads that should say, yeah, that's probably made up. He made that up in his imagination, had a delusion or something, definitely fake. And so the difference between these two claims is that if one has an empirical basis of things that we know already exist and have, that's rational to believe. If it does not have an empirical basis, then you would need to provide an empirical basis, like fossils. Like if I put in a fossil of the unicorn, like a unicorn horn or something into my note and said, I saw a unicorn, then it would be reasonable to believe. But without that empirical basis, just my words on paper that I saw this thing that has no empirical basis would be unreasonable to believe. So when I say what makes something an untenable belief is that it has to that it can't differentiate itself between imagination, is any claims that don't have an empirical basis. That's miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, etc. Those claims, any of those claims, if you have a belief that entails any of those things, it's an untenable belief.
I understand your point. So can we take an example of dinosaurs?
Okay.
Do you believe dinosaurs existed at some point in time?
Yes.
Well, what we consider dinosaurs, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex or whatever.
They exist right now. Birds are dinosaurs.
Well, dinosaurs. Did they exist?
Birds are literally dinosaurs.
Was there a Jurassic period in
Earth's
history?
Dinosaurs 10 million years ago.
And you know that because of what?
Novel testable predictions.
Like fossils, right?
Well, the fossils are data points. The reason we know that it's the case that dinosaurs existed was novel predictions that were made based off of the fossils. So they saw fossils, said, if these fossils indicate evolution, if these fossils indicate dates, then we can predict we'll find these other fossils over here. We'll predict that we can find the carbon or whatever dating of these geometric rocks over here, and they'll have these guys, and they won't have these guys, and they'll only be here in this location because this is where the continents were connected, and they won't be here because this was a completely separate area that they couldn't have gotten to, and they won't be in this time frame because it was covered in water, and they'll get all of those right all of the time, and that's exactly what we see.
That's a great example. Yeah, especially looking at like the similarities between parts of Africa. Granted that there has been varying levels of climate, during the times, and tectonic plate shifts, and the fact that the two continents kind of fit together. It's not untenable to believe that creatures that were in old ancient Africa walked over, I guess I would say
the way to
to the west. I don't know.
Is 65 million years ago there were non-avian dinosaurs.
Okay, yeah.
Correct.
That's a good that's a good point. Yeah, non-avian dinosaurs, like a basilisk type dinosaur, right?
Exactly.
Harry
Um,
Potter.
and well, you don't believe in basilisks because
A
that a
a
real thing?
basilisk is a legendary creature that's like a chicken with wings and a snake's tail. No, basilisk. is
Sorry,
not-
I'm thinking of. Sorry, I was thinking of Komodo dragon.
Okay.
This is the common name for it. I don't know the
I
actual.
mean, like a brachiosaurus and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, like or I don't know what that is honestly, but like a dinosaur that walks on four. I'm just gonna make for example a dinosaur that walks on
Triceratops.
four legs.
Alligators.
Triceratops.
They're pretty damn close to modern day dinosaurs.
Yeah, so we can believe that those exist, and we can believe that people exist because we have
Evidence of people.
ancient
Yes.
remains of humans. And if you believe in carbon dating, which can correlate with tree ring dating, I don't know what other methods they have, then you could say trees exist, and trees did exist in the past, and because we've seen them grow and seen the trees, and we've seen fossilized, I have fossilized wood in my other office, and that makes sense to me, but in the context of religion here, since this is the Theist Helpline philosophy kindergarten, is this? Oh, this is atheist or theist?
Helping theists with their untenable beliefs.
Okay. So yeah, I would say that like the idea that there was someone in that region of the world, a human named Jesus, who walked around and proselytized and stuff and had ideas
Yeah, I believe Jesus
that
existed.
are pretty good ideas for the most part. That makes sense.
Yeah, I
The
believe-
idea that he died and was buried in a cave and it was covered with the rock, and then he was resurrected and the rock moved, and then I don't know, he disappeared. Do you guys know the lore behind that? I don't really.
Yes, I'm
I
very.
read.
So I
It's
brought
been
this
years.
up in the
I'm
previous
very
discussion.
familiar with that. So the buried in a tomb, probably false. Historians reject that one. He was most likely a mass grave. But the resurrection part, pretty much all historians reject. That's a no. No. So the magic is a no. Magic is an untenable belief.
God, yeah, that's
Right, like-
that's kind of how I feel.
So even Mike Lacona, right? He's a Christian historian, New Testament historian, and he's openly admitted several times that the miracle claims within the New Testament or any of the biblical narrative cannot be proven historically or archaeologically. Right? That's not something that's possible. But besides that point, I discussed this earlier. I would recommend listening to the Myth Vision discussion with Richard C. Miller, Robin Faith Walsh, how essentially Bart Ehrman's talked about this too. Amy's mentioned it several times, how Jesus became God. It's an apotheosis narrative. It's a very common trope within the Greco-Roman literature. There's over hundreds of examples of this that have happened throughout the Mediterranean, and Jesus, it makes sense why it came up at that exact same time frame.
I think
in that
that's
area.
a separate topic. So the topic right now we're talking about is what makes something an untenable belief. Why is believing Jesus' resurrection and there's a God outside of space-time untenable? And I think that's
Right.
the answer is because
Like,
it's
for
equivalent to
instance-
magical farting leprechauns or Harry Potter
Right.
or Santa
Like
Claus.
we could say, like the Simpsons have made novel testable predictions, and quite a few of them you could say have come true to some extent, but that in no way is a demonstration of them being prophets or Matt Groening being a messenger of God.
Yeah, and I think there's like 4 different kinds of evidence, right? There's direct physical evidence, physical evidence that's circumstantial, like a surveillance tape that shows you next to a convenience store that was robbed. I'm just pulling this up here. testimonial evidence, someone saying that they saw that, but you're taking their word for it, right? And then there's someone who's saying, someone who said that they saw this guy rob the convenience store. That would be direct testimonial evidence.
Well, that's only
then,
courtroom classifications. That's not a thing in science. We don't use any of that stuff in science.
Yeah, I agree. And but sorry, I thought we were in theist experience. Circumstantial testimonial
Like
evidence would be
reverse
saying,
bias.
I saw this guy a block away from the convenience store after it was robbed. And that's circumstantial and testimonial, because you don't know if he robbed the convenience store. You just know that you saw someone who you
Well, so
perceived to be
just to like
this person.
jump in here. So zero amount of testimonial evidence works for miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, the supernatural. Doesn't matter. There is no testimony counts as evidence for that. Not right now in the present or 2,000 years in the past. So if you have
Agreed.
people who say they saw a unicorn today, that is zero evidence of a unicorn. That's evidence they had a delusion. And so
Well, that would be
isn't evidence of things that don't have an empirical basis. It is zero evidence.
not empirical. I agree.
So if
Jupiter.
they said they saw a dog, that's fine. But if they say they saw a
what's up?
unicorn, not fine. So testimony is not evidence for things that lack an empirical basis.
I agree.
So I guess my question would be, I take it you're a theist?
No, I'm agnostic. I guess. Well, I would even say leaning towards one way or the other, just agnostic, because I
Gotcha.
think that, like I said earlier, if there is God, then God. It's like, this is weird. This is weird.
I'm not theist,
I'm sorry.
but
Did you want to speak? Paradoxical? Go ahead.
yeah, I'm a theist, and I would like to ask, like, how do you guys get the norm that without an absolute, why is any norm valid? Why should we look for this evidence rather than any
I wouldn't say
other?
there needs to. So to answer your question, I wouldn't say there needs to be an absolute. You can have a 99.999% probability of something, and that's pretty high. But it's still only 99.999. 3 digits, or 4 standard, or 4. What do you call it? Significant figures. Like 1.536 would be 4 sig figs, right? Do you know what that is? A significant figure. It's stuff that matters, like 1.999000000. If you have all those zeros after, then at least that last zero. Well, the zero before that last zero, actually. Those are significant. And you probably round it up or down the next figure after that, maybe. Or maybe it's also a zero. You don't know, because you can only measure that much. If I have a scale with an accuracy of up to 1 milligram with a tolerance of 0.5 milligrams, or let's say 0.25 milligrams, and it comes out to let's say 725 milligrams, but your accuracy only goes up to 0.25 milligrams. So what would you call that number? Because you could say it's 725 milligrams, or you could say it's 725 milligrams with a margin of error of 0.00025 milligrams, right? I'm going from chemistry class right now, so, or from what I learned in doing chemistry. There's a margin of error. So you could know something to a degree of certainty, but to have an absolute truth, I don't think that's possible.
Right. So, for instance, like the astrophysicists that study for potential life on other planets, even if they have within like a 70% accuracy that all of the major biological features, elements, you name it, are in existence on a potential exoplanet, even with that probability, they still do not conclude that life would be there.
Yeah, they can't say yes, life absolutely
Correct.
is there. But whereas for Earth, considering the definition we give life, we can say 100% certainty life exists because here we are experiencing it. Anyone can experience it. You could say it's a dream, I guess, but I think for the most part, people would agree.
Correct.
So that would be like 99.9 to the 10th power. I have no fucking idea. Sorry, excuse me. It would actually be the number of people in the world, percent. You know. So if there's 10 people, and you say we know people exist, and we have 10 of them right here, then cool.
Yep.
And so there must be more people, but you don't know that. You know there's at least 10 because you can count them. You can look at them and count them. So I guess you sort of have to make some presuppositions. And for some people, their presupposition is God. And for some of them, it's senses. And
Well,
for some of them, it's logical philosophy.
right.
Those aren't equivalent. So
I agree.
logic is
Totally
fine
not equivalent.
because you can demonstrate it. You don't need to presuppose it. Like you describes
Correct.
the stuff in front of you. Senses, again, you can demonstrate it. It's something you're literally seeing. God is not. God is a ridiculous claim. Completely untenable.
Agreed.
Because there's no empirical evidence whatsoever. So things with an empirical evidence, perfectly rational. Things without, irrational.
So paradoxical. Why are you a theist?
I mean,
answer that question.
but that is a normative claim, right? That only empirical evidence is the evidence that matters. So, I mean, from that point of view, nothing metaphysical is possible.
I wouldn't say only empirical evidence is evidence that matters. I would say empirical evidence is stronger than circumstantial evidence or testimonial evidence.
No, but this is metaphysical evidence, right? Or like
Well, maybe
there's no such thing. There's no such thing as metaphysical evidence.
We could all be dreaming right now, and each of us could be hearing something, and we think that we're all hearing the same conversation, and we're having this conversation together. But we could all be asleep, having our own dreams that just happen to coincide. And well, we feel like it happens to coincide. And you guys could all be hearing something totally different than I'm actually saying, because we're all dreaming, right? So
And
do
we
any
are
of us
not,
exist?
so-
And that's sort of how, I mean, that's the conscious, that's an aspect of consciousness and reality and perception.
I don't think that makes sense.
But just
I mean, that's
we'll go
only
paradox.
if you take the Cartesian starting point. But if
And
you're a pragmatic,
But just to piggyback off what T-Jump was saying is that we have evidence that we can use logic. We have evidence that we exist. And so adding a God is an extra presupposition.
I agree. Yeah, it is. It's an implicit presupposition with no explicit evidence, right?
Yes, and I find this comes in two camps. You know, the presuppositionalists who refuse to give evidence or give arguments or questions on why they shouldn't give evidence, and then the people who think the world is 6,000 years old. And they give us evidence, but it's, have you read a book? Oh, we have a good book, in fact.
Yeah, and that was that kind of harkens
So,
back to what I
okay.
was saying about the silicon sheets. Like you could write whatever you want,
So-
bury it, and say, "Look, here's evidence. It's 1,000 years old, And you can find it in multiple places in the world, and it all starts with the same couple lines of letters, and then all the other stuff after agrees. And here's the deal, basically. Let's say I write the first book, and I say, here's how you write the book.
Well,
You start with a sentence.
We can skip that. Paradoxical. Give us your evidence for God.
So was I
Rambling.
So
Do
what
you
is
mind if I
the
finish?
evidence?
Go ahead, Paradoxical.
What is the evidence for claim that for anything to exist, it needs to have empirical evidence? What is the evidence for that claim?
We need to be able to differentiate imagination from reality. Empirical evidence can differentiate imagination from reality. Therefore, you need empirical evidence until another method is provided that can differentiate imagination from reality.
I agree with
No,
Tijo.
but why do we need to do that?
Because if you can't differentiate imagination from reality, then there's no
All right,
reason.
well, I lost my train of thought because Tijo interrupted me.
So the reason you need empirical evidence is to differentiate imagination from reality. If you can't differentiate imagination from reality, then you have no reason to believe anything you're saying is any more justified than anything you just make up immediately. Magic farting leprechauns, potato unicorns, fairy dust. So you need a way to differentiate imagination from reality in order to justify a belief is more than just something you've made up in your imagination.
No, so I would say that what you need is to have a justification for your beliefs or a reason for your beliefs. So that would be an influential justification, but you are claiming that only empirical evidence can be a good way to justify imagination from reality, but I don't think that's sufficient, right? Because I think
No, the claim is that you need
a lot of
a
other
way
things.
to differentiate imagination from reality. Empirical evidence does that. Your testimony does not do that. So if you had a different way, that'd be fine. So if there's other ways other than empirical evidence, that's fine. You just don't have any other ways.
No, but I would say like mathematical knowledge or mathematics would be a different way, right? That works through mathematical
Nothing in
induction.
mathematics
So
indicates a God,
that's
so I
not
don't really care.
No, but that's not an empirical form of knowledge, right? That's a different.
Math is in your head. I don't care.
Yeah, math is a language that we use to communicate.
Yeah, it's an abstract.
Yeah, I mean, then it goes back to logic, right? Then
Also in your
if
head.
logic is also no.
So again, if you're trying to differentiate imagination from reality, math and logic are imaginary. They're things in your head. They're languages we use to describe stuff in reality. Reality exists independently of them. So I don't care. None of that is evidence of God.
No, but it is because I'm saying that the norm that you should be logical, right? So if suppose I think logic is a normative thing because you need to be able to not have contradictions in your thought, right? Or something. That would be like a norm.
There are like non-standard logics that have contradictions. I don't care. What is your evidence of God?
No, so I'm saying that the beginning and end of normativity or the cosmos would be that one single principle, and that would be or something like a Platonic form of the book.
Okay, how do you differentiate what you just said as being something that's real and not just imaginary, something you've made up in your head?
Because it is like a transcendental thing. It's the precondition for intelligibility.
Nope, it's not. You can say that doesn't exist and have intelligibility just fine.
But then, I mean, that's just saying that you're not looking at the preconditions for.
No, we can get rid of them. We can omit them from a universe and still have intelligibility without any of that normativity Platonic garbage. You can have no Platonic objects. It's called, what is it called? I forget what it was called. Nominalism? Nominalism. Nominalism is a worldview where there are zero Platonic objects, don't exist, and you have intelligibility. So you can have intelligibility with no Platonic objects.
Also,
I mean,
our
it is a
brain,
theory, but it's not a satisfactory theory.
Right. So how
You
do you
can
differentiate
make up a
your
theory,
made
but
up theory that you've made up in your head actually corresponds to reality? It isn't just a made up thing in your made up head, like their made up thing in their made up head.
I mean, because it is a metaphysics, right? That it is explanatory
Nominalism is metaphysics.
metaphysics,
Nominalism is a metaphysical
but
theory.
it doesn't have a, but it doesn't have explanation for universals.
Yes, it
It
does.
just says
Big Bang,
there are
quantum
no
physics, it does
universals.
just fine. So nominalism, you think nominalism is a made up theory that they've made up in their heads. Everybody else thinks your God, transcendental platonic object, is a made up thing in your made up head. How do you differentiate whether or not what you're saying is real and not just a made up thing in your made up head like you think theirs is? Because I'll give you a hint. It's empirical evidence. Empirical evidence does this. It says, we got the real one, you got the fake one.
No, I would say the one who has a better justification or
Nope, that's
reasons
just
for
made
their
up in your
theory.
that's made up stuff in your made up head. How do you show that stuff exists in reality and not just made up in your made up head? Because if you've made it up in your head and you've made up this explanation in your head that you imagine is better because it feels good in your head, none of that is evidence that anything you said is true outside of your head. It's just all stuff in your head that makes you feel good.
No, I don't even start from Cartesian starting point. I start from a pragmatic starting point that we already are agents in our environment.
Then that
So
epistemology is flawed
no, I mean
from the
it's not
beginning.
right because Cartesian starting point has no good solution because I'm not a foundationalist also. So,
Right, but for
but
instance, like, how do you determine? I mean, this just fundamentally, then a Muslim could say the same thing, a Hindu could say the same thing. I mean, it's just the whole point is, like T Jump is saying, is just how can we how can you demonstrate this?
I mean there are different systems, and that's just how hermeneutics work. You can only interpret to some extent, right? But you can like never know and with 100% certainty something is correct.
and can I ask you, Paradoxical, are these the reasons that you believe in God?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, but it's a non-theistic God, so it's not a. It's more like a pantheistic God.
Does your God care that you believe in them?
No.
Does your God have a mind?
Yeah.
It does. Okay. Does this mind interact with the physical world?
No, I'm an idealist. I think everything exists within the mind. So
Everything exists, so we're within a mind.
yeah, mind is the only thing that exists. So I'm an idealist in that sense.
How do you know this?
Because I mean everything in a sense is through a filter of consciousness, right? So what we are acquainted with our presentations of, you know.
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? We're a center of consciousness?
No, I mean everything that is coming through the senses is filtered through the mind, right? That is
I agree.
synthesized in the mind. So
I
mind imposes a categorical structure on our perceptions, and that is the realm of the phenomena, and the word in itself is thing in itself. So
Can we agree that
So,
although the senses are coming through the mind, that doesn't mean we are in a mind? Or at least the entire universe.
no, I mean, I think that, yeah, I mean, in a way, idealism and materialism are same, right? Because if you go full materialist, then you don't have a place for mind. So, and dualism is not good. So, idealism is the only option left where
Thank-
you don't have different, like, two mutually unrelated substance.
I
So,
disagree. I think that we can have a mind in a material, physical way. I think, in essence, that is the neural network of our neurons working within our brain to generate our mind.
Amy, are you a material girl living in a material world?
I am indeed.
no, I mean, so you are going with emergence, or I don't understand. Like, neural net is a metaphor, right?
Yeah, the consensus in
It's
every
not.
academic field is emergence.
Yeah, so emergence would be, but you can be a reductive and non-reductive physicalist.
I don't know what you just said.
No, no, you can think that the higher level reduces to the lower ones, or
Yes.
they are like strongly emergent. So,
Yeah, weak emergence is the consensus. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I would think I would need a strong emergence because I think the mind as a whole can act uh, on intentional objects. So, I think for intentionality, you need something like a top-down position.
And how
So,
do you differentiate
whereas
that
the whole,
between reality and just your imagination? Like maybe that's just your imagination. You've imagined that, but reality could be different. So how do you show that's true in reality and not just your imagination?
I mean, that is in a way the starting point of explanation, right? That the unity is
Well, no, that's not a starting
better
point. You
than
don't get to make up
multiplicity.
your own starting point. So you can start, your starting point is your imagination. You imagine things are like this. That's your starting point. And then we need to go beyond your starting point and say, okay, how does this thing you've started with in your imagination correspond to reality? This is why scientists require empirical data so they can show that the thing they've made up in their imagination corresponds to reality and is not just in their imagination. And you haven't done that. You've skipped that step and just said, here's my imaginary thing, and I think it's real.
I mean, first of all, I don't know how you can make that claim that that has to be the starting point because I think foundational epistemology doesn't work. I
I didn't
think
say
you need
anything
a
about
web of beliefs
foundationalism.
or
All I said was that you start with stuff, anything you start with, anything anyone starts with is an idea in their head. It's their imaginary way they think the world works. It's an imaginary idea, a hypothesis. And then you need to say, okay, how do I show this hypothesis corresponds to reality and is not just in my imagination? Everything starts with this. Every idea. You got to do this for it. If you don't, it's just you've made it up in your head.
but that is foundationalism, right? I reject
No, it's
it.
not foundationalism.
I'm saying there are people in philosophy. But you're literally saying that you have to start with the proposition that everything exists in your imagination first, and
Yeah,
then
anyone who doesn't
it
believe
needs
that
to
is
be verified with some verification principle or something like that.
literally by
Yeah.
definition, any idea that you have is an idea in your imagination. Literally, this is how ideas work. You come up with them in your imagination. That's what an idea is. It's an imaginary concept. Ideas, the definition of the word. So every idea you have, by definition, starts out as a concept in your imagination. And then you need to have an extra step to show that it's more than that and exists outside of your imagination and reality.
I mean, but this is a contentious position, right? Because
No,
I think I can say that.
no, it is not contentious in any field, not in science, not in philosophy, not in politics. Nowhere is that a contentious statement. That is an obvious, accepted universally by every field statement.
No, but you're saying there's a subjective and objective. So are you a dualist? That are you saying that the subjective imagination like
That
literally
has
exists,
literally
or
nothing to do with dualism. Nothing. Has zero to do with dualism. It applies to every single kind of ontology. Dualism, idealism, materialism, don't care. Every single one has the exact same thing. How do you differentiate your imagination from reality?
no? But you said the idea comes up in imagination first. But on a physicalist theory, it would be like something like memes where ideas self-replicate through population, or
Doesn't make a difference.
they
Makes
go
no
from
difference.
one
Makes
generation.
no difference. Even if you're an idealist and everything is consciousness, you have an idea first, and then you want to know if that idea corresponds to the things in reality outside of your idea, or if it's just your idea. Makes no difference. Anyway,
I mean, but it does make a difference,
does
right?
not.
That if I don't
It does
think
not make
that
a difference. Anybody else? Piper or Sanzi? How's it going? What did you want to talk about?
How do you guys respond to religious experience arguments?
Most likely delusion. So if we have a phenomenon and the phenomenon is explained by two things, one which is like mystical and has no empirical evidence, and the other one has tons of empirical evidence and explains it fully, then it's probably the one that has tons of evidence that explains it fully. Delusion explains them fully. So delusion is the most likely explanation for religious experience.
Well, the religious experience arguments are arguments from experience, so they are empirical arguments.
Well, no, they're an empirical experience. And then the experience is best explained by what? So like if I see a unicorn, there's two possibilities. Either one, an actual unicorn there and caused reflected light off of it for me to see it. Two, I had a delusion. One of those has empirical evidence. Delusion has tons of empirical evidence in MRIs, fMRIs, psychological studies. We know delusions exist. Delusions are a real thing in reality that have been confirmed to exist independent of our imagination. Unicorns are not. There's no empirical evidence of unicorns. Personal experience is not empirical evidence of unicorns. Empirical evidence of unicorns would be like fossils. Verifiability, repeatability, novel testable prediction, science is empirical evidence. The fact that you see it is not an empirical evidence. It's just testimony, garbage. So, testimony of religious experience is best explained by delusion, hallucination, misconceptions, because all of those have empirical basis in a real phenomenon in reality. The actually existing angels or demons or gods do not have an empirical basis. So the better explanation is delusion.
So you're expecting religious experience claims to be confirmed by the scientific method?
Don't care. Irrelevant to what
The
I
answer
said.
is yes.
Well, no, I don't care. So the answer is you have to differentiate imagination from reality. That's the first step. Delusion has done that. Delusion has been demonstrated to not just be an idea we have. It's a real thing. It's a real thing that affects real people in the world. It's a real thing. Angels have not. There's no evidence angels exist in the real world. So what's the better explanation? Was this experience caused by angels or delusions? Well, delusions have a ton of empirical evidence and have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. Angels have not. Therefore, best explanation is delusion.
And what you mean by empirical evidence is scientific evidence?
Science just accepts anything that works. So anything that works.
Okay, so the point of the religious experience arguments is to show that there is something that works there, right?
Okay, how does that work? How
And
does
it seems
how does
like
religious
the
experience
only
differentiate?
response there.
How does religious experience differentiate imagination from reality?
Well, that's what the arguments are aimed to show. Do you know the arguments?
I'm sure I do, but none of them work. So how does it do it? How does
Well, I'm
how
asking
does
why you don't think they work.
Okay, which one do you think does work?
Well, there's a variety
Which
of
one
them. I
do you
think the
think does
one
work?
that I'm about to answer that.
Okay.
So I think the one that has the best chance of working is something that you get like from John Hick, where he's arguing for religious pluralism. So he has an argument something like, okay, so we have, billions of people in world history, millions of people today who have experiences that they take to be of the divine. Those experiences have a certain quality, they have a certain transformational effect on people's lives, and so the idea is that the transformational effect and that sort of quality the experience have very easily explained if you suppose that there's a divine object of the experience.
It's post hoc rationalization. It's irrelevant. So the fact that you can explain a phenomenon by positing something after the fact is irrelevant. It's not evidence. It doesn't differentiate imagination from
What do you
reality.
mean by positing something after the fact?
So like what you said is the fact that these experiences happen and are transformative can be explained by the fact that there is this supernatural being thing or whatever. It can also be explained by the fact it's a delusion. And so the fact that the data set can be explained by some hypothesis, every hypothesis can do that by definition. It's called the problem of underdetermination. Every hypothesis can explain the data after we already know the data, not evidence.
Yeah, my point is that it's very easily explained.
By every hypothesis. Every hypothesis can very easily explain all the data. Yes.
The point about underdetermination is that you have infinite explanations for some data.
Infinite, empirically equivalent.
That's fine. But some of those explanations are going to be more post hoc than others.
No, that's the empirically equivalent means they're exactly identical.
No. I'm not questioning whether they explain all of the data. What I'm questioning is how they explain all the data.
Okay, there's infinitely many that explain all the data exactly equivalently in every epistemic sense.
Wait, if that's the case, why would you accept any explanations?
Because there's a criteria that is not post hoc. So you can use a non-post hoc.
That's what I'm talking about.
No. Underdetermination is for post hoc explanation. So you can post hoc explain anything equivalently with infinitely many hypotheses. We don't care. So that means post hoc is just irrelevant. Anything post hoc is just not evidence. We just get rid of it. It's garbage. Okay, come up with something new. How about novel predictions?
What is post hoc supposed to mean?
It means you explain the data after you already have it.
What?
So like if you were given a data set and you look at the data set and you try to explain what caused the data set after you have the data set with no new data added, that's post hoc. So
okay, so if I look at some data, if like I'm a scientist, right? I look at some data. It prompts me to form a hypothesis. I'm doing something bad. I shouldn't do that.
No, that's just the first step, the hypothesis stage. There wouldn't be evidence of your hypothesis.
Right.
What you would need is the next step. The next step is you make novel predictions and say, if my hypothesis is true, here's what will come in with the next data set. And if you get that right, that's evidence of your hypothesis. The first part is not evidence. There is zero evidence when you make a hypothesis based off of the data. There's no evidence of your hypothesis there. That's you just made up a hypothesis. The evidence comes in when you make a prediction and get it right. That's evidence.
Can I give an example?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Like, for instance, right? So you take near-death experiences, right? You put 5 people in a room. If we were able to do this, you put 5 people in a room, you induce them or put them under and bring them to the verge of brain death. How we do it is irrelevant, but you bring them to the verge of brain death, and if they all have we make a prediction that you will see, or you should be able to come back and describe the same room, these specific features, specific numbers on a piece of paper, whatever it could be, right? So there's our prediction. You induce them, they go through the experience, they come back. If they all have, to a high degree of certainty, that they had the same experience, and we can do this repeatedly, that would be a good justification.
Well, that is part of the argument, right? That many people have these experiences.
Right, but they're all independently different, and we're going based off of those
John Hick
testimonies.
wants to assert that there's a commonality between them.
That was debunked by V.S. Ramachandran. So V.S. Ramachandran showed near-death experiences are culturally dependent, and
I wasn't speaking about near-death experiences. I was speaking about religious experiences.
Same thing. Don't care. So they're all culturally dependent.
They're not the same thing.
They are psychologically they are. So when like kids have near-death or religious experiences, they see a large, rotund, fat man with a red suit and a white beard, Santa Claus. And so the fact that people, when they have religious experiences, have them of things that are culturally significant to the time period, indicate it's psychological. separate evidence. It's separate from the argument. It doesn't make a difference if we had this or not. But we fully explain these things psychologically. The consensus in all fields of psychology, cognitive science, philosophy, yeah, this is all delusion. They all know it's a delusion.
You realize people have done that same sort of analysis for science, right?
What? No idea what you
Yeah,
just said.
people have done this sort of like analysis, that this sort of explanation of experience,
I have
right?
no idea what you're saying
That
right
goes on in the scientific. What is unclear about what I'm saying?
The same analysis of science? I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes, I'm trying to explain. So people have argued, right, that when scientists go and interpret the data and provide explanations for it, right, those explanations are dependent on the culture that they're immersed in.
Sure.
Right. So how is this supposed to be like a knock against the religious experience claims?
Because science
It's not a
doesn't
knock
just
against
make
science.
up hypothesis, it confirms them with novel predictions. So science isn't, we make stuff up and we're done. Science is we make up hypotheses and then try to confirm those with novel predictions about the future and get them right. If religious experience could do that, that would be evidence. It can't ever do that. It fails 100% of the time when it tries to do that, which is why we think they're delusion.
Yeah, so why exactly can't you just like apply these same points about psychological and cultural dependence to the interpretations of the data that confirm the hypothesis?
You can, but you can't to the next part, which is the future prediction part. So
No, that's what I'm talking about. Why can't you do that?
because future prediction is completely independent of culture. It's literally just the future. It's reality.
Wait, why would anybody accept that?
Why would anybody accept the ability to accurately predict the future? Well, if you didn't, you'd be a moron.
So why would you accept that? Why would you accept that predictions are independent of culture and psychology?
Because culture and psychology can't have any impact on them becoming true. So like if I predict an asteroid's going to come in 500 years, my prediction could be based on my culture. Say I literally just got a divine revelation from Britney Spears or something that an asteroid would come in 500 years. Whether or not the asteroid comes is completely independent of anything in my culture. My culture will have zero impact on it coming. Therefore,
yeah, that's
the
great.
predictions are independent, or the confirmation of the predictions is independent of culture entirely.
Right. So the point is that in order for any of that data, right, those predictions, right, for them to be useful, right, you have to be part of an explanatory framework, right, that makes the data that you have more likely, right?
No.
That makes meeting the predictions or confirming the predictions more likely given some explanation.
No, that is not the case. No.
That is just trivially the case.
No, it's literally not. So there's literally randomness.
That's literally explained in scientific.
No, that's absolutely wrong. So we don't care if the predictions are useful. It makes no difference. They can be completely unuseful. We don't care.
I didn't say useful.
You did, but it doesn't make
I
a difference.
said
It doesn't make a
no.
difference.
I'm saying expected giving. It does make a
So
difference. You're just
we
strawmanning the
have
argument, right?
Randomness is an actually existing thing. Like the consensus in
I
physics
said it's
is
nothing to do
stop
with
talking.
randomness.
So randomness is an actually existing thing, and so we make predictions that this certain things will not be more probable. They will not be more useful. They will be unable to be discovered or be useful or be more likely given some hypothesis. It will not happen because there's this actually existing force of randomness that's in the universe, and we agree that that's the consensus that made successful predictions. So no, you don't have to say that because of this hypothesis, X is more likely to be the case given some like other system of stuff. Like no, we just have to make a prediction and get it right. And if you get it right, more often than chance, even if it doesn't necessarily have any, it could just be random. Like God will give me a gold brick, and that doesn't tell me anything else about the future. I don't know, but He does it. That's evidence. Like all you need for evidence is a successful novel prediction about the future. It's not great evidence. Like it'd be better evidence if it has all this other factors of science to it. But all you need is successful novel prediction.
Yeah. So the point about randomness is a phenomena that has to do with determination by antecedent conditions.
There is none. So
it doesn't have to do with any of the. Hold on. Doesn't have to do with any of the epistemic stuff that I was just talking about science, right?
What?
In fact, the idea.
Did you not? I don't think you were intelligent enough to understand what I was saying there. So randomness. There is indeterministic forces. The randomness is a real thing. And so when we were trying to explain this, we're trying to predict that randomness is a real thing. We were not doing what you just said of trying to predict things and saying there's some causal relation to them, that there's more likely that this will happen or not. No, we weren't doing that. We weren't doing that at all. So none of that is relevant.
It has nothing to do with what I said.
Okay. Yes.
What I said was
I know what I'm talking about. You don't.
Given some explanation Well, I don't care about that bluster, right? So given some
Okay, bye-bye.
explanation.
Next.
Also,
Right,
my
like, oh no, go
asterisk.
ahead, Amy.
I'm sorry, Ed. But my asterisk I just wanted to put in there is hallucinogens, not to go fully Joe Rogan on everybody, but
No,
throughout
I
the
agree.
ages.
Psychedelics would be a good example.
Exactly. Now, that doesn't bring it out to the supernatural. That doesn't mean that we should believe then that they exist just because you're having that experience. You can make your point if you want. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. That's exactly what I was going to say. We can't justify that experience. It's the consensus would obviously be a psychological experience. It's all within the brain.
Exactly. I think sometimes we should have our consciousness breaking up. At least once in a lifetime, you should try a hallucinogen under someone wiser. However, none of these experiences, just because you see a pink, fluffy dragon walking around when you're on a hallucinogen, doesn't mean that you should think they're real. And even if you're not on a hallucinogen, just because you see it doesn't mean that you should think that it's real. Then possibly get someone else to confirm it. Though we also get into mass delusions, which are a thing throughout history. Though I think a lot of the miracles we get are less mass delusions and more con artists. But do. Anyone else out there? We keep on saying that we're looking for theists to come help us give their best arguments for God, and if not,
San Z, you've
egg.
been up here for a while. Did you want to say something? Nope. But yeah, so in summary, religious experience is garbage. It's evidence of absolutely nothing because it can't differentiate imagination from reality. Novel predictions can because the future isn't determined by culture. And so if you can accurately predict the future, then it's evidence your hypothesis corresponds to reality and not just your imagination. Very simple. Eric, what is up?
Hiya, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, well, I'm an atheist, but T-Jump, do you remember that conversation you had in a church where you were debating in a church?
There's several times.
Okay.
Like my first live debate with Stephen Worthy, where we were in a church doing the live debate.
I think it was that one. Yeah. So I think he was trying to bring up the argument of many arguments.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't really understand what he was trying to say when he said you've got basically no argument proves God, but if you take each argument which fails individually, collectively it's a good argument. And I was just trying to understand what he meant. And do you think what he meant was something like a simultaneous equation where
well, what he meant was that
know,
even though that each argument individually doesn't add up to anything, if you add up all of the little bits together, they add up to something. So like if each argument was like a 1% piece of evidence and you add up 10 arguments, then you have 10% evidence or something. And so the argument for many arguments is a technical argument, which I think he misunderstood. So if you actually Google the argument for many arguments, there's a paper on it, and it's an argument about probabilities in, like, using an analogy between pulling white and black pebbles out of a jar or something. And so if the arguments count as some evidence and you add up a bunch of these together, then that could cumulatively be evidence of the hypothesis. So like if you have the prediction that there's a bunch of, I don't know, white or 50% white and 50% black marbles in a jar, and you pull out 10 and 5 are white and 5 are black, that'd be evidence of your hypothesis or whatever. But if you only pull out 1 that's black and 9 that's white, well, that could still be evidence of your hypothesis, because it could still be the case that there's 50% white and 50% black in the jar. You just happen to pull out 9 white ones in a row. And so if you can add more experiments pull out more sets, and eventually it could technically even out over time. And that's like the argument for many arguments, is that each philosophical argument is like pulling out 1 black and 9 white. But if you take the cumulative case of them or something, then they can balance out to be more evidence. That's his argument for the argument for many arguments. It's a terrible argument. It's absolute garbage. Does not work.
Yes.
But
Okay. But theoretically, it would work if one of the arguments actually pulled its weight.
yes, so if one of the arguments actually did like a 9 black instead of a 9 white, then that would balance out the equation to show, yeah, you'd be justified in believing 50-50.
Okay. And then, do you know of any arguments that are out there that acknowledge the fact that all of these arguments are garbage,
No.
but try and add it up to actually make a case?
No, they're all garbage. All of their arguments are garbage.
So Graham Oppie says that even if you like your arguments and they like their arguments, and your arguments sort of cancel out in the sense that based on your priors, they're only mostly persuading people who already agree with them, you can still just do abduction and basically metaphysical naturalism, or at least methodological naturalism, and some kind of minimal ontology that doesn't require gods or the supernatural wins on abductive grounds. It's not that like any particular philosophical argument is going to convince a theist or an atheist necessarily, but it's that theism does zero explanatory power. Explanatory power is like completely provided absent theism, and so then theism is just a superfluous hypothesis. And substitute theism for dualism, panpsychism, whatever. I mean, panpsychism might explain something, but the things it's supposed to explain are things like the hard problem of consciousness, which probably is just a mistake in the first place or whatever.
Okay. And just one more little comment on this. Have you guys played Cluedo? Or you know roughly how Cluedo works? It's like you need to know who did the murder and the weapon.
Oh,
and
yeah. I remember that game. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like to actually win the game, you need to get 6 arguments right or something like that, and you put it all together. So point being is, with the case for God, there might not actually be proof with which is like one thing. You actually need to put it all together to actually make a case. So I was just trying to think if there's anything out there that tries to do that.
Well, yeah, they try to do that
Like,
with the cumulative case argument. So, like, they try to combine the cosmological, the teleological, the moral, the ontological into one cohesive, big case for God.
Yeah. But if you can explain everything with naturalism, it's not a case.
Right. So every single one of them, like if there were 10 arguments and each of the 10 arguments had 10 different explanations. So one was leprechauns, one was unicorns, one was fairies, one was potatoes, whatever. And then there was one explanation that was less good, but explained all of them. So like say there's argument 1 is best explained by leprechauns. Leprechauns explains it with 80%, and God explains it with 20%. So leprechauns is better in this case. And then there's a second argument that's best explained by unicorns, 80%, God 20%, and et cetera, et cetera. And then you have like 10 arguments. Well, then the one God that explains each of these with 20% might be better than the 10 individual things that explains each individual argument with 80%. And they try to make this kind of a case by adding something like the moral argument to the teleological argument. So if the moral argument works for God and it gives us a reason to believe there's some kind of a God who would intentionally create conscious agents, and then we look at the teleological argument and say, oh, look, our universe is finely tuned for conscious agents. We could say that the combination of the moral argument, which gives us a reason to believe there is a designer for intelligence, is a combined piece of evidence with the teleological argument, which indicates God more than naturalism, because naturalism only explains the fine tuning, but doesn't explain the moral argument, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. That you see, that's a much better argument than I've heard for the whole year. Listening to theist arguments, I think. But yeah,
And they've had thousands of years.
I know, but it's like most arguments are just predictable. So the least predictable argument is probably where you try and mash them together.
No, the least predictable argument is shapes and colors prove Jesus. That one was the least predictable.
You know, I had a little chat with one of my friends the other day, and he said, you can't explain why you erect in the morning, therefore God. But he said it in yeah, something along those lines.
It's also a calendar guy who says that the reason that we have a 7-day cycle therefore proves Jesus.
Oh, I had that guy on. That one was a pain.
Anyway, so thanks a lot for hearing me out, and I'll let you guys get on. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Cheers.
Thank you, Gary.
By the way, do we have a text chat this week?
I have no. I
trying
never
to find it.
set one up, so I don't even know how to set one up.
Can other people see our Atheist Call-In Show's text channel? Like if you click open chat, can they see it so I can at least post
Yes,
it?
I can.
Well,
Also, what's that
we're
mix?
mods, so we can see it, but I don't know if
We can post.
Oh, that's
It might not be
true.
able to access it.
I
Yeah,
have no idea. We can just put it like general or something. I don't know. That's a taco
it'll
question.
get disappeared instantly.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's like the general within B, but that's why I love it. Sending love out there, general chat.
Yeah. Hey, Amy. Hey, T-Jump.
What's up?
Who have we got?
Anyone? To say anyone else out there, don't see any hands up, which means we need people to come on down and defend God.
Even though God is perfectly able to defend himself if he exists.
Debatable.
Hey,
He lost that wrestling match with that guy. Had to grab him by the balls, so it's debatable.
That's true, and he couldn't overcome Iron Chariot, so there's that.
I mean, think about it, the Bible is his great recording ups. You know, he couldn't get it with story 1, messed up with Adam and Eve, and then this thing with towers. Like, I don't know if it's a size thing, but
He was offended its size is greater than his.
yeah.
Incidentally, I just was watching a great video called like Jericho, the oldest city in the world or something. And it goes into the enormous history of the site that is called Jericho that goes to 10,000 BC and is contemporary to, or maybe prior to, Göbekli Tepe and the other like Anatolian sites in Turkey of the first monumental architecture. But this has been a continuously occupied city in cycles where people have like been wiped out and resettled it and wiped out and resettled it and built walls, and the walls got destroyed and built walls and the walls got destroyed. But there was another site in that region, and I want to say it's called like Tel Magia or something. I'll find the name. But there were 5 towers there. So way before the Tower of Babel, there was a site in like the 10,000 BC era with 5 towers on it. That kind of blew my mind, just in the ancient architecture history stuff. I didn't know that anything that complex structurally was a thing, but towers have been around for a long time.
The Egyptians would take offense to that.
I think this is
Yeah, but they're like thousands of years later.
the Egyptians-
They're very young civilization compared to these 10,000 BC-ish structures.
Well, it's amazing that they've found religious relics that date to like the 100,000 years ago.
What were those?
there was
Are we talking about like the Venus?
Yes,
Venus
yes, you know
statue?
exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how far they go back, but yeah, those are amongst the oldest.
I don't think that was 10,000.
All I wanted to say was,
Or no,
I hear
you see, it says
Jericho's
100. Yeah, it
great
definitely wasn't
neighborhood.
100,000 because that's
Right. That was an over exaggeration on my part.
Okay, so Venus stuff goes back to 35,000.
That's crazy.
There's a Wikipedia article on Venus figurines. There's a whole bunch of these all over the world.
because 100,000 was like one of the early hypothesis of humans evolving. 100,000, the earliest humans.
And that is also the time frame in which we almost went extinct, right?
I don't remember when that was because it's the debate is 1 to 200,000 is when modern humans.
900,000. Yeah, 900,000 years ago, almost all humans were wiped out.
And creationists, young Earth variety are off by 99%. If someone said, I'm going to put $6,000 in your bank account or 4.5 billion, it might be a difference.
Yeah, but that's assuming God didn't change the speed of light.
Listen, when you believe in magic.
Anybody else? Questions, comments, God, philosophy, politics, potatoes.
Hiya, I'm back.
Hey,
So, as we were on the topic of evolution and stuff, do you remember that evolution debate you had with Dinosaur Man?
that doesn't narrow it down.
I think it was Ken, because your argument, Ken Hovind.
Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah. So, I think in a nutshell, you were trying to say, hey, we can use DNA to prove that your son came from you.
Yes,
And then he said,
Kent,
oh yeah,
Kent
I get
produced a
that.
non-Kent.
Correct. But then he said, oh, even though that's true, you can't use this to prove we came from an amoeba. And then it made me think. Do you remember you said we can use testimony evidence to be evidence for things that we know exist, like things like dogs, but we can't use testimony to
For
prove the
unicorns?
supernatural? Yeah, exactly. So I think he thinks that amoeba to humans is a unicorn, and therefore you can't use DNA to prove that. I think I just made a better argument than he did, but I think he just couldn't understand it, and that's why he didn't take that as evidence.
Sure, I think I would
Um,
agree that he sees amoebas to man to be like unicorns in the same way that I think
Yes.
unicorns are non-novel predictionable stuff. But we have made novel predictions that confirm the DNA patterns in single cellular organisms to be related to humans. And so if we made the same predictions about unicorns, that'd be evidence of unicorns.
Yeah, but you see how he thinks it's like testimony evidence, where it's only evidence for things that we know exist, but
it's like
things that we can't.
challenging. It's like challenging a field by saying, "I don't understand this field," or "I'm skeptical of this field." Everyone in the field doesn't think it's exceptional, but you're outside of the field. Although the creationists do have their own version of science, but
Literally
they're
everybody at the Discovery Institute.
Well, I
Right.
think Garrick
But-
is making a slightly different point here. He's making an analogy between my distinction between things that have an empirical basis versus things that don't, and saying that Kent uses the same distinction but just doesn't realize it, and he thinks that because we have an empirical basis for seeing people come from people, Kent's son come from Kent or whatever, those kinds of things he puts in the class of things that have an empirical basis, and the kinds of things like an amoeba from human he puts in the class that I would put unicorns in. He just doesn't realize it. Something like that.
And I not only agree with what he said, but it's also a misunderstanding from the creationist side. Amoeba is a type of look and a type of movement for how an organism forms. But there are amoeba in every single class. There are fungi amoeba, animal amoeba, there are plant amoeba, and single-celled types. And so this is actually what we would expect from our ancestors, a common ancestor, have a breaking point. And to say it just looks silly is silly.
Yeah, but you
Yep.
can't explain every step, Amy. So there, gotcha, atheists.
And blobfish looks silly.
Yeah, I think it's just you need to explain how, well, have a proper class about how DNA actually proves stuff, and then show them how it can prove further back in the field with things we don't know exist. Well, you know what I mean. But it's a long process. Just to do that in an argument when they don't take that as evidence, I don't think, you can't win. You can't convince them.
Well, I think that works for some, but I
Unless-
don't think that would work for Kent Hovind.
Yeah. Also, one other little question about Kent. Do you actually think he believes what he says, or do you think he's just grifting?
Yeah, I think he believes what he says.
And we meet people all the time who are convinced about this stuff, so it's more plausible that they're all serious than that the majority of them are making it up.
Yeah, but he talks pretty intelligently for for what he says.
No, he most certainly does not.
I don't think the ability
Welcome,
to
Carlos.
articulate English sentences is an indicator of rationality.
And I
I
think
mean,
the
that-
greatest
that's
ability of
true.
creationists is to say stupid things with confidence.
Oh, okay. Good point. Anyway, yeah, I'll go again, and thanks for hearing me out.
Yep.
Carlos, welcome. You're currently muted. You got to unmute yourself.
Hey, TJ. Hi, guys. How's it going?
All right. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Pretty good.
Loud and clear.
Howdy, howdy.
I'm good. Well, I'm just getting over COVID, so I'm not 100%, but bear with me. Yeah, TJ, last time we spoke, we were discussing foundationalism, and I said, we established that if you take the cogito as foundational, then it overcomes the arbitrary problem with foundationalism.
Sort of. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So like the whole Agrippa's trilemma, when we're trying to answer questions about the fundamental nature of reality, we could use the trilemma in the same way, like the structure of the trilemma, to try and answer the nature of reality, so that reality could either be foundational, it could be an infinite regress, or some kind of circularity. Do you agree?
Sure. Like the origin of the universe could be infinite regress, could be circular in some time way, or it could be a necessary being kind of a thing. Sure.
Right. Okay. So if we take a foundationist view for this question, and is there any way you can avoid the arbitrary problem? Can you make a claim about something about the external world that isn't arbitrary?
Well, the arbitrary problem is an epistemic problem. And if we're talking about the fundamental nature of reality, that's an ontology question. So I don't think you could, if we're talking about like some fundamental nature of reality that is foundational, I don't think there's an epistemic way to know that it's foundational just by thinking about it. No, we're going to be arbitrary if we're trying to see the foundational thing and then know it's foundational. Then that would be, I don't think there's any way to know it's foundational without having some kind of an arbitrary criterion there. So when you're trying to bridge the epistemology of how do we know it's the foundational thing with the actual fact of the matter that it is the foundational thing, that's probably going to lead to some kind of epistemic arbitrariness.
Right. Do you think it will bottom out at a brute fact, whatever the foundational thing is?
Yep.
I think you
Right.
can make a slightly better case than just that it's a brute fact, which is that you can say, if you take the fountarentist position that Hack does, you can say that what makes it an acceptable foundation isn't just its appealingness as a seeming starting point, but the fact that it withstands all attempts at eliminating errors and is still seemingly foundational at the end of that process. Because it seems like you could make a mistake about your foundation at the outset, and you could end up changing what you think is foundational if you found information that caused you to doubt what your original foundational belief was. But you're not doing so in an arbitrary, circular way if you're doing so with the basis of reality being the arbiter of what does or doesn't hold up, right?
Right.
How would that apply to the
So, like,
ontology?
there's any-
So like, because right now the question is how, because the same trilemma can be applied to epistemology and ontology. So whatever the fundamental nature of reality is could ontologically be a foundational thing, circular thing, or an infinite regress thing. How would you make the foundationism a kind of an ontology? Because we're trying to bridge the epistemic trilemma with an ontological trilemma. Like, was the fundamental nature of reality a foundational necessary being, circular, like created itself, or infinite regress of just universes or gods or whatever? What would a foundationist epistemology look like if you converted it to an ontology?
Well, it includes ontology in the sense that it includes inference about empirical facts as part of it.
So like the conversation me and Carlos are having is that if you take the Agrippa's trilemma epistemically, there's three ways to epistemically ground knowledge: foundationalism, coherentism, whatever the other ones are, and foundationism is another option there. But there's an analogy you can make between the epistemic usages and the ontology of the fundamental nature of reality. So the ontology of the fundamental nature of reality could be three things. It could be a necessary being, which would be analogous to foundationalism in epistemology, or it could be an infinite regress, which would be analogous to infinitism in epistemology, or it could be something that created itself, which would be analogous to
Oh,
circular
yeah.
reasoning. And so the question was, can you have a foundational ontology that isn't arbitrary? Because you can have a foundational epistemology that isn't arbitrary, which is the cogito. And I don't think you can. And it's an interesting idea, though. If we take foundationalism as an epistemology, would that also have an analogous ontology?
I think it may in causal set theory. Like, I'm still new to this. I've been talking to Sako a lot about this stuff, but like causal set theory entails like a directionality of time, which is called C theory of time, and the idea that there is no fundamental field. There are just like relata in a set that are causal on each other, but there's no like starting point or end point or anything that's more fundamental than anything else. It's quite confusing, but the idea is that it's just a relation between all these sets of things that is what constitutes reality. This kind of similar to Sean Carroll's idea of like just Hilbert spaces of eigenvalues rather than the fields, and the fields arise from it. But his view also entails Everett, which is the multiverse
Many worlds hypothesis.
interpretation. Yeah. So I mean, I think that any claim about the fundamental nature of reality is currently undetermined, because you're not going to be able to settle which quantum mechanical interpretation is true. Most of the like cosmologies are connected to one or more quantum mechanical interpretation. But we can at least, I think we present them as candidate models and say one of these might be the true one.
But I like that. I think that you're right, that would be a good analogy for the foundationalism, to take the kind of like interdeterminate systems, like the set theory ones, that would fit as a good analogy for the epistemic foundationalism. I think that's a good catch. I have not thought about that before.
Yeah. It's very confusing, and the more I read about it, the less I understand it currently. But it's just causal sets all the way down. Maybe
that would fit with the.
Do you think there's any
the crossword puzzle thing?
I didn't realize that you guys were trying to take it there. I thought you were just talking about reasoning about ontology, because I think like what I think the cogito provides is a good starting point. What I think it doesn't require to be a good starting point is that it be the end point for it to be a good starting point. Right. It's the most justified starting point. I would agree with that.
So his question was specifically that for foundationalism, by using the cogito, because each of the trilemmas has a problem with it. Circular reasoning is circular; it can just be anything. Foundationalism is arbitrary, and infinitism, I forgot what the one was that. But each one of the trilemmas has a problem, which is why they're not universally accepted. And the problem with foundationalism is arbitrariness. And I try to solve the arbitrariness problem because my foundational epistemological starting point is the cogito, which is not arbitrary. It's not arbitrary to start with the fact that you exist. And his question was, could you do the same when we analogize the trilemma to ontology? Can you also find the same solution to a foundationalist ontology? I don't think you can. And that was his main question.
Yeah, I think though that you can say about your methodology for trying to understand what the cosmology turns out to be, that it could be that you're using a meta-optimal heuristic, basically. In other words, induction, amongst other things, is meta-optimal, even if it's, as Hume says, not guaranteed to be right. It can just be meta-optimal. And the foundationalism approach to, okay, you start with cogito, but your goal is to question even that, even if that sounds silly. But as long as you are engaged in the most rigorous, most comprehensive error elimination methodology available at the time, and even upgrading that, what matters is that there is a reality that you're investigating that determines whether you have to eliminate or find contradictory one or more of your beliefs about that reality. That's like the crossword puzzle's pre-designed answers. It's just, that's reality. As long as you're investigating some kind of reality that seems to have stability to it, then your error elimination should arrive at the end at still thinking the cogito is right. If you had the correct starting point, you'll be able to prove that by testing it. And if you don't, then that's okay, because you'll find an even better one to replace it with, but at least you're on the best methodological track.
I think, like, my question was, how do you translate that into ontology? So when I say that, I mean, like, the precepts use the Thomists use the divine aseity. There's this property of divine aseity, and if something had this property, then we could know it's the most foundational thing without, it wouldn't be arbitrary anymore, because there's this divine aseity property or something. And so I think when Carlos is asking about, is there an analogous ontological foundationalism where we can have a non-arbitrariness starting point, he's asking, is there such a property, kind of like aseity, that we could discover in a thing that would show that we would be justified in believing it is a foundational starting point that isn't just a brute fact? And I don't know what that would mean. And I wouldn't, and then in taking the foundationalism view, and we're translating that into an ontology like the set theory thing, what kind of property would, what kind of like ontological property would foundationalism convert to in this analogy space? I don't know. Because like, my solution of the cogito would then be analogized to something like aseity, where there's some actual property that we could discover in the universe that would be like, once we've discovered it, we have a non-arbitrary thing that's like, this is the property of the foundationalism thing. But I have no idea how to translate that into foundationalism to the set theory thing.
I think idealists think that they have that, because idealists think that you think, therefore you are, and thinking is the fundamental thing of the universe, and they think that they're right because it's so fundamental, and you can't deny that it at least exists in our case.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think
until it's not, right?
Yeah.
Well, anybody else? Questions, comments? Oh, Gravitron, what did you got for us? Gravitron.
Oh, hey. So I was gonna ask like a question about God, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right.
His favorite color is.
I was gonna ask. So I was gonna ask, do you guys think there is any truth in the sentiment that God could possibly exist because we are unable to independently verify what was the cause of the universe and its origin? And since we can't prove God to be fake and verifying him being fake as like a falsity, is it proper to believe he is real and exists? Or do you guys just think that's a classic on God of the Gaps fallacy?
I think that it would be God of the Gaps. I think the last thing you said there, like, is it rational to believe God exists? I would say it's equally as rational to believe God exists as it is to believe Santa Claus exists, which would be no, it's not rational, because even though you can make up a hypothesis to explain stuff, unless you can provide evidence that it's not just a figment of your imagination, then it's unreasonable to believe it, just like it's unreasonable to believe Santa Claus or leprechauns or fairies exist.
Yeah, that makes sense. It was actually interesting because if we're gonna say that like let's say that theism is false based on evidence present or like not, and since that like there's like no evidence or like lack thereof of like disproving God's existence, I guess you could make an argument for that, but it's gonna fall into a lot of like logical like errors though.
Well, so I think that would be a burden of proof fallacy, like saying, well, you can't prove God doesn't exist, therefore I'm rationally justified in believing he does, would be like saying you can't prove Santa Claus doesn't exist, therefore I'm rational in believing Santa Claus exists. Unless you have positive evidence that your hypothesis is independent of your imagination, then it is rational for people to believe it's just a figment of your imagination.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I see the error in that. That's actually pretty funny.
Also, the thing that God is supposed to explain, like the origin of natural things, God itself is an explainable natural thing with natural origins that we have good explanatory power for. And if you just explain the history of belief in religion in a natural sense, you get a much more detailed step-by-step justification for every one of the concepts that are attributed to God being explainable by humans struggling ad hoc to explain why their God is so capricious, why the problem of evil is so seemingly incongruent with any kind of a good God, and so on. All those struggles have a detailed history that's just as well understood as like the history of
Santa Claus.
political philosophies or the history of economics or the history of any other phenomena.
Santa Claus.
So God is a natural phenomenon. Yeah, I mean, we know Santa Claus in terms of how the story changed from Sinterklaas, from a Saint Nicholas, who alleged. The funny story about Santa Claus, by the way, is Saint Nicholas, the Christian saint, is supposed to have struck Arius in the face with a punch because he was so angry at the Arian controversy during the Council of Nicaea. So not only is Santa Claus a superhero who delivers children presents, he also punches heretics.
That would make the story so much better. We need to add that into the modern capitalistic Santa. Santa punches people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's one of his earliest accomplishments in the Christian history.
Have you guys-
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go for it.
Sure, but go check out that movie where
All
Bad
right.
Santa, where Santa Claus does punch people.
This is going to be the future Santa. It's going to be Bad Santa with what's his name? Forgot that actor's name. He's hilarious. Go ahead, mathematician.
Okay. Thank you. So I've done magic mushrooms, and like there are certain experiences I had that like are not coherent with the reality that is presented before me on a daily basis. How am I supposed to like incorporate that with my understanding of what is true and what is not?
So the first thing would be you would probably want to find some way to differentiate which one of your experiences is just in your imagination, which ones correspond to reality. So I would say make testable predictions would be your best bet. So if you can make predictions about the future consistently, then whichever hypothesis allows you to do that is the one you should believe. So if you believe the magic mushroom world is real and the world that you're experiencing now is fake or something, then you should be able to predict or make some kind of predictions about what you learn about the magic mushroom world that you could then apply. And if you can use that to get your predictions correct consistently, then you have a reason to believe the magic mushroom world is real. Or vice versa, if you can use your current experiences of this world to make successful novel predictions about like things you would see in the mushroom world, or vice versa, things you'd see in this world, and you can get it right, that's good reason to believe your hypothesis about this world is real. And so whichever one allows you to make novel predictions about the future and get it right consistently are the ones you should believe are independent of your imagination. Because if you could predict the future, what determines the future isn't your imagination, it's reality. And so if you can get the predictions right, then it's a good reason to believe your hypothesis corresponds to reality and not just your imagination.
But my imagination is something that like it's kind of weird to like group in my imagination, which has existed my whole life, and I have a pretty good understanding of like how it differentiates itself from or how it's different from the real world. But like the experience I had with magic mushrooms felt as though like it wasn't me trying to change what is real, but like reality changed before me. And so that was like a different type of experience, and it feels like you're treating that the same as though if I just made it up.
Well, so everything starts as made up. Everything starts as this is a thing that is an idea in your head. All ideas literally start as concepts in your imagination. And then you need to go the extra step. There's another step after that, which is if this is more than a concept in my imagination, how do I differentiate it from imagination? That's where you make novel predictions. So every experience starts as it's an imaginary concept in your head. And then you apply those and say, well, what if this is more than that? What if this idea is more than just an imaginary concept in my head and actually corresponds to reality? How would I show that? Well, you make novel predictions. If this experience is real, here's what I would expect to see in the future. Make tests, and if you get it right, that's a good reason to believe whatever hypothesis you built based off of your experience corresponds to reality and isn't just something in your head.
And
But here's my
No,
issue
no.
with that, right? Like, is if I do magic mushrooms, I can predict based off of like experiment, my own personal, repetition of consuming magic mushrooms. I can predict that I'll probably see fractals. Like there are certain common experiences I have that I think are actually predictable. I don't, and
Can I
so
just set up what you're saying? Because I wanted to just separate out. That is, there's some things that I think people can get from hallucinogens, taking magic mushrooms, and there are some things that I don't think that we can prove. And so I guess my question, just to send it right back, of what can you prove? Because I think that if at the end of the day I took magic mushrooms and then I learned that we really do need to work together, okay, that's probably a real thing. But it's like I took magic mushrooms and now I believe that mushroom land is real. Well, then we're going right back to everything that T-Jump just said. And so,
sure,
what
but
is it we can predict?
But I define reality to be the present moment that is presented before me. And so, like, that's the only thing I can go off of, right? Is the universe that is presented before me. And when that universe changes in a predictable way, for example, by doing magic mushrooms, I see fractals, then like the fractals become a part of the universe that is presented before me in a certain condition.
Well, so
It sounds like you're confusing experience with reality, or like phenomenology with reality.
Well,
Because
that's the
I don't.
thing is, yeah, I understand that, yes, but the thing is, like, ultimately, there are experiences that I have outside of reality, and that's not like imagination is an experience I have within reality, and it does conform to the rules that reality sets before me. But
The
like when
experience is
I
real, but the things represented in the experience have no correlation or referent in the real world, right? Like you can have a real experience.
I don't know that because I don't know that because I know I'm not the one who consented for those imaginations.
So that's his question. Like, if we wake up in the Matrix one day and you're in the pod, how do you tell which world is real? That's the question. And the magic mushrooms is one of the options. So like,
well, it's not which one is real. I think that could be that like an extension of what is real, not necessarily like this dichotomy.
So I wanted to clarify, when I say novel predictions, novel means new. So if you've taken magic mushrooms and you see fractals, predicting that you will see fractals the next time you take them isn't a novel prediction. That's predicting the thing you've already seen. So it's like predicting the sun will rise tomorrow, not a novel prediction. Right. But if you could say, take magic mushrooms and predict the lottery numbers and win the lottery and get $1 million and buy a Ferrari, that would be great evidence that something in the fractal world is real. Something in the fractal world corresponds to reality, because you can use that to then make predictions in this world. So I don't know which one's real, which one's more real, but if you can use,
well, it's not just predictions. It just seems like you're not your bar is novel predictions and not just predictions.
Correct. Novel, testable predictions.
But like there does seem to be like this middle ground between things that definitely don't have any predictive power and things that do, but not necessarily in the way that are novel.
What? I didn't. So I don't think if it has predictive power in
ways. If I do magic,
so just to clarify,
if I do magic mushrooms, I can predict that I'm going to see fractals.
Right.
And you're saying, well, that's not novel.
Yeah.
But like to me, I mean, I think it is, but
I think he's saying that you have to be able to predict something while seeing the fractals based on your magic mushroom experience that has some bearing outside of the magic mushroom experience.
Well, no, that was just an example. So
like,
I wasn't being that specific. So like you could make predictions in the magic, say you're in the magic mushroom world and you make novel predictions and you get them right. That would count as evidence too, in some sense. But I want to be, yeah, it's true that just being able to make predictions is nothing. Like I can predict the sun will rise tomorrow. Let's say I think the magic flying spaghetti monster is a real god that actually governs the universe with his tentacly appendage, and he's going to make the sun rise tomorrow. Now, we're not going to accept that as evidence because everybody already expects the sun to rise tomorrow. It's something we already know. It's something we've already seen our entire lives. Every day the sun comes up. Being able to predict the same thing will happen that's already happened isn't evidence of anything, because everyone can already do that for every hypothesis ever. Everyone's going to predict the sun's going to rise tomorrow because we already think that's going to happen. It's already ingrained in us. So if something is already the pattern that we've already seen, that's not evidence for anything. It's what everyone's going to expect no matter what. What is evidence is to predict something we don't expect. So if you predict the sun's going to rise tomorrow and it's going to be purple, and you have some hypothesis to explain this, like the magic flying spaghetti monster, and tomorrow the sun rises and it's purple, that would be great evidence because it's something new, something nobody else predicted. And so that's why novel predictions, predicting something we've never seen before, something that's new, is good evidence.
But how can you say that like seeing fractals is not novel?
Because you've already seen fractals while taking mushrooms. It's already happened.
And I don't.
Well, and
really
to some
get-
degree, we can understand what the mechanism is that's causing that. It's your brain.
Right. So then we can accept that, like maybe we can say that it's within our own reality that, like, if we consume magic mushrooms, then we will see fractals. But like, then that like begs the question of like, what is the ontology of these fractals if there is like a predictive nature here?
Well, the predictive nature again would have to be novel. So if you can predict you'll see fractals, that's just you're just explaining already known phenomenon. But if you predict you take magic mushrooms and then you'll see future events that will take place that you can predict, and you can write them down and confirm these, and that happens, and in your hypothesis it's that the magic fractals are fundamental natures of reality that you're seeing, and they are connected to strings that will tell you the future or something, and you get the predictions right that you made, then that could then be evidence of your hypothesis that the fractals are fundamental essence fractals or something. But until you can use,
I guess I see that same thing to be true for, you know, the cause and effect, that if you do magic mushrooms, then you will see fractals. And I do think that is a novel like claim, because like it's a predictable claim that we can, like, you know,
have you seen fractals
repeat.
in the past when you took magic mushrooms?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not novel. It's already happened. It's something that's happened in the past. Novel means new, things that have not happened in the past.
But I also don't get like what the claim is, other than you see shapes that have.
Well,
patterns.
no, the thing I'm trying to get at is it seems as though that because these fractals are predictable in somewhat, that like they have some sort of, or they correspond to reality, and that because they're predictive in nature, like we can do certain things and then get this effect as a result, and we can do that in a lab. Then like that begs the question: what is the ontology of the experiences that people have? And I was
It's a
just wondering.
neurological.
Right. We're just trying to determine the.
But couldn't it just be possible?
But it's
that
interesting
your
to me that
brain-
it is, yeah, your brain doing, you know, playing tricks on you or whatever, right? But it's like, to me, it's weird to just put that in the same category as imagination land.
But couldn't it just be that your brain, when you take magic mushrooms, just makes fractals?
Sure, that would be pretty cool to know. That still begs the question, like, what is the ontology of
This
these
can happen
fractals?
on other psychedelics.
No, but what I'm trying to get at though is like, if that's true, then when it probably is, right? Then like, you know, normally when we can make predictions about the universe, we know somewhat about the ontology of the thing that we're looking at, like where it is or what it is or whatever, right? Like, what is the descriptive nature, or the nature of fractals, given that they're something that can be predicted?
It could be an evolutionary biological trait, something that the brain evolved over time as a protective mechanism.
So I think part of what you're experiencing is the sort of ontological realness illusion effect that these experiences bring. I'll post a link in Religion's chat, and I'll DM you a paper. It's called An Ontology of Psychedelic Entity Experiences in Evolutionary Psychology and Neurophenomenology.
Well, that's a great, yeah, send me that.
Yeah. Because I definitely hear these exact words essentially from people after having really powerful psychedelic experiences, especially with DMT. They say something like, these things that I experienced felt realer than my everyday real world experience. In other words, there's a sensation of like hyper-realism in a weird way with these
Exactly.
like
Can
peak
I? Can I?
psychedelic experiences. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say like the difference is like when this the thing the problem I have with like categorizing this with like imagination land is like when people say they have like religious experiences or just like they have like these experiences where they're communicating with God, we know, right, that they're just making that up, right? Whereas like when you do magic mushrooms, like I literally see the fractals and I just don't feel like I'm lying.
I think you're underestimating the kind of similarity between those two, and the history of what produces those kinds of like religious experiences is often includes psychedelics, but it includes other forms of mental causation. So, for instance, fasting, sleep deprivation, repetitive chanting, which is a breath. When you repetitively chant and do things like that, you essentially are starving your brain of oxygen. All of these things have, initially very mild psychotropic effects, but in very large doses, like being highly sleep deprived, being, highly starved of food, being like highly oxygen deprived. Eventually, they start to have genuinely noticeable psychotropic effects. So all of these things, like rhythmic dancing, like hyperexertion, all of these things are basically pharmacologically equivalent at a certain level of effect to certain substances.
There goes my Groupon for rhythmic dancing.
Yeah.
It feels wrong that that's the case though, because like it genuinely like it's just weird when like the universe that's presented before you completely changes without your consent. Like I remember I used to be religious and I remember like I would ad hoc change the past to like account for the lies that I was making. But like, the whole universe that was presented before me was manipulated by a drug. And when that happens, it's like it feels weird to put that in the same category. It doesn't feel like it should be the same category.
Because it actually took place.
Yeah, so a lot of these beliefs
Right,
are
because like I
rooted
can
in
genuinely
people.
say like from the and maybe you guys think I'm a liar, but like the things I saw just like were really weird.
It's
You're not alone.
It's
No, I don't think you're a liar at all.
But I've also had psychedelic experiences, and so I
Same.
know what it's like to get your consciousness knocked off. Where I would just differ is that I don't think that it's trying to show us an underlying truth to the universe. I just think that we can, by having our consciousness knocked around a little bit, it allows us to see, hey, it doesn't have to be the static linear thing. But I think as long as you're not saying it's something supernatural, and if it was anything that you were, well, I guess
Well, I'm not saying it's supernatural. What I'm saying is that it's like a part of the set of experiences that I've had that I just can't like pretend I didn't have those experiences.
Well, so my question would be is why do you think having an experience is a good representation of reality? Why do you think we should trust experiences at all?
Because it's like the only thing I really have to judge whether or not what is true, what is not, right?
And we know lots of people have experiences that aren't true, right?
Right. Yeah. But like, for example, prayer, right, is like supposed to be this back and forth between a human and God, and like these people do that all the time, and they bow their heads, they close their eyes, and they pretend like they do this, but in reality, that's not what happens. And when they become
Well, it
atheists,
does
a lot of them
actually.
say it's just
There are specifically epileptics have conversations with God where God talks back. It's an actually known thing. So from their perspective, they ask a question and they hear in their head a voice giving them an answer back.
Are you referring to schizophrenics?
Maybe.
Or is
maybe.
it?
I think
So there's an overlap. So epileptics tend to see lights, and schizophrenics tend to hear voices. And there's a Venn diagram of like schizophrenic epileptics who see lights and voices that they attribute being from the same source.
Yep. Well, so there's lots of examples of these people who genuinely see these things, genuinely hear these things, but we know they're not true. And so the question is just because you had an experience.
Well, at that point, this is where I have to stop you, because like I can say that like 99% of the prayer that I'm familiar with, or at least the people I knew, were just bullshitting. And I can understand maybe there's a sliver of people who like do actually genuinely have these experiences, but this is where I would stop you and say like, well then we can't really say we know that this is not true, in the sense that we can say that the other 99% of the prayers are not true.
Well, so I go
genuine.
further, and I'd say that we should just say all experience is false. Just because you have an experience doesn't tell us whether it's real or not. It tells us nothing, because there's a huge spectrum of experiences that happen for all kinds of reasons. And so just having an experience doesn't tell us whether or not it's false. We need something else. We need something in addition to the experience that gives us a reason to think, is this one of the real kinds or one of the fake
How do you know that? Okay, so I guess that does beg the question that you referenced earlier, which is like, how do you know that the reality that the truth is supposed to correspond to is the right one?
Right. That's the thing we're trying to figure out. What criteria can we use to differentiate imagination from reality, so that no matter how powerful an experience we have this extra criteria we can use to test whether or not that really powerful experience was one of the real things or one of the imaginary things. And the one I use is
yes, but like the tool that you use in the reality seems to also be a tool that can work within the magic mushroom world.
Well, if it does, then I'd count that as evidence. So my criterion is novel testable predictions, predicting something new that we've never seen before and accurately getting it correct repeatedly. If you can do that in the magic mushroom world, I'd be really impressed.
But we can, like, people who consume magic mushrooms see fractals at a large rate.
That's past prediction. That's not novel prediction. That's past prediction. Novel prediction means predict something we've never seen before and get it right. Predict something you haven't seen yet and get it right. So if you've already seen fractals, you're not making novel predictions, you're making past predictions.
And it would have to mean something.
Do you think, do you think the law of gravity, which is something that we observe all the time from the day we were born, is like a novel prediction?
No, a novel prediction would be like saying that light bends around the sun at a specific curvature rate, which is why Einstein won the Nobel Prize, or got his.
Right, but that's why there's a separation between like a law of gravity and a theory of gravity, right?
No, what?
Like, for example,
theory
the
is the
second
predictive model, which has explanatory scope and is empirically adequate and sort of covers all the cases and all the data. That's
right,
a theory.
but that's
yes.
but that,
In the case of gravity, the theories of gravity make predictions more accurately and more precisely than just the observation that things fall to the ground, right? So even though things falling to the ground was not novel, the like precise model that predicted how it worked did make novel testable predictions about exactly how things fall towards other things.
I was under the impression that something that we observe like 100% of the time that we measure it, like something like the second law of thermodynamics is something that we always observe. It's something that we've observed since we were, born.
What? No, so just observing something isn't evidence.
Well, that's a law of physics.
Observing something isn't evidence. What we say is we observe something, which is a data set, and then we say, if this data set is caused by my hypothesis, then I should be able to predict something else we haven't seen yet. So Einstein said, stuff falls. I think the stuff falling is caused by a curvature of space-time. If I'm right, then we'll be able to observe light curving around the sun at this rate. We'll be able to observe gravitational waves caused by black holes spinning together. We'll be able to observe gravitational waves through the LEGO experiments and how space and time.
Right, but at the time that Einstein gave these predictions, we didn't have the tools to be able to test those models. Right, we had to wait a few decades, right?
No, so he made these predictions, and then he himself went and took a telescope and measured the curvature of light around the sun. So he literally confirmed this. This was the reason, one of the primary reasons his theory was accepted was the prediction of the curvature of light around the sun that he predicted being confirmed. So it was Just the ability to explain the past data is a nothing. It's a nothing burger. We don't care. It's post hoc rationalization. We don't care. What is real evidence is the ability to predict in the future something new that we've never seen before and get it right. That's really exciting. We really like that in science. That's like, okay, we have real evidence now. And so past explaining the data is called post hoc rationalization. We don't really care. Future explaining data that we haven't seen yet, it's novel prediction.
Yeah, that was what I wanted to know. You're saying you're seeing fractals. Do you think that these fractals mean something? Like, let's say you look at a lamp while you're on magic mushrooms and you just see an endless spiral. What does that mean?
That means there are these spirals that exist, and I need to be able to like somehow explain them, hopefully. But I can't really.
Or it could be that when you trip, you just see fractals.
I would go further than that.
Sure,
I'd say
but that's still that still like begs the question of like, what are these fractals?
Well, so we know that when you take certain drugs that activate certain parts in the brain, the fractals that you see, there's actually a condition where people see that without drugs all the time. It's I forget what it's called. Oliver Sacks had it. It's a specific kind of a delusion where you see fractals and shapes on ceilings and walls all the time, no matter what.
Is that HPPD?
I don't remember what it's called. I remember Oliver Sacks had it. I can probably try to find it. But these diseases are stimulations of the visual cortex, and the visual cortex is what processes shapes and stuff. So like when you're imagining a square, literally your brain fires neurons in a square kind of a shape in your brain, in your visual cortex. And so if you get the right kind of drugs, it will of course cause you to see shapes and things that are common, colors, shapes, things that are very generic, usually not very specific.
I knew someone who had this condition personally. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Shapes. But we have a pretty good explanation of Charles Bonnet syndrome, maybe. But we have a pretty good explanation of why you see fractals when you take drugs. It's because your brain is activated in the most generic parts of your brain. The way it organizes data is it starts with generic things like shapes and angles and colors, and then builds on more specific properties after that. And so since your brain is being activated, the things that are going to be the most likely to fire are the most general ones that are the first series in the order of mental processing, which are shapes and colors and stuff. And that's why people see lots of shapes and colors when they do drugs.
Okay, so then let's assume that someone has this condition, and that basically the quote unquote reality that they live in is trying to convince him or her that like the reality that is presented before them isn't actually the real reality, right?
Like the Matrix, yeah.
So like for them, what would the correspondence theory of truth look like?
They would need to make novel predictions. They say, if the world isn't real and it's actually fake, then I should be able to interact with the other world, the shapes and colors world, in such a way that it would cause impacts on the other world, though the apparently real world. And if you could do that, that would be good evidence that the shapes and colors world would be more fundamental. So like if I could say I saw ones and zeros, saw the Matrix, and I was like, okay, so if I can read this and I can predict that stoplight's going to turn green in 3 seconds, and I can get it right every single time, then that's really good evidence that the ones and zeros I'm seeing are some causally more fundamental thing to the world around me. It's like, or if I could look at the ones and zeros and predict the lottery numbers, or if I could look at the ones and zeros and predict the bullet trajectories.
Yeah, I understand that, but like for the person who does have this condition, right? If they look at something that is dark, they might see like a bunch of bats and spiders. And if they want to do their own scientific experiment to like understand reality, then that's testable. They might like wait at certain times of the day and determine whether or not they see more bats and they find like, hey, there is this like correspondence between the bats that they experience and the time of day. And like, is that science, or is that just like still imaginary land?
Well, yeah, that would be like a prediction. Like if you will see more bats in your imaginary lands when at certain times of days, but then you would need to add on like hypotheses because this is some true fact of something. So you have what you just said is a data point that you would predict, but then you'd also need to add a hypothesis of why to that.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, though. Like, what is the why? And it just seems it would seem kind of weak just to say, well, you have this condition, right?
Right. Well, my why would be is that during certain times of day there are more mental associations. So the times of day that are socially associated with bats, which would be nighttime, or associations with things like bats, like looking at a Castlevania kind of a castle that's associated with bats or vampires, you're going to see more bats because the part of your brain where bats are stored in locally similar or relevant other neurons are being fired. Therefore, that neuron has more energy and it's going to get fired more often, and you're going to see more bats. So my explanation would be is
Well, here's
you'll see
another.
more bats in areas where bats are associated with, because that's a neurological firing that's occurring, which is causing this delusion. And if other neurons in the area are being fired regularly, then it will cause that one neuron to fire more regularly.
Okay, so let's assume that's all true, and that's a good explanation or a productive explanation. Would you? How would that person assign the following statement? That bats exist when it's nighttime.
What?
That like these dark bats that they supposedly hallucinate are actually real to them, and it corresponds to truth.
Okay, so for that,
They don't
they would need to make a
exist.
novel
They just
prediction.
see them.
They would need, in order to justify the belief that those bats that they're seeing actually exist, then they would need to have some kind of effect that the bats would have on the other world that they're having, or have future predictions in this delusion world. So like if you can say, if these spirit bats exist that I see, then when that person walks into them, they're going to faint or something, or going to get hit by the bats. The bats are going to suck their blood or something. And if that happens and this person falls over and has a bunch of bite marks of bats or something and goes to the hospital, that's great evidence that your spirit bats are real. So if you can use the spirit
Okay,
bats.
so let me give you a different hypothetical. What if, like, according to this theory, then, like, if we take a real torch and light it on fire and then hold it up to the shadows, then we'll be able to see less bats. That seems like there would be an interaction between the real world and this imaginary land.
Sure, yeah, you could definitely make predictions.
Does that mean those bats are real to the person?
You're just talking about things that change the phenomenology of the person. Like if you want to make a novel
Correct.
testable
That's
prediction,
also what T-Jump is saying, I think.
right? But if you want to make a novel testable prediction about it having a meaningful, like causal effect that you can explain something with, you would do something like, can other people see the bats? Can other people touch the bats? This is how we have always distinguished between hallucinations and reality. We use intersubjective comparison to talk to multiple subjects and see if they see the same thing. If it is not,
okay. So this is kind of why science cannot be done in a like by one person can't do science. Basically, is what you're saying.
yeah, yeah. So for us to establish
That's why we have
reality
the peer review process.
Well, I disagree. So lots of
Well,
scientists do science on their own all the time. Like that's how lights and colors and infrared was discovered and X-rays were discovered. But so you could, if you were, suppose you were on your own and you're trying to discover these spirit bats exist or something. Would it be possible? Yes, it would be possible, but you would need to make novel predictions. You need to say, if the spirit bats exists, here is some kind of future event that we wouldn't normally expect. So if the bats are just in my imagination and that person runs through the bats, nothing will happen. If the bats are real and that person runs through the bats, they'll get bit by bats or they'll faint or die or whatever. And if this happens consistently, and you can predict that there's a group of bats over there, there's not a group of bats over there, and so when people run on this street, they'll faint. When people run on this street, they'll be fine. And you get it right consistently, that would be evidence the bats actually exist.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you here. I think the other guy, I can't remember. I think it's Silvaris and IX. Yeah. Sorry, X. So they were mentioning that, like, but you have to be able to distinguish between a hallucination and real life, and that's where you require like the social interaction,
yeah,
right?
so we know scientists that have fucked this up. Like, have you ever heard of a movie called A Beautiful Mind? So it's about a
Yeah, I've seen that
cryptographer,
movie. It's a good one.
mathematician cryptographer, right? And he's convinced that he's solving puzzles given to him by the Soviets or something like that, right? And he hallucinates whole conversations with like agents that don't exist. The point is that
Exactly. Yeah.
whatever observations you do, whatever results you come to, the way that we go about engaging in the shared process we call science, not merely just coming to our own conclusions, but doing science, is when we present those things to other people for error elimination. And so you're not unjustified in like thinking something is probably true before you do that, but we don't really call it the scientific method in a vacuum of just one person believing that they can't be wrong, right? It's going to be the process of challenging their presented evidence, trying to get other people to independently reproduce it, that we approach the kind of reliability that the sciences are known for. So it's not that like the earlier forms of science were just like Newton or somebody like in a vacuum just sat and did their experiments. It's not that that wasn't unscientific, it's just not how we do science now, right? The way we do science now is an intersubjective discipline. We want stance independent, objective criterion. We want theory virtues that we can use to compare competing theories that allow us to falsify one or the other. Even if the person who put forward the theory doesn't agree with us, we can still say, yeah, their theory was falsified. They can, like drag it to their grave if they refuse to accept it. But science moves on without that person and their clung to belief, because the error elimination process is an intersubjective one.
Well, so I would partially disagree there. I think it's perfectly fine to do research on your own, and you could be justified in believing things by doing research on your own. Like, I think it was Laplace or Newton who did the experiments with light and had a thermometer for each of the different, like they put light through a prism and put a thermometer in each of the different colors of light and measured the different temperatures. And he had to control another temperature, another light outside of the colored light. And for some reason, the control thing that was outside of all of the visible range of light was getting hotter than any of the other things of light. And he said, this makes no sense. Why is there's no light there, but it's getting hotter for some reason? And he made a prediction that there's this other spectrum of light that's beyond visible light called radiation, X-rays, the heat stuff. And he said, if this is true, then I'll be able to do this with other experiments. I'll be able to use this to heat things up, to do et cetera, et cetera. And he made this prediction, and then he took another prism, did the same thing, started to heat things up, and he did it over and over again and got it right every single time, and started to make real novel predictions based off this hypothesis that there's this extra non-visible thing of light, and got it right. And he was completely justified and did all the scientific method even before he mentioned this to anybody else. So he was justified in believing that there was this invisible kind of light that heated things up even more than all of the colored lights that is mixed in with the regular lights, even before he mentioned it to anybody else, because he was able to make novel predictions and get it right about things we've never seen before. And so
he got things right, but he also thought that light couldn't be a wave. Like he had mistakes in his optical theories as well, right?
Well, sure.
The point
he did
is,
this with like in
his theory was a good.
1700s.
Yeah, but like his theory was a good step forward, but it's in the process of it being different competing theories that we get the scientific method as we practice it now.
Sure, but in the context of what would it take to make the spirit bats justifiably believable to actually exist, I think that's, if you could do the same methodology as Laplace did with the prism to make novel predictions about this extra spectrum of light, that would justify belief that the magic bats actually exist, even if nobody else saw them.
I mean, there's a property that we call object permanence that we don't really observe in dreams, which is another sort of like you should observe this yourself under many conditions as far as telling that you're in a dream or not. And that might be true for some hallucinations. It's just if a person has powerful enough hallucinations or delusions, they could essentially just like do every experiment and hallucinate positive results of the kind that they want.
Exactly.
Delusions, right? That's why I think for delusions in particular, that's the kind of thing you need external comparison to do.
Right, because it could be the case that like Isaac Newton has this weird like condition where he when he looks through prisms or whatever, I can't remember if you said it was Newton, but and like he hallucinates all of this like quote unquote science, right?
Yeah, but that would also be true of like independent verification, because you would hallucinate other people verifying it or something. So you can never get out of that trend, that possibility.
But
But I don't.
the
But just to clarify,
verification is the
I've
process that we.
never heard of a hallucination that only hallucinates like accurate predictions. Like this is not a thing that I've ever heard of. And is it possible? Yes, it's possible to have a hallucination that hallucinates confirmatory evidence of predictions that you've made in your hallucination. Yeah, it's possible.
Accurate to whom? You mean accurate to the other people
No,
around you, which is
forget
why
the
I
other
think
people.
the
I
peer
don't care about
review.
the other people. So if it's only
But I
you,
think you do.
I do not. I do not at all. 0%. I don't care about other people at all. So if I've never heard of a hallucination that hallucinates accurate novel predictions. That's not a type of hallucination I've ever heard of. So I don't.
Accurate to whom?
To any individual who makes them. No other people involved. There's never been a case where someone had a hallucination that they predicted the future about their hallucination, and the hallucination granted their prediction and made it happen. The case that doesn't happen.
No, that is a thing.
No, it's not.
That is a
No, it's
thing.
not.
There are people with conditions that like repeatedly see, like maybe bats in the dark, for example.
I think Nash is kind of an example, right? Because if he predicted, like he would look at a newspaper and he would interpret it as a code. And he would say, oh, the code is telling me to go to this train station to like meet this secret agent or whatever. And when he got there, he would hallucinate the agent was waiting for him, which was proof that he was right about the code. Like he was totally wrapped up in thinking that the codes he saw were real because the people he met that he thought were real talked about the things that he thought he had seen in the codes. And it was all while he was awake. He was real ill.
Sure. So for his perspective, I think that would justify his belief in not the secret agent. So he would be justified in believing that if it happened that way. Sure.
Okay. Oh wow. See, this is where. Okay, I think I understand now how you think, P-Jump. You're perfectly okay with like saying that predictable hallucinations are real.
Yeah, if your hallucinations make novel predictions, that would be good evidence to believe they're true and correspond to reality.
I think you would think that John Nash, that his reality was real because he did make certain novel predictions that actually were verified.
Yeah, so if he made predictions about he will meet a Russian spy and his hallucinations generates a Russian spy when he gets there and actually has a coherent conversation, yeah, that would be evidence that he would be justified in believing that he was sane. Sure.
See, I feel compelled to believe you in the same way that like when I consume magic mushrooms and see fractals, like there they are, and it's like, wow, if I don't know, it just
That's
feels
not
the
a novel
same.
prediction. So like
it feels novel to me though.
Feeling novel
so, like,
is you don't get to feel things being novel. You don't get to feel like I
but
feel like the
whom
sun
is the
coming.
arbiter of novelty?
The definition of novel is new.
If you can do
Literally
science
means
by
new.
yourself, then you must be the definer of novelty, correct?
No, the dictionary defines novel and it means new. So
it's a social thing.
No, it's literally irrelevant. That's literally irrelevant. I don't know what you're not understanding about this. If you're predicting something you've already seen before, anybody can do that ever. It doesn't matter. There's nothing special. No one cares. Not evidence. If you're predicting something you have not seen before ever and get it right consistently, that's what makes something special. We have a word for that. It's called novel. Doesn't matter who defines it. Doesn't matter how society defines it. What matters is if you've seen something in the past, like the sun rise, predicting it will rise tomorrow doesn't make you special. No one cares. You shouldn't care.
Yeah, with all due respect, I think have you seen The Beautiful Mind?
Yes. He didn't do that. He didn't just predict things he already saw before in the past. He predicted new things that he'd never seen before, like a Russian spy coming up to him in a train station.
Yeah, so wow, okay. But like we know that he was hallucinating, right?
Sure. Yes, he could be wrong. You can have evidence that justifies belief and be wrong. That's fine.
But like he could be wrong or he is wrong.
Yes, he was wrong, but from his perspective, he was justified in believing.
Okay.
So if you can make novel
I-
predictions and get them right, you would be justified in believing the truth of the belief. If you're just predicting things you've already seen, you are not justified in believing.
I think I would agree with you. I feel compelled to agree with you.
Cool.
Well, okay then.
Now, I would agree with Ix that if you wanted to be more justified, you would want independent verification and you want to do it as a group. And that would be better evidence than just novel predictions. But novel prediction is evidence and it is sufficient evidence. And then you would want to go the extra step to bring it up to the level of science with all of the confirmatory evidence of the collective. Anybody else? Questions, comments, philosophy, politics, religion, God exists, morality?
Taco Tuesday.
Captain Morton.
Hey, just as a comment on that last topic with the mushrooms and things, an example for where a novel testable prediction might pop up is like if the machine elves or someone give you a formula for an alloy and tell you the properties,
Sure.
and then you go and make that alloy and it has those properties, then yeah, that would be a version, right?
For sure.
What's interesting is that shamans have said that they got their medicine from the machine elves telling them which plants they should use for certain ailments. And so that is a belief that they have about the role that the ayahuasca ceremony plays in their tribe, for instance.
There are.
So the problem is going to be.
Well, there's
Sorry,
actually
Matt.
another example. Ramachandran, the mathematician, Ramanujan said he got his solutions to mathematical equations from the gods. They give them to him in dreams, and they actually worked solutions to massively difficult mathematical problems. And so that's actually another example of a novel prediction being made in like a dream kind of situation. But they are rare. These are very rare occurrences. But
the thing in all of these cases is that people may take an inspiration from almost any source because the way the brain works is not always part of a conscious rational thought process. It's often the case, like with neural networks, where we don't have much idea of how they do what they do. They just are able to do it after a certain amount of exposure to and being rewarded for doing a thing. They just get good at it when they can't explain how they do it. In the same way, something may trigger you to realize something. However, attributing the thing that you believe to be the cause to be veridical in your interpretation of how it caused that is not warranted just because it's true that you gained inspiration for that thing in connection with that cause. So for example, if you have a dream that God tells you the formula for math, that's not evidence that God told you the formula for math. It is evidence that like you had an experience of that happening, you perceive that to be happening. But all we can say is that you had a dream about a formula for math in which God was the one who told it to you. Doesn't mean that it's literally the case that God exists and is the one. It's just like people thinking that.
well, I partially disagree there.
If Jesus,
so like I would say if we didn't already have the knowledge of how the brain worked and made these associations, we didn't have a better explanation that already explained this. And you just had a dream that God gave you a mathematical equation and you wrote the mathematical equation down and it worked. I think that's a justification for you to believe that you actually got a message from God. Now that we know more about neurology and we can explain that in different ways, that has a defeater. But prior to getting that defeater, the successful prediction that makes is good evidence for you to believe that you actually got a message from God.
I think it's very weak evidence.
Right,
I'm not saying it's non-evidence, but in my view, it's extremely weak evidence, right? So this kind of just gets into even before you understood the brain, for instance. So there were all kinds of like rationalists and skeptics and materialists, even in the ancient world, in India, in Greece. We know about large organized schools of them that had a lot of influence, and they didn't have access to all of our neurology, but they still had the ability to think about the problems with imaginative epistemology. In other words, if you can just sort of imagine something and then declare it to be true, you can believe almost anything. And so even if you're trying to decide between two imaginary hypotheses, there's just no criterion to distinguish between them. It's like, well, I had a dream and he had a dream. Who's right? Well, we both had dreams, so we're just gonna have a war about it or something, right? They wanted to say that for something to be a well-justified, strongly evidenced thing, there has to be some stance-independent, agreeable criteria for it, other than just like visions, dreams, etc. And so they rejected in India the Vedas. In Democritus's case, he rejected the gods as explanations for natural phenomena, and as a result, he posited the atomic theory. The Indians also posited the atomic theory. Both guessed correctly a very close analogy to modern physics simply by refusing to engage in baseless speculation on the basis of dreams and imagination. They both thought about the problem a little harder and came up with something close to particle physics in its basic outline for how the natural world actually works. So I think that that's evidence that it is not a good policy to consider something to be justified simply because you have weak evidence for it. It makes more sense to say you don't have a strong justification for anything and to be undecided, even if you have a hunch. Like, it's fair to say I have a hunch, but I don't think that's good justification to believe something when it could be investigated further. It's more often the case that it's just going to hobble your ability to look and gather more data that could contradict your initial hypothesis.
Oh yeah, I would agree that you should absolutely do more investigation. Like, one successful novel prediction is extremely weak evidence. You have to do lots of them and get them consistently correct. But since my standard is there is zero evidence for God, you get one of these right, I'm good. That's evidence. That would be better than everything else theists have ever given me. So I agree that you should go further, but that would be evidence. Any novel predictions you make is evidence, and then the more is better.
There is so far no good evidence for God. So theists, come on down.
Yeah, the two best evidences for God I heard was the Ramanujan math predictions and the age of the earth in the Vedas. Those are the two closest things to real evidence I've heard.
Age of the earth and Veda.
Yeah.
What is that, like 3 billion years?
4.3 billion.
That's wait, isn't that what?
It's 95% accurate. It's very, very close.
You're talking about the age of the Earth, though. The age of the universe is 13.7.
Yep.
Age of the universe is that what they were claiming?
No, age of the Earth. Just the
cycles.
Earth. Just the Earth. So the age of the Earth is 4.3, 4.5 billion.
But were they positing anything other than the Earth? Because they had a cyclical cosmology, right?
Hey, I just want to.
Maybe.
I want to ask T-Jump something.
What?
What's up, man?
Hey.
Listen, I watched your debate with. I watched you talk to what's his name? Muslim Skeptic, I believe, a couple of years back.
Okay.
I was wondering, you ever think about debating him again?
Sure. I think like if you want to set it up, that's fine. I've gotten several jobs, so I haven't had time to set up any new live convos. But yeah, I'm down to debate any of the Muslim guys. Muhammad Hijab, I had one with him. Hamza Sorties, I have one with him. The Muslim Lantern. What's the red-haired guy? I forget his name.
I don't know any of. I just know Muhammad Hijab. And did you ever feel with any of them that out of all of these guys, which one gave you the best?
Oh, I really liked Hamza Sorties. He was really smart. And then there was another guy. I forgot his name though. But he was also really good. There's two of them that I really liked. Hamza Sorties I really like. Hamza's Din. Yeah, the other Hamza, the red-haired Hamza. No, him I don't like. He's hilarious, but
gosh.
But yeah, so Hamza Sorties I think is the best one I've debated. And then there was another guy in Hamza's Den who was really smart, and he had a really nice sweater on. I forgot his name though.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
Sure.
And I did just check. The Earth is the one you're talking about. Yeah, and it is impressive. 4.32 million is their calculation, and the actual Earth is like 4.52. However, their guess for the cosmos is 150 trillion, which is a little bit off.
A little off.
But that's for the full sleeping cycle thing for Brahman. It doesn't count. It's fine. Well, their actual prediction is also off too, because they think we're only halfway through a sleeping cycle, so the Earth should only be 2 point
like 2
Yeah.
something.
And so the 4.5 is the complete cycle of Brahma's waking schedule. That's when the world should end. And so it's actually a wrong prediction, but it's better than anything the Christians got. It's close. We're good. We're keeping it.
That's where you go, hey, best 2 out of 3.
Sabor, maybe. I think maybe that was it. Sabor. I want to find that one, but all right. Anybody else have their hands up? I think. Anybody else? Questions, comments? God, philosophy, politics, morality.
People against Taco Tuesday. Before we had 4, now we can be against.
Does anybody here think Moses wrote the Bible? Or the Pentateuch, at least?
Dumbledore wrote.
No, we know that they borrowed from Plato.
Dumbledore wrote Harry Potter.
What?
Even though he dies at the end, just like Moses.
Exactly.
Oh shit, did I just spoil it for somebody? Sorry.
What is an unconfirmed theory that you think is probably true, though no definitive evidence exists as of yet? Objective morality, top theory, but other than that, probably some quantum foam theory of the universe, most likely.
Where did you see the message?
It's in my YouTube chat.
Your YouTube chat. Oh, cool.
Where's Taco? He needs to give us an ad, everyone.
I just think we've run out of theists. I think everyone's an atheist now.
Yep. We've converted everyone in the world. 100% atheism.
Or maybe they've been inspired to all start studying biblical scholarship and they're busy investigating the facts for themselves. They're going to come to reasonable, thoughtful conclusions after really investigating on whether the Bible is actually true and historical and reliable.
And Donald Trump is going to donate all of his money to charity.
Any day now.
The fun thing I've been having in almost all my conversations lately with theists, where we go through all the historicity stuff, we go through all the Hellenistic influence stuff and mimesis stuff, and by the end of it, they're not denying it. They're just like, well, I can see the case for this is pretty strong, but that's how God did it. Is he put all the religious ideas, he put all the religious ideas of Judaism and Christianity in Hellenism, in the Romans. He prepared them. He taught Plato Platonic philosophy so that Christians could use it later. That's how God does it. He put the Timaeus creation account so that it would be similar to the Genesis creation account, so people would like it and understand it. He put the laws of Deuteronomy in Plato's laws, which were based on the Athenian laws, so that the Greeks would think that the laws were good laws and like Judaism and Christianity when they heard about it. Like that,
as Pine Creek says, God looks more and more like a schmuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
God looks more and more indistinguishable from not God. That's the problem, is when someone doubles down on that's how God does it, he makes the world look exactly like there's no God. Then it's literally tantamount to like God put the dinosaur bones just to trick us and make us think that the world is more than 6,000 years old. God made all the other religions have the ideas before the Christians and Jews did, so that they could synthesize them in just the right way that everyone would understand that they had the correct synthesis.
Oh, it was Satan. It was sin. Sin did it. God did it intentionally.
You beat me to it.
Yeah.
Beat me to it.
Anybody else want to have conversation, talk about stuff in the audience? Raise your hand to talk about stuff. Emphasis on the stuff.
Anybody want to defend the historicity of the Bible? Do you think that stuff in the Bible is true?
King David
Let me
existed.
know.
Facts.
So King David existed probably in some form because there's a house of David, but we're not really sure if there was a King David that started it because a lot of houses have etiological primarchs, so or patriarchs. So like the house stories of all the surrounding lands being descendants of Abraham is almost certainly an Israeli courtly story to sort of demean and mock their neighbors as their like inbred step cousins. And those primarchs, those patriarch stories are almost certainly not true. So it could be that David is also fictional, even though the House of David definitely existed historically. Tindarios,
Oh, hey, how are you doing?
welcome.
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
What would you like to talk about?
have a question for teacher John.
Okay.
So, what is your best argument against the existence of God?
There is no more evidence for God than there is for Santa Claus. Therefore, we are more rational to believe that God doesn't exist, just like we're rational to believe Santa Claus doesn't exist.
And that's our show, folks. We'll see you next week.
What do you think about the anthropological argument? So, basically, that so the problem with religion or like with what do you make God, whatever, it always started at like one spot instead of like several spots at the same time around the world. And it just spreads like from those one spot on instead of like if there would be like a god he could like just talk to the people in different parts of the earth and it could start at different areas at the same time.
What exactly was the question?
I think he's saying, why doesn't God have a loudspeaker that can impart his belief at all
No,
places at the same time?
no,
And
it
instead,
was
God's
the
belief spreads slowly from place to place.
it was the anthropological argument against the existence of God.
Anthropological argument against the existence of God?
Yeah.
That God spreads through anthropological migration and cultural transmission, basically.
Yep.
And your question is, what do I think about it?
No, that's basically my argument. I think that's like one of the best ones.
It seems like it's a component of the natural origin of belief in God hypothesis, and you can compare that account for the origin of God with the God belief exists because God is real hypothesis, and you can say that there's like a preponderance of evidence for the natural origin and there's no evidence for the actual supernatural origin. So it is abductively a better explanation for the phenomena of belief in God. Is that what you're saying?
I think he was just giving an example of
That's
his best
just
argument
my
against God or
opinion.
something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're preaching to the choir. I mean, there's probably multiple reasons why we shouldn't believe in a God. I think that is a decent reason not to. We see thousands of other gods in all different types of cultures, and so to think that they have the right one, well, can't all be right, can all be wrong.
I mean, if you want to cut it down shortly, I think the best argument for that would be like a burden of proof. Because if they say like a God exists, they have a burden of proof. So if they can't prove it, we can just dismiss it.
That which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, Hitchens.
Yeah, Hitchens.
Why is it wrong to eat penguins?
I like them. I'm vegan, so my name is to trigger non-vegans.
I like penguins. They taste very good.
Yes, I do. I had a question. I think that there was a slight error. You you said in one of your videos, you said that if God knows what an agent's going to do in the future, then the agent's not free.
Right. So if God knows what he's going to do in the future, you don't have free will, because free will is defined as the ability to do otherwise. And if God already knows what you're going to do, then there's no ability to do otherwise.
Right. So first of all, that's not going to work against a compatibilist.
Sure, but most Christians are libertarian free will.
Yeah, I'm skeptical it's actually going to work against those either. I mean, so let's say you have some sort of, so the way I understand libertarian free will is that your decisions aren't determined by any antecedent conditions.
Well, that would just make it randomness. So they would disagree there. They're saying that your choices are freely yours. So your soul stuff makes the choices somehow in a non-deterministic fashion for not reasons.
But if it's determined by antecedent conditions, then it's deterministic. I mean, I don't understand libertarian free will either.
Me neither.
But I'm just saying that.
Well, so free will,
it seems like
in the theist circles, is defined as the ability to do otherwise. That's how they define it. But if God knows the future and he knows what you're going to do you have the ability to do otherwise? Well, if you did, then God couldn't know the future. You would be deviating from God's plan. Therefore, you don't have the ability to do otherwise. So if you define free will as the ability to do otherwise, you don't have that.
So it depends what modality you're talking about. So I think that God sort of knowing what you're going to do doesn't prevent you from being able to do otherwise in some other sense. This seems to be the modal scope fallacy.
So if God knows you're going to pick chocolate ice cream and not vanilla ice cream, could you choose vanilla ice cream?
I mean, I think so in some sense, and in some other sense, no. I mean, let's just say there's some random number generator, and I go into the future and I find out that the random number generator spits out the number 2, and I go, oh, okay, so I know that it's going to spit out the number 2, but it's still a random number generator, remember? And then I go back in time and I watch the random number generator sort of start whirling, right? I know it's going to spit out the number 2, but that doesn't really prevent it from being a random number generator. There's no antecedent condition.
It does actually.
So it still could do otherwise.
Well, no. So in that case, it wouldn't be a random number generator. It would be a determined number generator. So the fact that you know it's going to generate 2 means there's some factor which it isn't randomizing, which is going to be the time factor or something. So it wouldn't be a random number generator at that point.
I don't see why. There's no antecedent conditions determining what it's going to do. My epistemic
Well, there is. Time.
Knowledge.
Time, or whatever time is going to be the antecedent condition that forces it to do 2.
Time is the antecedent condition that forces it to do.
Yeah, so
Maybe
like if you
maybe I'm
rewind
not understanding it.
say you're watching a DVD and the next scene there's a dice and the dice is gonna roll 2 or whatever, and you rewind the DVD. Well, the DVD is gonna cause it to roll 2 every single time. The DVD is governing all of the things that's happening, even if at the time it was being rolled initially, video was being recorded, it wasn't. The DVD did nothing. But if you rewind the DVD is going to make it go 2 every single time. And so time in this case, if time is reversible in such a way where you can just rewind it and go forward, then time is essentially the determining factor for all events. If time works that way.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't conceptualize time as causing something to happen. Maybe.
Well, if you could reverse and go back and forward in time, then it would necessarily have to be that way.
So, in your view, time causes things to happen.
No, I don't think we can go back in time. But if you could go back in time, then it would have to be by
No,
definition.
But I'm just saying that with the random number generator, I know because I've seen the future that it's going to pick out 2.
Well, right, but now you've made it a
Right.
determined number
And-
generator. So now there is some factor, some property in this
No,
universe.
but I don't understand that. Why would it be a determined? There's no antecedent conditions.
There is
that
time.
determining
Time
it
is the
to spit out
antecedent.
2.
If you can predict the future, if you know what number it's going to pick.
But then you're committed to this view. But you're committed to this view that time causes things, and I don't understand.
If you can
that.
go back or forward in time, then by definition, it causes things in this hypothetical universe. So if there's a dial
view
you
is
can
that
go
time
forward in
causes
time,
things?
then in this universe, if you can time travel, then time literally causes things. That's the paradox of time travel. So if time travel is possible, if you can go forward in the future and you can see the number it's going to generate, it's not random. It's determined. It's a determined number. That's something, there's some property in the universe that determines that at this time t equals 7, it will be 2. Time is determining things. If you can travel in time, then by definition, time is determining things in this hypothetical universe. It's one of the problems of time travel.
Maybe we just have like completely different concepts in mind, because I don't understand.
So like
how
a true
time can
random
cause
generator,
things.
if you go back in time, it'll generate a new number every single time. It won't generate a 2. If it's truly random generator. It's random means not determined by any antecedent causes. It's going to generate a new number every time you run through the tape. That would be a random number generator.
That's just not true. I mean, it might spit out 2 every single time.
Oh yeah,
but-
it's random generators could spit out the same number every time, but it wouldn't be determined to spit out 2 every single time you went back and forward.
No, that again, I don't really understand that at all. That time causes things. I mean, it seems like there's 2 notions of could do otherwise, right? There's this sort of you've heard of have you heard of I can't remember exactly what it's called. Like logical that's it, logical determinism.
What about it?
Yeah. So do you hold to logical determinism?
I don't know.
Okay, so the idea is that I mean, do you think that there's in principle something that can be random?
Yes, I think there is in principle a force of randomness in the universe.
Yeah, okay. So let's say I have a random number generator and you agree that that's possible.
Sure.
I have this proposition, this random number generator will spit out 2, right? Now that's a proposition. Now, the logical determinists say that all propositions have to have truth value. And so, if that's true, then, it's true now, right? That the random number generator will spit out 2 if it's true. And if it's false, then it's not going to spit out 2. And that proposition is sort of it has a truth value.
Yeah, but that would
And
so logical determinism doesn't mean the truth value can't change every iteration of the future. So like if you went back in time, they'd be perfectly fine with saying that it becomes false the next time around. It's necessarily true. Like if I make a prediction that the random generator will generate 2 or it will not generate 2, one of those is going to be true. Even if I go back in time and it changes every time, logical determinism will still be true.
but that's the true dichotomy. That's not really saying much at all.
Right. That's all logical determinism is saying.
No. Look, if I have a random number generator and I say a proposition, this random number generator will spit out 2. I mean, do you take it that propositions have truth value, either true or false?
Sure, but again, so logical determinism doesn't mean it can't change. It can change. That they're fine with that.
No, but wait, propositions have truth value.
Yes.
True or
So
false?
the proposition, the random number generator will generate
So
a
the
2.
truth value can change?
Yes. So like if you went back in time and it changed, then the truth or the falsity of that claim would change. So logical determinism only applies if it's determined. If the outcome is determined, then this has a necessary truth value. If it's random, it's not determined.
It doesn't matter about necessary truth value. It's just the truth value.
Well, no, logical determinism is that every statement about the future has a necessarily true or necessarily false truth value.
I mean, it has a truth value. I mean, some logical
determinism is the view that a
that all
proposition about the
propositions are
future is either
necessary.
necessarily true or its negation is necessarily true, period.
Sure. Some of them want to say that as a consequence, everything is necessary. But that's not the way I'm conceptualizing it. So, but if the random number generator spits out 2, then prior to the random number generator spitting out 2, the proposition the random number generator will spit out 2 is true, right?
No, not necessarily. So if it's a true random number generator, the number it spit out is going to be random, and you could randomly get it right. But if you went back and did it again, it wouldn't spit out a 2, and you could get it wrong.
But then the proposition is false. The random number generator will spit out 2.
Right. So in an indeterministic universe, the proposition is neither true nor false because it's indeterministic.
But then it's not a proposition anymore.
Well, it's still a proposition. They just don't always have to be true or false.
But a proposition is saying...
No, it can be indeterministic.
The way I'm understanding the proposition is capable of having truth value, true or false, and you're saying that it...
Yes, there are propositions that can be indeterministic.
That's
yes.
my fault. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I see. I don't really understand that at all. I mean, it seems like you're confusing 2 different modalities when you say that just because God knows something, you're not free. I don't...
Well, this is a very well understood, articulated argument in academic philosophy. So if you want to try to bring that criticism up to the actual academic professors who wrote the paper, you can try. I don't think it's going to work, though.
What paper?
This is a common paper in academic philosophy for there is no...
No, I'm asking what paper.
You can Google
what paper
it.
is it?
You can Google it and find them. There's a bunch of them.
No, I have Googled it. There's no... There's... The common response is that it's a modal shift fallacy.
Responses don't...
Modal scope fallacy, sorry.
The responses of the apologists are ad hoc and don't matter at all. So the question is if you want to go to technical philosophy, go to the technical philosophers.
Yeah, and the response for technical philosophers is that it's modal scope fallacy.
No, that's the theist junk criticism, which isn't accepted by the consensus. So no one cares about that.
Wait, where's the data that it's the consensus that this argument sound?
You could probably find it in a poll if you want.
What poll? Like, do you have the poll?
Nope. I have no interest in this. This is just well-known stuff. So if you want to do research on detailed philosophy that doesn't interest me, go for it. I don't care.
No, I don't think it is well known. I think that a lot of sort of people are going to accept that this is a modal scope fallacy.
I think you're also ignoring the fact that many theologies include limiting God's knowledge of the choices of free will so that they would count as free, because if not, then they take it that would violate the
Yeah,
free
some
choice.
people do that. Some people
So
resort
those
to
people,
open theism.
yeah, so those people are doing that because they take this problem seriously.
So that doesn't necessarily follow. They might be doing it for other reasons, like the problem of evil or something like that. They don't necessarily have to be, or they might have some other reasons.
So here you go, Stanford
thinking that
Encyclopedia
open
Philosophy,
theism is
Free
true.
Will and Foreknowledge. There you go. Paper, academic published paper, Stanford Encyclopedia Philosophy. There you go.
No. I've looked at that one, and the response is that that it's a modal scope fallacy. The way the one I read, which was a while ago, and I can't remember it.
Modal scope is not used a single time anywhere in the article.
Well, the one on Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy was.
Internet Encyclopedia. What's the title? God and.
I think it was Omniscience and Free Will or something. I can't remember.
Knowledge and free
Did you
will?
share the paper in the section?
Still no modal scope. No use of the word modal scope anywhere in the article.
Let me just have a look.
It's in the IEP article under the modal fallacy.
Could you share the link to that one?
So iep.utm.edu/4no. And actually mentions the modal fallacy here, and it specifically says that some people
Yeah,
have been
sorry,
deceived.
it's not called the modal scope fallacy. It's called the modal fallacy.
So the argument you just made, it literally mentions that the modal fallacy and logical determinism, some persons have been deceived by the following fallacious argument to the effect that there are no contingent propositions, which is the argument you're making.
No, that's the argument you're making. So
No, that's the argument you're making, because I say they're not contingent. Or they are contingent.
They're not.
They are contingent.
They are contingent. They are contingent.
Right, because it can change. So I'm saying that it can change. So you're the one making that mistake, not me.
No, I'm saying that just because someone knows something in the future means that it can mean that it's still contingent. That's what they're saying, and it's been a while since I read this one, but the modal fallacy, sort of epistemic determinism, yeah, that's right. So epistemic determinism is something a little bit different from logical determinism, and yeah, I mean, maybe we both need to read that paper again, because I haven't.
So
I feel
IEP
confident.
isn't using. So when I Google the definition of free will, the IEP isn't using the definition of free will used by libertarian free will anywhere in this article.
I don't think that by my recollection,
this isn't
the
addressing.
IEP doesn't actually define.
Addressing.
Maybe I'm.
So it doesn't even address the libertarian sense of free will at all in the IEP article. It does in the Stanford Encyclopedia.
Does it mention libertarian free will? Okay,
It
well then
doesn't.
it's
It
an
doesn't
open question
mention.
as to whether they're talking about compatibilist or libertarian free will.
But it does mention the
Did they
libertarian
say
free
they're
will.
specifically talking about compatibilism?
Oh, I don't know. But in the Stanford Encyclopedia, it literally does
Okay,
mention.
well, then it's an
Stop
open
talking.
question, right?
In the Stanford Encyclopedia, it literally mentions
Oh.
libertarian free will. Literally addresses this. The one I gave you.
Yep. Okay, but I'm saying that the one I talked about
Doesn't talk
the
about the
IEP.
topic.
Yeah, okay, so it's an open question whether they're talking about libertarian or compatibilism or both.
If it doesn't mention ability to do
If they're
otherwise
not
or libertarian
saying
free will, then it's
that
not the right topic.
Well, they might be talking about libertarian free will. I see
don't
no
care.
reason to think that they're
The
not.
Stanford Encyclopedia is specifically talking about this and does specifically confirm what I said.
I mean, maybe I'll have to look at that. That's fine. But I don't. Yeah. I mean, I was hoping to talk about Fodor, but I don't know if but I slept in, so I couldn't wake up in time. I don't know if we have time.
Yeah, you can go for it. I'm gonna get some food real quick, so be back in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to present the argument against natural selection. I presented it before last time, and I don't think I did the world's greatest job of it, so I wanted to have another crack.
So Jerry Fodor is an atheist, and an argument against natural selection doesn't get you to God. So why is this an argument for God?
No, it's not an argument for God.
Okay, so
I
do you
just
have an
wanted to
argument
talk
for
about
God?
it.
Because that's the subject of the show.
I don't have an argument for God.
Okay.
But I did want to talk about Fodor's argument, nonetheless. You've said I've talked about it before with UX, but I genuinely I can't remember. I remember talking about it on this stage before, but you said I talked about it with you before. But maybe I have. But I genuinely
we've had conversations before, like in my
about this
experience.
topic specifically.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay. Well, I'm going to trust you on that because I genuinely like.
It was before these stages were happening.
Oh, okay. Well, I genuinely cannot remember. Yeah.
And I guess my question would be just what's the problem with natural selection? Because it seems not only does it make sense to me, but it seems to be where all the evidence lies.
Yeah, so the idea is that either natural selection is going to be sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay, so the broad scope is either it's going to be an extensional notion or an intentional notion. And if it's an extensional notion, it's false. If it's an intentional notion, it's vacuous. It doesn't say much of anything. But the proposition that Fodor's attacking is that if a creature has a trait P, and trait P produces fitness, where fitness is understood as the ability to survive, the ability to reproduce, or something like that, then trait P will come to fixation. Now, the problem with that is that, I mean, this argument is quite in depth, which is why I wanted to have like more time, because I know you said you wanted to end the stream, but maybe I can talk about operant conditioning instead. So, are you familiar with Skinnerian learning theory?
Yeah, and we're aware that people compare the two theories.
Oh, I'm asking Amy.
I am not.
Yeah, so the idea is that if a creature sort of presses a button, right? If it's presented with a button and presses the button and then gets a pellet of food, say, and then is presented with a button again, press it again, gets another pellet of food, press it again, gets another pellet of food, etc., etc. The Skinnerian sort of operant conditioning idea is that the creature learned to respond to stimulus P. In this case, it's the button, right? And Chomsky's response to that was, well, as a theory, as trying to explain why this rat pressed the button, it doesn't work, right? And the reason why it doesn't work is because we have to sort of understand first whether it's an extensional notion or an intentional notion. Now, let's say the button is a green triangle, for instance. And so the rat is pressing the green triangle to get the pellet of food. Then if it's an extensional notion, then it's we're taking all of the extensions of this sort of button. So the question Chomsky asked was, well, okay, so the rat's responding to this button, but is the rat responding to all green shapes? Is the rat responding to all buttons left of the Mississippi? Is the rat responding to all shapes that are triangles? Is the rat responding to all shapes that have three sides? Because it can't be the extensional, because presumably the rat isn't responding to every single of the extensions of the button, right?
But see, what you're seeming to having a comment on is Pavlov's dog. I wouldn't say you're having a commentary on natural selection. The example I always use for natural selection is there are two types of butterflies, green butterflies and blue butterflies. And if you're in a habitat like a forest, slowly but surely the blue butterflies just get picked off. Now, did the blue butterflies decide, or did they mentally have a choice in this? No, it's just that there was a survival advantage to having green or brown, or in the Arctic regions, white with snow. And so it's this type of fitness, and it depends on the environment. That's why sometimes you do need to be the strongest, but sometimes you just need to have a hard shell. And so that is, in essence, what natural selection is.
Yeah, okay. So I think you actually said some interesting things there. So I don't think that Fodor would actually disagree with you at all. I think he would actually quite agree with you a lot there, actually. Like natural selection, sometimes it requires you being the strongest, right? Or survival, rather. Sometimes it requires you being the strongest. Sometimes it requires you to have the hardest shell. Sometimes it requires you to be the fastest. Sometimes it requires you to be the smallest. Sometimes it requires you to be the biggest. So I don't think Fodor would actually disagree with anything you've said. The idea is that he thinks that survival and the traits that require survival or allow creatures to survive are very, very, very case dependent and sensitive to change, to the point where there aren't going to be any generalizable rules, and as a consequence there aren't going to be any predictions made. And so as a theory, it's not really a theory. It's not going to generate any predictions. It's not really going to explain much of anything, because he thinks that if you deny that it's an extensional notion and take that it's an intentional notion, then it's going to sort of boil down to a banal truth. And as a consequence, not really going to be explanatory. So I don't think he'd disagree in substance with anything you're saying.
Okay. At least I would
Just
say
to clarify,
half
I
of
think
that
it's
I would.
banal. Banal is the word you're looking for. But what was
Oh, I thought it was them.
what
Oh,
what
okay.
is what was your argument about Fodor? What's the topic? What are we talking about?
Yeah, so are you familiar with Fodor's argument against natural selection?
I'm vague. I don't remember it.
Yeah, so are you familiar with extensional and intentional notions in philosophy?
I vaguely remember Fodor's argument. I'm trying to remember it. Something about how natural selection can't determine things or doesn't decide things. I don't remember.
Not quite. So the idea is that natural selection says that or this is the way that Fodor's understanding it, that if a creature X has trait P, and P produces fitness, then trait P will come to fixation. And he's saying that as an extensional notion, this can't be right because there are, an infinite number of co-referring terms. And obviously those co-referring terms don't produce fitness. They sort of ride along. And so it's going to be false if you take the extensional
Oh yeah, you can't
notion
tell
of it.
which ones are the ones
Yeah.
that were selected for fitness and which ones
No,
are the
no, no.
tag
It's
along ones. I remember that.
no. It's not an epistemic objection though, because the way I presented it last time, I don't think I presented it that well. So whilst I actually think it's true that you can't tell which ones are ones that allowed fitness and which ones were ride-alongs, Fodor's not saying that you can't know. He's saying that you can know, right? In principle, you can know. And he thinks that biologists do find out which ones are.
Sure.
But he's saying that when they do, they're doing a domain, they're in the domain of natural history, not really science.
What's the objection
that's
there?
the argument.
Clearly, it's history. So what? So history is science. What?
Oh. Well, it might mean you accept the argument. So,
well, what's the objection? What is he objecting to?
Well, he's saying that natural selection isn't really a scientific theory. It's not really explanatory. It's sort of like trivial.
Well, natural selection is a part of a theory of evolution. Natural selection isn't a theory. Natural selection is a part of a theory. And that theory makes predictions, and those predictions have been confirmed, which is what makes it science.
Yeah, so I don't deny that evolutionary biologists make predictions, but Fodor is denying that natural selection helps in any way to get those predictions. A mantra that he constantly sort of refers to, I was watching his debate with Elliot Sober. He says his sort of sermon each Sunday is that the theorist is far smarter than the theory. So he thinks that when evolutionary biologists make these predictions, they're wonderful, they're great, but they're not using natural selection, this sort of principle that if trait P produces fitness, it's come to fixation. They're not using that at all.
Sure, I'd agree that you're typically using other data like fossil data or geological data.
Right, exactly, yeah.
So?
I mean, it seems like you accept the argument that natural selection is kind of a trivial truth.
No, it's not a trivial truth because it could be false. So it could just be the case that it didn't happen, but it did happen, and it's a feature of the theory of things that if this happened, then evolution is true. Evolution is true, therefore this happened. But like obviously, just saying that it happens doesn't tell us anything on its own.
I don't understand how it can be false. What do you take natural selection to be?
The fact that organisms that are more conducive to the environment survive more often.
And what does it mean to be more conducive to the environment?
The ability to survive and reproduce more or something.
In fact,
So are you wait,
No.
but that boils down to if you have the ability to, if you're going to survive, you survive.
No.
How can that be
No,
false?
because there are organisms that could be, I don't know, make it harder for them to digest chlorine in a chlorine environment, and it could be the case that they survived more than organisms that had an easier case to digest chlorine. Like it doesn't have to be. It's not necessarily the case
Right.
that this happens.
And it
Yeah,
does
I
make
agree.
predictions. That's the other point, is that we can actually look at an environment and say, this is the creatures, this is what we think would be able to survive there. And we look there, these are the creatures that are able to survive there. And it confirms the hypothesis.
Well, now you're looking at the environment, so that wouldn't be a prediction only from natural selection. That's natural selection plus environmental factors like geology and other factors. So that's
Yeah, exactly.
so obviously you can't just
Sure,
use
but I
natural
think-
selection to make predictions. You have to use all of the other stuff too.
Well, a theory is a framework of facts.
Right.
And so I actually think when we're talking about evolution, it's actually that genes pass on through populations and then the environment naturally selects them. That is the combination of those two facts.
I mean, yeah, so I don't see anything controversial with saying you can't use natural selection on its own to make predictions. Like, well, duh. That's like saying you could use quantum mechanics or maybe like, I don't know, just gravity. You couldn't just use gravity to make predictions on its own. You would need, there's other stuff there, like particles, and particles are being
Right.
affected by the gravity. And there's the environment in which it affects, and here's how far away they are. So you need more information than just the mechanism. The mechanism doesn't give you any predictions.
No, I don't.
Well, it
So,
also could be true that
I deny that.
happens and then genes do not pass on through populations, and then you would thus have a break and you would just have the mechanism being true, but there'd be no mechanism to deliver through populations. But at least the tension within biology is both of these facts are true.
So I'm skeptical of the claim that you can't make predictions using just gravity. Just some sort of the theory of gravity. I think you can make predictions just using that. I think that that's what a scientific theory does.
No, there's
Sort of
gravity
generate
plus
predictions on it.
matter and physics. So like if you don't know the mass of the object, you have no idea how much it's going to move.
What difference does that make?
That's the environment.
The point
so like
is
you can
that-
say natural selection is going to select for things in an environment, and then if you know the environment, you'll know what things it'll select for.
Yeah, natural.
So like take example a cave. Say
Natural
there's a cave with
selection is
no
not gonna
light.
help you.
Say there's a cave with no light, and we have lizards in the cave, and the lizards
I
have
see.
eyes. And I say, well, since there's no light in this cave, then natural selection is going to select for things that have less eyes or less useful eyes. So I can say, now that I have the information about the environment and the organism, in combination with natural selection, I can know what things will be selected for. Things without eyes will be selected for. So that would be knowing the mechanism
Okay.
plus the environment. You can make predictions.
Okay, so I think this quote unquote prediction is going to be extremely case sensitive, but
Well, they
I see
all
the
are.
sort
That's
of dissimilarity.
necessarily the case with predictions. They're not good predictions if they're not.
No, I'm saying extremely case sensitive to the point where these predictions are going to be well, I don't think you can make many predictions really at all using natural selection, but
Wait, so I can.
well, natural
I'll
selection
make a
isn't gonna help
prediction with
you.
natural selection. Any group of organisms who we trap in a cave for numerous generations will naturally select for less eyes.
So that's a prediction, but I'm really skeptical that you're using natural selection to do that.
What?
So I'm skeptical that you're using this principle. If P produces fitness, then
Right. So eyes
if P
take
produces
energy.
fitness,
Eyes take energy, If eyes provide no benefit in an environment, then selecting for eyes is counter beneficial. It's not beneficial. And using the energy for other things would be more beneficial. Therefore, via natural selection, organisms that use that energy for other things would be more beneficial. And so it will select away from eyes.
That's not always going to be the case,
Always,
though.
100%.
No.
What?
I mean, what if you have aliens, right, who are looking at the cave and protecting all of the creatures who only have eyes? In that case,
that's not natural selection.
It's going to be false.
That's artificial selection. So that would be irrelevant to the hypothesis.
Selection.
Like I can artificially manipulate it to get wrong data. But if we're using natural selection as a hypothesis, natural selection specifically meaning things conducive to the environment without external interference from people to make the environment a different environment, then they will survive. So if we have a cave, just natural, non-artificial intervention into the cave, it's just cave and animals living, it will select for things without eyes. If there's zero light, if there is light, then it'll be more sensitive eyes will be selected for. But say there's zero light, it'll select for things without eyes every time.
Yeah, so I'm I'm very. I mean, that's just obviously false.
What?
I mean, there might be cases where, I don't know. Let's say a ride-along trait for having eyes is being able to run faster. Let's say. In which case, and that riding faster is going to increase fitness. In which case, let's say running faster is actually more beneficial than the detriments of having eyes. In which case, the creatures that have eyes are going to survive over the ones that don't. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a bit of a far out example, but I mean, you can see that.
No, that would still be predictable.
If
we could know for a fact that in order to run fast, you need eyes or something, then we could predict that would be from natural selection that you would get eyes. Natural selection would then tell us everything in caves would have eyes because they could run faster.
Yeah, but notice how you're sort of now bringing in sort of induction, observations, and all of this, what Fodor calls sort of.
There were no observations.
Grandmother's.
There was no observations there. That was you brought in the observation that somehow eyes are entailed with running fast or something. That would be an observation thing you would need to confirm.
Yeah, I said if there was a carry-on, if there was a ride-along trait that was sort of like being able to run fast. And that was just sort of me coming up with an example. I mean, it's hard to come up with examples on the top of my head, right?
Well, so let's just take your example. We don't need any observations. If it's the case that having eyes is required to run fast and running fast is conducive to survivability in the cave, then we can use natural selection to say things will have eyes.
Yeah, see, notice how your original statement now is false, right? That if things have eyes in a dark cave, then they won't survive, and now that's false.
Well, yeah, because if you've made up a new thing which is just false, that eyes are required for legs, and we have this new information, then via natural selection, we would know that the thing that produces the most survivability, which would be running fast, would be selected for because of natural selection. Now, you've just made up this criteria, which is false. It's not the case that eyes and legs are connected. But if we knew these facts, we could predict using natural selection which traits would be selected for. If we don't know these facts, then we're just making guesses. So we, in order to use natural selection to make predictions, we're going to have to know which traits are necessarily going to produce survivability to make predictions. So if someone's in a cave and there's some arbitrary connection between running fast and eyes, then obviously eyes are going to be selected for because running fast produces survivability. But to predict that, we would need to know it first.
Right, exactly, right? Which is why that natural selection isn't helping you here.
Right, because natural selection doesn't give us any information about the environment. This is what I said about gravity. You need to know about the particles. Right? You need to have information about the environment, and then with natural selection, you can make prediction. So if I know eyes take energy, and I know eyes don't do anything if there's no photons, and I know in a cave with no photons, animals live and they're using some of their food that they consume to feed these eyes, natural selection will select without eyes. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, so you're bringing in all sort of like what Fodor calls sort of grammar science.
What?
Sort of all of these, in the sense that, as I said before, right? The theorist is much smarter than the theory. That's one of his sort of mantras. So I don't deny that you can sort of. I mean, I don't really understand.
I don't understand
I still
your
don't understand
criticism.
what
Like,
you're
if
defining
your
natural
criticism is that
selection.
you only using natural selection and knowing nothing about the environment, you can't make predictions. Well, duh.
So you accept that natural selection doesn't make predictions.
Gravity, if you only know of gravity, that will make no predictions. You can only make hypotheticals. If this hypothetical environment is, then this would happen. Same thing would apply to natural selection. You could be like, if this hypothetical environment happened, then here's what we would expect. If you don't actually have the environment, you can't make predictions. You need both. This is a banal criticism of science.
But can I ask you if you have a counter that, well, okay, if you're saying something's on your mind, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I want to ask you something after.
Yeah, sure. So that's fine. So I'm looking up gravity, and I want to try and get a scientific
curvature of space-time.
Gravity theory. What's the actual, like, there's some mathematical law, right?
An equation.
What's the mathematical?
What about it?
Gravity.
Well, gravity is a constant on Earth. It's 9.83 meters per second squared acceleration towards the center of the Earth.
Well, there's the general
Gravity
relativity
equation.
has one too, which is a much
Yeah,
lower.
that's
It's
right.
the G with the square root sign with
G
F,
M1
M1.
M2 over R2. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Newton's law of gravitation. So this is a theory, and it makes sort of predictions, right? You can plug in. Notice how
It doesn't make any
use
predictions. There are no
observations
predictions
to
there. That
confirm
equation does not make any predictions.
gravity. Newton's theory of gravity doesn't make any predictions.
No, you have to have the
Newton didn't have a theory of gravity.
Completely
No,
insane.
you would have to have the theory plus the environment. If we live in an environment like Earth with mass and other things like a star with mass, then
But the point is,
the world will go around the sun. It's only with the environment that it makes predictions. If you have the information of the environment plus the mechanism, you can make predictions. Otherwise, you can only hypothesize. You can hypothesize if there's this environment, then we would have this. Actually, this has happened with natural selection. Natural selection literally predicted. Somebody predicted that if there was a cave and no visible light, animals with no eyes would be selected for, and they literally found the cave after that. This was a prediction from natural selection that they found after.
No, it's not a prediction from natural selection. It's a prediction. But
from
no, it's
natural
not
selection.
a prediction from natural. No. They might think that they're using natural selection, but they're not.
Okay, what else are they using other than
really?
so it seems to make sense to me. If they're in an environment where eyes take more energy and there's no use for the eyes, they will select against eyes, found a cave, exactly what they see. How is this not a prediction by natural selection? What else were they using?
So I think that what they're actually using, they're sort of using some inductive principle. They're using
give
knowledge
me like
of
the exact thing that gives me this prediction that isn't natural selection.
No. So this is the whole point, right? Is because I don't think there is some like exact. I don't think there are laws of what traits come to fixation or not. That's Fodor's whole point. He's saying that whilst you can predict it, there's no sort of like
there literally is.
Strict
If there is a
generalizable
trait
law.
like eyes, which function off photons in an environment with no photons, it will be selected against. There's a law. A trait that functions on something where that something does not exist in the environment.
No, I just gave you a counterexample to that.
No, you didn't.
I just gave you a counterexample.
No, you
to that.
didn't.
You accepted that. You accepted the counterexample.
No. The counterexample is if there's a different trait that has a better positive outcome that we didn't already know about. So that's like saying, well, gravity doesn't work if there's anti-gravity particles. Oh my God, counterexample of gravity. Gravity defeated. Like, no, because gravity specifically includes not counterparticles. So you can make up a counterexample to go against the laws.
No, look, no, you're not understanding. The point is that that I gave you a counterexample to that.
You didn't give a counterexample. You gave an example of the same thing. You said, oh, there's a different trait that's more selected for by natural selection. Okay.
No, so look, let's say that okay, here's maybe a better counterexample. Let's say that eyes sort of they give off this sort of smell, right, in the dark, these sort of eyes. And the predators that are picking off these creatures, let's say they're lizards or something, right? In this completely pitch black cave. And if those eyes are giving off this smell that the predators really hate, well, then what do you think's going to happen? I mean, all else being equal, presumably, the predators are
Natural
going to go
selection
for
is
the
going
ones
to be
that don't
correct,
have
and the
eyes.
thing that produces the most survivability is going to be
It's
selected
not
for.
false.
You better hope your
trivial.
eyes
That's
don't taste
trivial. We're
yummy.
not
That's what
saying-
you better.
But T-Jump, you're not saying anything there. You're just saying the trait that
You are making
the
up
trait
new
or set
traits.
of
You're
traits.
making up new traits and saying, if there's this
Yeah,
new
that's the
trait
point
that
is
we've
I'm
never
giving you
seen
counterexamples.
before, that's not a counterexample. Literally not a counterexample.
Wait, what do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen if the predators hate and predators are trying to eat the lizards? Which one do you think they're going to go for?
Again, the thing that is going to produce the most survivability
Wait, can you just
is
answer
going
the
to be
question,
selected.
please? Can you just answer? Can you just
This
answer,
is the same
please?
question you gave before with the legs.
Can-
If there's a
Can
different
you just answer the
property,
please? Can you
I
just
will
answer the
mute your
question?
ass. I will mute your ass because I've already answered
Please,
this.
can you just answer the
I'm going to
question,
mute your
please?
ass. Goodbye. So I've already answered this dumbass question. If you are changing the facts of the environment, then it will change the facts of the theory. So gravitational rates of pull only work if there's no anti-gravital particles. If you add an anti-gravital particle, then the Newtonian equations fail. The gravitational equations for Einstein fail. If you go faster than the speed of light, the gravitational measurements for Einstein fail. If you change the environment, then the predictions fail. This is not a counterexample. You're just a dumbass.
And all I want to know is, do you have a counter mechanism? Because it is one thing to say the mainstream prevailing theory in science is wrong, but do you have something to replace it? Genes are going through populations. There are mutations. Is there a selection mechanism? Is there a pressure? Where does the diversity of life come from?
I think the criticism was that natural selection isn't a scientific hypothesis because it doesn't make predictions. It wasn't actually saying it's wrong or that it
Sure.
or
Oh,
that it's not
well,
science.
I guess that in essence, I feel is one that I get the nuance of that, but my thing would just be, do you have a replacement for it? If it's not a scientific theory, which I think it is, then do you have a replacement? If not, then that's okay. Just say so. But
Well, no, I think Fodor thinks it's right. He thinks that evolution is correct. I just think he's arguing that
but he
this-
thinks the mechanism is something different.
No, I
just
don't
wanna
think he
know
does. He
what-
does not think the mechanism is different. He just thinks that natural selection as a mechanism isn't a scientific hypothesis. He doesn't think it's wrong. He's not saying there's a different thing. He's just saying the way it's articulated in science is not a scientific hypothesis. It's not as rigorous as it should be. That's his argument. He's not saying it's wrong.
I think the problem is a big part of that is he's looking at a very narrow time frame rather than the fact that species will evolve over hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years.
Well, that's irrelevant to the hypothesis too, because again, the criticism is that natural selection, as phrased in science, doesn't make direct predictions on its own. Therefore, it's not a scientific hypothesis. Doesn't matter the number of years, doesn't matter anything else about it. She's just saying that natural selection, if you just look about it, it doesn't give us fancy mathematical equations like gravity. Therefore, it's not a real scientific theory. It's stupid.
Sure, but why wouldn't it be a good question then ask in the opposing way? Do you think that there is a better scientific hypothesis, or really what we're looking for is a theory or a mechanism to that theory? And if the answer is ...
Well, because they're not critiquing the truth of it. They're saying, yeah, it's true. I agree. I grant natural selection. That's a thing. Sure. Great. But it's not a scientific hypothesis. It's still true, but it's not a scientific hypothesis. So the argument they're making isn't questioning the truth of evolution or natural selection. The argument they're making is that the way this is formulated in science isn't very good. It's phrased poorly, and we should change the way it's phrased, essentially.
Right.
I think that is incorrect. It is a good theory, and
I agree.
don't know what
So
else
they're
to say
just
other
being
than that.
skeptical of the mechanisms within the
No,
hypothesis.
no, no. They're not even
basically.
being skeptical of the mechanisms. They're just saying the way it's phrased is bad.
Oh, yeah. Nope, I gotcha.
But it's funny because the things that they complain about are mentioned by, like, they specifically mention things that Darwin mentioned in his original writing and took into account, and that subsequent authors in the field have continued to expand on, such as Darwin doesn't claim that it's purely adaptionism from outside environmental factors that shapes organisms. Darwin said that internal functional mechanisms within like the embryology of an organism are going to shape and structurally limit, like provide constraints on how it's going to be able to develop and so on.
Yep.
All that stuff was included in the original work of Darwin, even pre-DNA. And for a pretty good smackdown of this whole thing by actual like philosophers who study biology and evolutionary biology in particular, and who don't just sort of like dive bomb it and complain about it. Look at Maximilio Pugliocci. He wrote a book called, he wrote several reviews of Darwin's stuff, and he wrote a book called the Evolutionary Biology, the Extended Synthesis, which is basically talking about including more and more mechanisms alongside the environmental ones, which Darwin was all in favor of in his original formulation of it.
Yeah, I agree. So I think that I would agree that you can't make predictions with natural selection alone. You need natural selection plus the environment plus the organism. Once you have those three things,
yeah,
then you can tell what things are going to be selected for. All right. Sergeant Abysmal, everybody else, collection of kittens.
Oh my god. I want a collection of kittens.
Sounds expensive.
Well, yeah, I talked to you guys not too long ago. I think when you guys were asking me about God is love, and I forget it. You guys got a little frustrated, I think, and then muted me. But
Not the God of the Bible.
Yeah, no, he is.
Jesus drowned
but yeah,
babies.
The only thing that I did have to say was that atheism sucks.
That's a great argument. Jesus drowned babies. Do you know that?
That's pretty much.
Did you know that Jesus drowned babies?
No, not the the way that you're thinking. What you talking about, like Noah's flood?
Is Jesus
Sounds like
Jesus
nicer
fully God?
drowning.
Well, yeah. Did God flood the entire world? Sure.
Yes.
Were there
Yeah, he
babies
did.
on the world when it flooded?
Probably, most likely, yeah. There probably was.
Is God and Jesus fully the same person?
That's right. Well, not the same person, but the same God.
So Jesus drowned babies.
Yeah, that's right. Now what? Now
He almost
how is
said
that-
hell yeah.
Therefore, Jesus is a dick.
morally wrong?
Checkmate,
If
atheist.
God is determined that all these people are evil and are wicked, and that he can even see their offspring, that they will be grown up in this environment,
The evil
then
babies.
he wants. If God wants to, if God gives life, he could take life. Okay.
And if God has every ability to do anything other than drowning individuals against their will, then
And
he's
he
clearly
chooses
moral.
to drown them. So he could do other things.
Well-
and no, he just chooses to drown them. That's totally
He chose to display his wrath onto those who rejected him, just like he'll do for you.
by drowning the babies, right?
That's how he displayed his wrath at that moment. Yes, he said that whoever does not come with him is going to drown.
And the babies were just
So-
like, we hate you, God. We're gonna be all evil babies down here. We're gonna do all the sins while we're babies. And he's like, okay, we're gonna drown you, evil babies.
That's not exactly how it happened, but
Yeah,
that's
babies are fundamentally
That's
evil.
exactly how it happened.
Words, so many ways. God again displayed his wrath upon the entire world, and babies were a part of that.
God displayed his wrath on the evil babies by drowning them for all of their sins.
I already explained. He displays wrath. All creation, all people were destroyed in the flood, aside from Noah and his family. So
I like how the argument was okay, but it wasn't like it was all babies.
well, Well, there was a couple of babies left on the ark, right?
I don't think so. I do not believe that was the case.
No, there was. I think one of them maybe got born on the ark.
Oh wait, are you arguing that some of them were Nephilim hybrid babies, or they weren't all human?
I've never said anything like that.
That's like a Nephilim free argument.
I'm gonna
No,
wait.
I never said anything about that. But what I did originally say is that then triggered you guys to talk about how God's flood, did what
Nobody's
it did.
triggered. It's just an observation.
No, you guys got triggered.
Well, it's a comparison because you said atheism sucks.
The atheism sucks.
And I wanted
It
to compare
does,
that.
yeah.
So, like, from the audience perspective, if atheism sucks and is the bad one, but in your worldview, your highest moral authority drowned millions of babies, the comparative of the term, which one sucks more, is going to be an assessment that the individual is going to have to make. Atheism, no drowning babies. Jesus, drowned babies. Which one sucks more? They're going to have to apply the definitions of the word to figure out which one is the more accurate usage.
Well, are you being dishonest? Are you just using those two things? Because in atheism, for the audience,
No, we're reading your
fulfilling
text.
to the audience. Hey, is this what you guys do? You guys badger?
No, that was a good point.
This is
Go
what
ahead.
you do?
Go ahead. So you were saying that there's other
this what-
things that make atheism suck more than Jesus drowning babies?
Well, there's the major one amongst many, but the most crucial one, I would say, is that ultimately you can't prove to show that we have some intrinsic value or meaning or purpose in life. That in the atheist worldview, it sucks because when you die, you're done, and there's no more potential life after that.
Actually,
where in my world,
wait, actually,
where my
one sec. I think you misunderstood
there-
atheism. One sec. So it's equally as possible to have a heaven without a God as it is to have a heaven with a God. There's equal evidence for both.
No, it's not.
Wait, well, how so?
Well, the equal evidence is zero.
Well, because no, there isn't. No, that's not true. No, because
No hints.
Oh,
Spoiler alert. Shut up.
Okay, no, wrong. Wrong, because in my worldview, right, if my world is correct, which it is, and you all will display and have the wrath of God poured upon you. But let's just, I'll entertain you. If my worldview is right, then God has revealed himself and has shown heaven to be true. You'll live eternally with him.
If my worldview is
or
correct, then there
if
is
your
one sec. Stop. No. I get to answer for my worldview. I get to answer for my worldview. So if my worldview is correct, there's a heaven that lets everyone in, no matter what, and no one goes to hell, and there is no God. So you can have a heaven without atheism.
So how do you know that? How would you know that?
Revelation from the Pastafarian spaghetti monster.
Okay, so there you go. So you're not appealing to something. You just lied to me and the whole audience in order to deceive everybody here. What a scumbag you are!
Like
you just lied.
So wait.
You literally just lied to make an
I believe you.
argument. How pathetic!
So
That's
the question
pathetic,
is how does
I thought you were a good arguer. Hold on, I want to make this known. I want to make this known.
You sound triggered.
So the question is, how is your evidence better than my lie? So if I blatantly lie and say that I got a revelation from the spaghetti monster, how is that not the exact same amount of evidence you have simply because you believe it? Like, why does you believing it make it more likely to be true than me simply lying about it? Because it doesn't. They could both equally be true. Even if I lie, it could still be true, right? All right. Collection of kittens, what is up?
Hi. Yeah, actually, I do have a question, regarding some of this, but I'd really rather type my question, and, the chat seems to be disabled.
There's a religion chat channel. I think that's the best option we've got at the moment. So I would post
The
it in the
religion chat channel? All right, I will go there, and I will ask my questions, and hopefully someone from here will answer me.
Yeah, do me a favor.
The answer is 42 and potatoes.
Do me a favor and tag X. I don't even look at the chat. I don't even have any idea where the chat is he's talking about. So tag X.
What's the person's name? I'll tag them.
Kittens.
Collection of kittens, right? Okay, I'll tag them in that channel.
Secondary answer is cheesecake.
I just opened up the atheist call-in show
very true.
chat, by the way.
Of course you do. Perfect. Thank you, Taka.
Yeah, just send me a message if you need that stuff.
Woo, send a love taco.
Taco makes this possible.
I have a
Thank you,
question. If God loves everyone, why doesn't he give everybody free tacos?
Yeah.
He does, but you have to pay for them.
You get
then they're
free
not free.
pancakes on International Pancake Day at IHOP. There's a free.
Okay. So you like saw
freely, you
tacos and thought
freely have the
tortillas were
choice
pancakes?
to pay for them or to not have tacos, so they're free.
I mean, I can also just like rob a Waffle House, and actually, maybe robbing a Waffle House is not a good idea.
To find tacos? I don't think so. I think it'd be hard to rob a taco.
No, to find
Oh,
pancakes.
gotcha.
But I've seen Waffle House staff. I don't know if I want to, find out.
What if you want taco pancakes?
I mean, I guess that is a thing. Like green onion pancakes and stuff are very tasty.
That sounds disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Oh no, they're savory. They're very delicious. They're nice and crispy.
Talking about a grape?
No. Like green onion pancakes. They have them in like China and stuff.
All right. Anybody else have anything?
They're propaganda pancakes.
Oops. I didn't mean to do that.
Hello.
Hey.
Tijam, you know the game GT5, right?
Yep. I have not played it though.
So you believe that the developer who developed that game knows all the possible movement a player can make in that game?
No, the developer does not know that.
No, actually, he developed every movement. Like you can turn right, left. You can do whatever you
there
want.
is
So
no
the developer knows all the.
There is no individual who's working on that game who knows all the different coding aspects of that game. That game was written by almost 2,000 different coders, and they do not all know the different things that everyone can do. No.
That is
Okay,
also why
all
I
of
bug things.
Okay, all of them together, they know all the possible movements in the game, right?
No, that's what a bug is.
No, if someone has developed a game, no, don't make it a complicated game, a normal game, okay? And there are few movements in the game, and the developer knows all the 10 movements. And if the player chooses to do something in that game, does he have the free will to do that? Or would you say
I think
that
you're making a mistake. 'Cause in this case, the players are part of the game. It's more like if a developer makes a game and the game has characters in it, NPCs, right? And those NPCs have like a certain range of options that are granted by their nature. And that developer decided what their nature was. And that developer tries to constrain their options to like ones that he had in mind. On the one hand, the actions of the NPCs aren't free to do other than what the developer intended. And on the other hand, in the real world, not an omniscient world, but in the real world, developer will still fail to predict all the things that will actually happen, given the input of a player which is unpredictable to the developer. So
okay, in an open world game like GT5, the player has the ability to kill someone, to rob the bank, and do whatever he wants. So the developer, he has given so many possibilities. It is actually the the free will of the player to choose whatever he wants to do. So if he
but
kills
they're only
someone, he's the
doing
one who's
things.
responsible. Not the
They're
developer.
only doing things that are defined by the developer to be allowed to do.
Well, I think he's talking
Yeah,
about
obviously,
you as the
but-
person holding the controller. Do you, as the person who's holding the controller, have the free will to choose to rob the bank in GTA 5 or something?
There's actually a more interesting comparison, which was Postal 2. When that game came out, people like Moms Against Violent Video Games or whatever it was wanted it to be banned because of the extreme gore and violence in the game. And the developers responded with, "You can beat the entire game without injuring a single person."
No, I'm actually talking about the free will argument,
Yeah.
because Tijam said we don't have a free will if God
Knows your
if
future.
God knows that you're going to do. No, God doesn't. God is not subjected to time, so He knows the entire thing that's going to happen until the end of time. So he's
Why bother?
Similar to the developer who knows the entire time frame of the game. He knows all the possibilities of the entire time frame, but he doesn't choose what the individual player chooses to do. You got my point, right?
Well, that's a
So the player
contradiction.
has
So, like,
the free.
say I wanted to have a new ending that the developer didn't design. Can I make the new ending that the developer didn't design?
No, the ending is that.
So
No, you cannot.
so-
You cannot. But
It's called modding.
I can hacks the reality. I can
For a
hacks
free,
reality.
for
Be
a,
like, screw God. I'm
no,
giving
for
myself infinity
no,
powers. Um,
no. For a free will to exist, there has to be a possibilities, different possibilities. So obviously, we believe God is the creator of all the possibilities and probabilities. So obviously, there are different possibilities. You cannot do anything anything which is not known to God. So He knows all the possibilities. He has given you the free will, and He told you that if you do this wrong thing, you will get punished, and if you do the right thing, you will be rewarded. So it's up to you to do to do the things that you
okay, but
want to
that's
do.
not the argument. The argument
In
is
the game,
say God, say the developer knows you're going to rob the bank, and you rob the bank. Do you have free will?
no, no, yeah. For obviously, for to have a free will, there has to be choices of good and bad. That's how it works.
No.
Otherwise,
Listen,
God can
wait.
just create.
Wait. If
Yeah.
God knows, if the developer knows every action you're going to take in the video game, and there's no deviations you can make, you can only do the things the developer knows you're going to do you have free will?
No. The developer didn't know that you're gonna do a particular thing. He didn't know that.
Right. So
He only knows there are possibilities. You can choose.
Anish, stop. My argument against free will, when we were talking about this, was that if God knows everything you're going to do before you do it, you don't have free will.
God doesn't know everything I'm going to do.
That's fine.
God only knows all the possibilities.
So my argument, the one you were talking about before, is only if God knows everything you're going to do before you do it, then you don't have free will. If He doesn't know, then you have free will. That's fine.
No, He doesn't know what I'm going to do. Maybe there are billions of possibilities. There are billions of possibilities. He doesn't know what I'm going to do. It's up to me to decide what I'm going to do in a particular moment where there are choices.
That's fine.
So
that just
if I
means
choose
that
the right,
your God is not omniscient, right? But the Christian God, in many denominations, like for instance Calvinism, is maximally omniscient. So under Calvinism, there's double predestination. Calvinist God knows everything you're going to do beforehand, and He already knows if you're going to hell or not, because He has determined that for you prior to you doing anything.
No, that's not the view in Islam. Actually, in Islam, God knows all the possibilities. He created the possibilities, but it's up to you. That's why in certain verses in the Quran, it says that God is pleased that you have decided to do these things, that you have decided to fight.
But we don't know all the possibilities, so that doesn't make any sense.
We don't know. God knows. He has created all the possibilities in the world. Like the developer actually
so He has
developed
an
the game.
advantage over all of us because He's omniscient.
So Anish, remember when you first came here, you first joined the stage, and you asked about what I said about free will. What I said about free will was that you don't have free will if God knows everything you're going to do. So if your God is different, if you're talking about a different God, then this a problem.
No, He doesn't know what I'm going to do. He only knows the possibilities.
Stop and listen. When I said you don't have free will, that only applies to gods who know everything you will do. If your God doesn't know everything you'll do, then that's fine. Then my argument of free will would not apply to your God. It would only apply to these other definitions of a God. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that that still that doesn't prove your argument of the free will, saying that it's not a libertarian free will, and then everything is determined.
Oh my God. Okay, so if God knows everything you're going to do and you can't do anything differently, do you have free will?
No, I can do differently. That's why I told you. He doesn't know what I'm going to do. He has given me the possibility.
If
Your
God
gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
So we're not talking about your God, Anish. We're talking about the Christian God. If the Christian God exists and the Christian God knows everything you're going to do before you do it and you can't change anything, do you have free will?
No, I don't have a free will.
That's my argument. That you're agreeing with my argument, Anish. That is my argument. There is no extra part about your God who doesn't know everything. That is not a part of my argument. My argument is just that under the Christian God who knows everything and knows everything you're going to do, you won't have free will if that God exists. That's it. Full stop. No other gods included.
Okay. So do you accept that we have free will? Forget about the Christian God.
No, I don't think we have free will.
In our view of world, Islamic view of world, do you accept that there's a free will?
Yes, free will might be possible in your worldview because God doesn't know everything.
God knows all the possibilities. He didn't know actually what I'm going to do.
It sounds like the Islamic view is more like compatibilism. You're not actually saying you have alternative possibilities. You're just saying that like you're accountable for your actions because you made them.
I think he's using open theism here,
Yeah.
where God knows literally everything that could
Correct.
happen. He just doesn't know which of the possibilities we're going to pick.
The problem with that is that Islam includes like ironclad prophecies, which are supposed to be perfectly accurate. And so if God makes ironclad prophecies to his prophets, then God does know what's going to happen.
Well, not to mention, didn't
No,
Allah
I
write the
entered this,
Quran
I didn't get it.
before? Didn't Allah author the Quran in heaven and then send it down?
Through the
No,
angel
no, no. He
Gabriel,
didn't
yeah.
send it. No, he didn't.
Okay.
He didn't send it as a scripture. He revealed the revelation to Prophet Muhammad through angel Gabriel, the same way it happened with Moses and all other prophets prior to that.
However, we know factually that it was written by scribes of the time.
Yeah, it was written by
Right.
because people back then didn't write it; they memorized it because we used to recite the verses every day 5 times a day. So it's more of an oral tradition than written.
So do you think that God didn't know how to do math?
God, God does know math because there is a
Okay. So
very
is
strong
God's best
miracle in the Quran. I can
is God's
I
best
can,
is God's best ability to divide a whole into parts, one which leaves remainders?
which one you are talking about?
The Quranic
I
inheritance
think
system does not add up to 100%. So why does God have a mathematical system which is bogus?
inheritance. You mean the inheritance of the property?
That's right. It doesn't add up to 100%. If you follow the Quranic inheritance system, it doesn't
No, no.
work. Every
Islamic family
real world
structure, Islamic family structure differs from the liberal values. Actually, in Islamic family structure, a man is responsible to look after the family. Back then, in the 7th century, we don't have computers and AC rooms for women to go and sit inside and work 24/7. So men go for war. They look after the family. They are the earners in the
that's not the
household.
point.
So obviously, yeah.
The question is, if you do the math in the Quranic inheritance system, why do the portions to be divided not add up to 100%? It's like if I said divide 100, if I said to divide 100 into 4 parts, and those parts are 25 each, and that's dividing it up. That's a good system, right? If I said to divide it into a bunch of parts which add up to 97 or 102 out of 100, that doesn't work. That's mathematically
Can you
flawed.
provide me the proof for that? I never heard this argument before.
Yeah, it's straightforward. If you look at the actual way that Islamic inheritance is administered, they have to modify the Quranic math to make it actually add up to 100%. There are competing versions of it where different people do it differently because they believe different.
I never heard because there are several people. There are several videos attacking Islam in all possible ways. I never heard this argument before because
Look it up.
this is the first time. This is the first time that I'm hearing this because if this had been a case, people would have brought it before.
Yeah, so it is the case, and they do have modified versions of it that they actually use.
No. But I guess we got the wrong information from somewhere. No, because
look, the fact is you've never even looked it up, but you know it's wrong. Why don't you look it up and then tell me that I'm wrong? This is a widely known problem. Okay, secondly, and you do your own research, come back to us maybe after you've investigated it. Secondly, do you think that anyone who is considering the truth claim that Muhammad was given the Quran by the angel Gabriel is going to consider that more likely the case than that Muhammad was a member of a family which included Waraka, one of the most eminent Abrahamic scholars in the region, and had access to Abrahamic texts as a family member of Waraka, who proclaimed his support for Muhammad and then died, which would have resulted in all of his texts being inheritance of his family, which could have included or passed on to his wife and him or their immediate family. You think it's more likely that the foremost Islamic Abrahamic scholar in the region's collection had no influence on Muhammad plagiarizing or imitating Old Testament as well as pagan writings, as well as the like interpretations, as well as apocrypha, which aren't even like part of the canon of Christian writings. Do you think it's more likely that all of those writings arrived to him in a magically better form through the angel Gabriel, or that he had access to copies of them through his family's extensive collection of Abrahamic scholarship? And I'm not asking you if you believe this, because I know what your answer is going to be. I'm asking you, why would any reasonable person conclude that Muhammad's access to Waraka's collection of scholarship and others in his family is less likely the explanation of him appearing to plagiarize it than the angel Gabriel giving it to him in perfect form?
All right, so
Is my headset working?
I was
Yes, oh no, it was working beautifully.
What happened to the
came
Muslim
through.
you were talking to? Where'd he go?
Like the prophets before them, they seem to be gone.
They went to the same place that all their religious evidence exists on.
Well, maybe he had a cell phone connection issue or something, but we were explaining to him like two of the most
Yeah.
common arguments against Islam.
God cut his cell phone connection for being so stupid.
So
sorry,
I was kicked down earlier for some reason, but I wanted to say that the person referenced earlier, Massimo Pilagiusi, I can't really say his name. The response isn't good at all. It's most just sort of complaining about them attacking natural selection. But I mean, I can quote to you. I mean, there's many problems here in his response, but in the case of frogs, this is just like a quote. In the case of frogs, we can say that there is selection for capturing flies, but as a byproduct, there's also selection of the propensity to catch whatever small dark objects come within the frog's field of view, which look sufficiently like flies. Incidentally, this difference is why, contrary to popular belief, natural selection is not an optimizing process, why it makes mistakes and is inefficient. So Fodor's already responded to this in his debate with Sober. He's saying that, yeah, of course, in fact, his argument rests on there being a reason why traits come to fixation, why creatures, why certain traits are quote unquote selected for. So this isn't really attacking his view at all. It's Fodor's point is not that there's a reason why these traits provide fitness. He's saying that natural selection can't distinguish between the traits that are causes for fitness and traits that are ride-alongs. And Pilagiusi, I can't say that. Massimo. Yeah, he's just saying that, there is some reason, there is a trait that's causing fitness. Of course, Fodor's not going to deny that. And then later he says, when you realize that if they were right, the only law-like hypotheses supporting counterfactuals were to be given the status of science, then all historical sciences would go down the drain, not just evolutionary biology. Fodor never said that evolutionary biology is going to go down the drain. He never said that at all. And he doesn't think that all other natural sciences go down the drain either. So this is just not, it doesn't follow. I think this is one of the worst responses to Fodor, to be perfectly frank. And I don't really know what part of the argument he's attacking. Also, T-Jump never answered my question.
Well, he just sent in love, welcome back. I still think that natural selection is a good explanatory, if I could speak English, mechanism. And I guess, is it just saying, as T-Jump was saying, I think he tried to steel man you, that you're saying that it's not scientifically rigorous. But my question still would be right back, is do you have something that would be a better mechanism?
Yeah, natural history.
What?
So natural history, I think, is what evolutionary biologists are actually doing. I don't think they're doing natural selection. I think it's just one damn thing after the other. I don't think this principle of natural selection's explaining much of anything.
So when you, but I mean, for the diversity of life, your pairing would be pairing mutation of genes populating over groups and then natural history.
Yeah, I mean, genes mutate. Ones. Sorry, what are you asking? Are you asking
Well,
why is it the case that we have such a diversity of life? Is that the question?
yes, in essence, because both of these facts between populations of genes mutating and natural selection, in essence, the environment having a natural selector, what would be your competing mechanism for the diversity of life? Why are all
So I
these
don't think
different
there's a
animals here?
Yeah, so I don't really think there's a mechanism. I think that it's just natural history. I think that the reason why sort of creatures survive in a given ecology is due to a whole host of things. And to try to find a theory about it is just, I think, is sort of a doomed project from the start. I mean, there's just so many factors that go in. I mean, I think that if you go into the forest, or like
Can I
the Amazon
just interrupt you
rainforest.
really quickly?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
When you mean natural history, and this is just my gut feeling, maybe I'm getting it completely wrong, are you saying they're making it up?
Sorry?
As in, when you say natural history, do you mean humans are just historically just applying them?
I don't really know what you mean.
I guess I don't really know what you mean when you say that natural history gives us, as in, like, why do a cheetah and a mountain lion look different? And your explanation would be, well, natural history, or at least that would be with
It's a
genes.
whole host of collection of things. I mean, like, it's going to be very case sensitive. Like, okay, let's say I go to a soccer game and Team A is playing Team B and Team A wins, and I ask the coach, why did Team A win? Well, I mean, that could be down to a whole host of things. I don't think it's going to help.
But which has the best explanatory scope, I think, is the majority question. And if you are to eliminate natural selection as one of the fundamental frameworks of evolution, what would you replace that with?
I've already answered that question like 10 times. Natural history. So, like, if I say, for example, that Team A beats Team B, well, I mean, there could be a whole host of factors, right? Maybe Team B was poisoned, which has happened before, ironically, in a rugby game. Maybe Team B was poisoned. Maybe Team A was faster and stronger, and that won out on the day. Maybe the goalie had a really bad night's sleep the night before and missed a goal. I mean, there could be like a whole host of factors as to why
This
Team A
almost
won.
sounds like natural selection, though, right? Like, I mean, these are all potential hypotheticals that could fall under the category of natural selection, where these circumstances, be it as they may, are occurring and forcing whatever position Team A or Team B to adapt or evolve.
And sometimes they don't. So I don't really understand what you're trying to say.
It just almost sounds like if we take the opposite hypothesis of natural history being the explanatory scope for the evolutionary process we see or the diversity of species, it almost sounds synonymous to natural selection.
What do you take natural selection to be?
Well, whatever the environmental pressures are that force a certain species or animal to evolve. So in the environment, the other predators
I'm
around
looking at
him.
trees. Is natural selection just trees now? Like, it obviously it can't be right. That can't
Well,
be
what's the weather of the trees that what's the environment that those trees are growing in? What are the other
They're
predators
dry.
that are feeding on this?
So is natural selection dry trees?
No, we're talking about the pressures, the environmental pressures that are forcing those trees to adapt, like cactus. When you go out into the
So
Arizona
natural
desert,
selection is the environmental pressures.
to some
I take
degree,
natural
yeah.
selection to be what? Natural selection are environmental pressures.
It's a form of that, yes.
I mean, that's not even like a proposition. I don't really understand that.
So your
actually.
example, right? We have team A, team B, right? And you're saying
Mhm.
that suppose the other team overcomes team B overcomes team A through poisoning or lack of sleep or a host of other
Maybe they
variables.
just got lucky. What you're not going to do, so this is my point. What you're not going to do, if you go, this is why I don't think natural selection, and taken as an intentional notion, is going to be explanatory. What's not going to be explanatory is if I go up to coach of team A and I say, "Why do you think your team won?" And his response will be, "Well, I think there's something about team A, and there's something about team B, and there's something about the environment which allowed them to win." You really think me as an interviewer is going to be like, "Thank you, wow, that was really, you really explained
Well,
to me why your
obviously you
team
wouldn't,
won."
right? Like that.
And that's what I
we
take
wouldn't.
natural selection to boil down to. Natural selection, taken as an intentional notion with an S, is saying that there's something about trait A, or the ecology, or both, that allowed trait A to come to fixation. Right? Obviously, right? That's trivially true. That's not explanatory.
But can I
That's not
continue to
helping at all.
ask? So we
Yeah.
go to the Arctic and we see that these types of bears happen to have white fur. What would
Mhm.
be your explanation for that?
I don't have an explanation.
Well, I guess
I don't
that's
know.
where.
There is an explanation. I'm not denying there's an explanation. I'm not saying I know it.
Sure. I mean, but from our
That comes across
perspective,
as disingenuous. Like, let me put it this way. Why can't you posit an explanation?
I can posit an explanation. I can come up with an ad hoc explanation by saying, like, why do they have white fur? Maybe they had white fur because there was some, like, maybe they had, like, there was a collection of brown fur and white fur creatures, and the white fur either allowed them to sort of heat their body more and survive more than the
It's
brown
just
fur creatures.
intellectually dishonest because you don't actually think that, right?
What?
Like,
I don't know why. I don't know why polar bears have white fur.
okay,
What do you want me to say?
polar bears live in snow and they have white fur, right?
Yeah.
Bats live in caves and they have like dark coloration, right? When moths are in an environment where the soot covers the environment, the moths evolve very quickly to become as dark as the soot of their environment. When the soot goes away, they evolve back to being light colored. What do you think explains the fact that the coloration of animals evolves to change to match the color of their environment?
Yeah.
Environmental
Okay,
pressure.
well, I mean that.
You just
Yeah,
sound
obviously,
dishonest in
right.
denying this or being unwilling to say the obvious thing that like 10-year-old children can understand when they learn this in school.
Okay, so I don't know how I'm being dishonest. I don't really appreciate that. But look, I know for the moth example, right? I got taught this in school. I know exactly why the moths example in the Industrial Revolution, because moths are bird food, right? Birds like to eat moths. And so there were sort of white moths and black moths. And prior to the Industrial Revolution, the black moths were getting absolutely yeeted by the birds. They were getting picked off one by one, and there were very few of them. And the white moths were able to survive because they could blend into the environment much better. And then when the Industrial Revolution came around and everything was covered with soot, then the black moths could survive much better, and so they got picked off. Sorry, they allowed to survive, and the white moths got picked off. And then when the Industrial Revolution settled down again, then the white moths came back and the black moths started to get picked off more. So I can give an explanation for that one. As for
So
bats, as for
congratulations,
I don't know.
you just gave an explanation that involves the theory of natural selection.
How? Wait, what do you take the theory of natural selection to be, X?
I take it that it is the idea that the alleles are going to change in their distribution based on environmental pressures. The phenotypal differences that are the result of the alleles cause those alleles which are conducive to survival to rise to fixation, those alleles which are selected against to result in the alleles disappearing, and ride-alongs to be able to rise to fixation alongside those that actually result in environmental pressures.
Right, and the selection notion you're using here, is that an extensional or an intentional notion?
I'm using the concept of selection against, right? Like the things which are
Yeah, I'm saying selection
removed
against.
from the
Is it an
population.
extensional or an intentional notion? Because Rosenberg's response isn't really going to work, right? Because it's still going to either be extensional or intentional.
I personally
in
think
natural
it's irrelevant. I think there's a reason why extensional and intentional never comes up in biology or like discussion of this issue and how it's
Doesn't
actually
matter.
applied.
I'm asking.
It's
Look,
importing.
do you
I
take
don't
selection
care.
against
It's
to be?
it's
Well,
irrelevant.
then you don't care about the
to the
argument. Then
conduction.
that's
Why
that's
is
the
it,
whole
Puppy?
basis of
Hold
the
on.
argument.
The point is, look,
let me ask.
unless look, if you can, like, I could say, you know, here's a notion from philosophy. I think that this is crucial to understanding why this is or isn't a useful theory. And then when I ask you, how do you explain something? You use the theory, but then you want to deny using the theory because you want to argue with me about whether it's intentional or extensional. It's irrelevant.
No. So I gave an explanation. I gave a historical explanation. I don't think I'm using natural selection here when I gave the story about the moths. I don't think I use natural selection in any meaningful way. Now,
you
said
said that the
just don't
environmental
care.
pressures caused the population to change their traits to match the environment.
Yeah, there was something about, remember, there's something about the moth and the environment, or both, that allowed moths of one certain color to come to fixation. I agree, but that's just trivial. That's not saying anything.
You didn't just
That's
say it
like-
was just a
that's like-
trait. You said that it was in response to changes in the environment, right? Which is
Yeah, I
part of the
know.
theory of natural selection.
Of course.
So you don't deny that natural selection occurs. You just don't like the
Depends
fact
what you mean.
that you think it has to do with intentionality or extensionality, and you think that it's like not capable of providing an explanation all on its own. You think that biologists use all sorts of other physical theories in connection with this theory to provide the actual predictions or explanations, which they don't deny. So what you're saying and what Fodor says matters literally zero to how biology works.
But okay,
As
so
a field,
it might not.
like just as a field, can you show me like a biologist whose methodology was like radically altered by this? Not just that they gave it a positive review, because sure, there's some people who like hate neo-Darwinists a lot and want to agree with Fodor for motivated reasons. Can you show me like a change in the practice of evolutionary biology or the methodology thereof that resulted from Fodor's writing?
No, and I don't think Fodor wanted a big change in methodology. I don't think.
Any.
In fact,
I
I'm
said
not convinced.
any. Can you show me any,
I don't
not
think,
a big?
I'm not convinced that Fodor wanted any change in methodology. I think that what Fodor wanted was people to recognize that what they're actually doing is a theory of natural history, not a theory of natural selection. And natural selection taken to be an extensional notion is false, and natural selection taken to be an intentional with an S notion is vacuous. And so
if all he wants to
natural
do is
selection
rename it
is-
the theory of natural history selection or whatever, and there's a difference without a distinction in a meaningful way to any practice of the theory, then it has literally no impact.
So, wait, I don't understand this whole, like, rabbit hole. Like, what's the point of this? Like, are you objecting to the
If
argument?
Fodor is not disagreeing with any of the predictions that are made in connection with the theory of natural selection, he just
He's saying that
doesn't like
natural
the
selection.
terminology.
No.
He doesn't
He's
like
saying
the way that
natural
the
selection
argument is
doesn't
framed.
make
Whatever,
those
it's fucking
predictions.
stupid.
Look, he's saying natural selection doesn't make those predictions. You keep saying that these predictions to do with natural selection, right? Fodor is denying that natural selection is making these predictions. So that you keep sort of
I said they're
assuming that
made in
natural selection-
connection with it. You're just like straw manning what I said.
Well,
made in connection.
in
Okay, well,
essence,
I
we
don't know what that.
sometimes get creationists who will reword kind all the way to the point where it sounds indistinguishable from species. I know you're not a creationist, I know you're an atheist, but it does seem like a lot of rigmarole just not to say the word natural
Sounds like
selection.
Kent Hovind.
To be clear, like Fodor is an atheist who agrees that evolution occurs. He wants to like be famous for arguing that we should rename something.
Look, I'm just wondering what part of the reasoning do you disagree with?
That it's relevant, that I should waste any time arguing it.
Wait, so you're saying that the argument is sound, but it's useless?
No, I'm saying I don't care if it generates no meaningful distinction in the practice of science. That's the exact
Do you
response
think
that
there's
most biologists
anything-
have to it. So
Do
let me
you
just put it
think
this
that
way.
Fodor
Lulz,
makes a
when I
mistake?
asked you, Lulz, I don't care.
Do you think
It's
Fodor
very
makes
simple.
You don't care. Well,
It's
that's
very
what I'm
simple.
talking
If
about.
Fodor cannot make any meaningful contribution to the conduct of science, then his so-called like groundbreaking attack on Darwin or whatever is just like a big dud. That's why this book has no impact on the field.
Okay, look, I don't care about the impact, right? Whether it has an impact on the field, whatever. I'm just asking you, does he go wrong in his line of reasoning?
I don't care. Show me where this
Okay, well, you don't
so-called
go.
breakthrough has any effect on the
Oh
practice
my
of science.
gosh.
And I could attack a point, which is natural history needs to fulfill the same type of explanation that other mechanisms fulfill. I'll give you an example. So we've put the environment, which is what natural selection does. We have artificial selection, which the pressure comes from people. However, there's another one. We ask ourselves, where did the peacock's fabulous feathers come from? It's not really the environment, because it's actually dangerous in a lot of environments. It didn't come from us, and so the answer is sexual selection. Just that the females decided this is what we wanted in men, and slowly but surely that is what they got. And so these type of mechanistic explanations, they'd have to be the same type of fulfillment in something that you're explaining like natural history. And it'd have to be separated from something like those three.
I didn't really. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I didn't track all of that.
Sure, I can sum it up real quickly. We have pressures like the environment, which is natural selection. We have people, which is artificial selection. And then we have, like the name sounds, sex with sexual selection. And
Sure.
so these type of pressures we can, I would say, safely say exist.
Sure, no. I'm not denying, and Fodor isn't denying either, that creatures' desires can cause changes in phenotypes, and environment changes can cause changes in phenotypes as well. I'm not denying that. That's fine. That's not sort of addressing the argument. I mean, I'm concerned about whether the argument is sound, not whether it sort of, I don't know, makes
Necessary.
impact.
The question is this a difference without a distinction, right? Because you don't deny environmental pressures shape phenotypes. You don't deny any of the conclusions that biologists reach in the framework of natural selection. You just don't like the way some people talk about it. This is like objecting. No, this is like objecting to teleology, because you think that like it's confusing and you think people shouldn't use, or sorry, teleonomy, because you think it's confusing that it implies teleology, when no biologist is actually implying teleology, right? It's just a way that they use the language. So there's no methodological problem with how people use the theory of natural selection. It's just kind of a semantic dispute that you think it ought to be called the theory of natural history and environmental pressures and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a semantic dispute.
So it's not a semantic dispute, and the reason why it's not a semantic dispute is because, and the substantive disagreements are that natural selection is making predictions. The substantive dispute is that natural selection is a sort of a theory, in the scientific sense of the word, and it is not a semantic dispute. Now there are some semantic disputes. Like when I talk about this argument, sometimes it does boil down to semantic disputes, and I find out they actually agree with what I'm saying, but they sort of have a different concept of natural selection in mind. So I'm not denying that there can be semantic disputes, but for a lot of people, it's not a semantic dispute. When I watched last night Fodor talk to Elliot Sober was arguing that natural selection does make predictions, right? That's not a semantic dispute. They actually had and they clarified the terms at the beginning, what they take natural selection to be, to make sure that they're not having semantic disputes, because they're both philosophers. They understand that there often can be semantic disputes. And also the person that you cited, right? Massimo, how do you say his name?
Pagliucci.
Pagliucci.
Is he Italian? Just say Italian guy.
Well, one of the co-authors of Fodor's book's name is also Massimo, so you can't just refuse to pronounce Italian names.
He said that, and my mum's Italian, so she wouldn't like that, but he said that natural selection does make predictions, right? He's actually disagreeing with the substance of Fodor and Piatelli Palmerini. So it's not just a semantic dispute. Whilst there are semantic disputes, it's not entirely a semantic dispute.
Okay. Let me know when Fodor's breakthrough argument results in any impact on the philosophy of science or the conduct of science in any meaningful way. So far as I can tell, it's a big whopping thud.
It might not make any... Look, this is an appeal to consequence, right? It might not make any difference to the methodology, to the way people think about natural selection. People might reject it wholesale. People might accept the argument, but the methodology stays more or less the same. That's not what I'm talking about, right? I agree with Fodor that it's not good when a trivial explanation or something that's clearly not science is rebranded as science. He thinks that that's a bad thing, and I agree with him. But
I think it's a problem when people strawman how scientists actually work and accuse them of doing something they're not doing. I think that's a problem. I think Fodor does more harm than good, because what he's mostly criticizing is a caricature of how scientists operate. That's not how they actually operate, on the assumption that he's spotted some big problem with how they're using the language, which is not how they actually use the language.
Where is his line of reasoning going wrong?
In that any scientist just says simpliciter that the theory of natural selection by itself is just what's going to predict what traits are selected for. That's not the case. Even Darwin said that is not the case.
Fodor doesn't say that that scientists are saying that necessarily. He's saying that that's what they're, I think, committed to when they're saying that it's a scientific theory in
it's
the
a straw man.
sense.
Show me a scientist, show me an actual writing by a scientist who's using the theory of natural selection in their writing, who's doing the thing that Fodor accuses them of doing. Now, he's not going to find that. What he's going to say is, well, they're doing natural history. They're using all these other hypotheses. They're using biology. They're using, cellular mechanisms. They're using all this other stuff. And they're generating with that, and the natural selection could be left out, right? However, if we draw a box... Right, but however, if we draw a box around two kinds of selection, artificial selection and non-artificial selection, and we say all these scientific explanations are non-artificial selection, and the other kind is artificial selection, Fodor is going to agree that there's a box called non-artificial selection. He just doesn't like a particular way that he thinks scientists are implying it should be used, which none of them are actually using it as. They don't simply argue just on the theory of natural selection alone. You can make the predictions about what's selected for. They argue that there's two kinds of explanations. One is natural, one is artificial, and the kind that we think is responsible for most of biological speciation is the natural kind. That's not disputed. Fodor doesn't even dispute that. He just argues about, like a straw man, how scientists don't actually do biology or employ the theory.
So I still don't really understand where you're disagreeing with his line of reasoning. So
I'm gonna get sick of repeating myself. So let me put it this way. I've asked you several times to stop saying, how are you disagreeing with the reasoning, and to provide me an example of the straw man Fodor claims scientists are doing actually happening.
So,
okay,
so
20
let me
minutes,
just sort
I'm
of be
going to
clear.
sneak out. Right back to you guys.
Okay. If Fodor has a real argument with the way scientists are actually using the idea of natural selection, then he should be able to show me an example of that as some kind of like howler problem, right? But what we're going to find is he's just going to characterize all the things they're doing right as natural history and say that natural selection wasn't the theory that did the prediction, when that's exactly what Darwin and everyone else was saying. Natural selection is a category of selection mechanisms which Darwin, Fodor, you, and I all agree exist and are operating. The only thing that we're disagreeing about is how Fodor thinks one ought use it semantically or classify as a theory or something else. We're not disagreeing in any substantive way.
So that might be true, which is why I keep asking you where in his line of reasoning he goes wrong, right?
Because if we disagree, but we don't
That it's
disagree
relevant
on
to
anything
anyone.
substantial, it's a distinction without a difference. Meaning that you can say, "Oh, this is natural history instead of
Saying
natural
it's not
selection,"
relevant
but it's the exact
is
same
not
concept. It doesn't
actually
matter.
disagreeing with the line of reasoning. It might
Okay,
not be relevant to
So
what
why
you
are
care
you adding
about.
a new
That's not
term to
actually,
describe an already existing line of reasoning? There's no need
because I
to.
think that, yeah, because I think that I agree with Fodor that it's not a good look when some banal truth, or however T-Jump pronounce it, some sort of trivial truth is masquerading as a scientific theory. I think that's not a good thing to do. I think that
So
people
quick
should.
question. Are you claiming that like the idea of natural selection didn't affect like a profound change in how biologists worked and made explanations for natural organisms?
Sorry, say that again. The theory of
Okay.
natural selection.
So yeah, would you say that the theory of natural selection had no impact on the way that explained natural organisms?
Yeah, the trivial truth had no impact. I don't think a trivial
Okay.
truth can have any impact.
So a trivial truth should have no impact, but okay, this is like kind of, I mean, this might seem like a joke argument, but just for the sake of simplifying it, a
Sure.
trivial scientific theory should have no impact if it's trivial. Would you agree?
I'm not sure if that's entirely true. I don't.
Well,
I
it
need to
sounds
think
like
about
you're
that.
saying. Okay, well, let's just put it this way. Fodor thinks that the theory of natural selection is trivial. Trivial arguments should have very little impact on the way science is conducted. The theory of natural selection had a like groundbreaking watershed impact that reshaped how biology is done. The theory of natural selection did not have at least a trivial impact on the conduct of science. Fodor's idea that it's trivial has had a trivial impact on the theory of science. Fodor's argument about natural selection and its status is arguably trivial with regards to the conduct of biology. This is why I find it really obnoxious to argue with you about it when all you say is like, what's wrong with the argument? Is it intentional or extensional? But when asked for any evidence that it has any impact on biology, you can't provide any.
Because that's not what I'm talking about. You're just talking about something different to what I want to talk about. So now,
No, we just don't care.
well, yeah, that's fine. If you don't care, then just say you don't care about the argument. That's fine. But look, the point is that now I don't deny that Darwin's writing had a massive impact on biology and science. Right? I don't deny that. That's obviously true. What I'm denying is that natural selection, that principle that if phenotype P is a cause of fitness, then phenotype P will come to fixation. I'm denying that that has any meaningful relevance. You can take that whole idea out and just talk about universal common ancestry, and historical explanation for changes in phenotypes. You don't need to talk about natural selection at all, right? Now, that part, right? Universal common ancestry, pressures in environment, those things like that.
Okay,
Great.
so let me put it this way.
That's-
If I draw a circle around all the so-called causes of natural selection
If it's about the
pressures,
impact of
and
the
you
argument,
agree
I'm
that
not
all of those exist,
I'm not
and
interested in the impact.
if I draw that circle, you say that circle is a meaningless, trivial circle.
I'm not interested in
but it
talking
is
about meaningless.
making a meaningful distinction between natural causes and artificial
I just
causes.
want to talk
But you
about
think
whether
it's
he's right
trivial.
or wrong. I just want to talk about whether the argument's sound or not. I don't care about this whole impact is a different story.
I think we've been arguing long enough about Fodor on a stage that's about whether
Do you think
philosophy
that he
of
do you think that he makes a
religion
mistake in the
suggests that
argument or
God
not?
exists. I think
Do
he
you
makes a
think
mistake in making an argument that is trivial, that contributes nothing to the conduct of the sciences. I'm kind of done
okay,
arguing with you about
doesn't
it.
fine, whatever. It doesn't make a contribution to the sciences. I disagree, but whatever. I'll grant you. Fine. It doesn't make a contribution. Does he go wrong in his line of reasoning?
I don't care unless it has some actual impact
Okay,
on
you
the
don't care.
sciences. I'm not
Okay, well,
interested.
why are you even talking about the argument if you don't care? You don't even know if the notion is
Oh
a
my
selection
god, bro, are
of
you done?
extension or intention.
This is getting ridiculous at this
I
point.
think we're going to move on to somebody else.
I mean, why didn't you just say from the start that you don't care about the argument?
I've said it
No,
multiple
it's-
times.
yeah,
I've told
we've
you I
all
don't
said
want to
it
argue
multiple
about
times.
this
You're
because
really
it's a waste
annoying.
of time. We've argued with you about it before, and it's the same loop where you will refuse to provide any example of how this is impactful on the actual sciences, but you'll insist that it's
Because
this
it
like
doesn't
watershed
matter. That's
argument
not
that's
what I'm
crucial to
talking
debate.
about.
And
Okay,
puppies,
let's
although
say that it
you're
made no
an
impact
atheist,
on the sciences whatsoever. It made
You
no
don't
impact.
deny that any
That
of the
doesn't
things
mean
called the theory of
that
natural
doesn't mean
selection
that
occur. You just think it's a trivial thing to draw a line around those and say that they're more explanatory than
actually
some other
so
explanation.
Look, even if it makes no impact on the sciences, that doesn't mean the argument is false. I'm talking about whether the argument is sound or not, right? And
That's
you're
fine.
talking about whether
If you want to
the
talk
argument
about
makes
how
an
the argument
impact.
has any impact on any actual useful predictions, then let us know. Okay, let's move on to somebody who wants to actually talk about whether God exists.
And my thing with evolution is I just think it's a proxy war. It's our Vietnam for religion, because that's what they really want to talk about 95% of the time. Because maybe not him, but they have an answer for the diversity of life, and it's God.
Well, that's just God out of the gaps, if nothing else.
Indeed, indeed. I always found it weird as well that the meat eating came from Noah's flood. Not sin, but actually just like a really big amount of water. But yeah, anyone else down there, if you do believe that a god, and I know Randolph Richardson in the back of my head would say, a goddess exists, please come tell us why. Or maybe multiple gods and goddesses.
I just like worshiping Cthulhu.
I hear he has a good health plan.
He does, and free octopus for everybody, free takoyaki.
Mm-hmm. You're into calamari?
Is Cthulhu's health plan just that like all flesh will be devoured and is irrelevant or something like that?
Exactly. You no longer need a health plan because the skin is melted off your face. Works every time, though. But yes, I think there are no more theists left in the universe, or at least we can say on Earth. Let's not get too cocky.
Silverus, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys? That was a long-winded discussion. Holy shit.
Calling it a discussion is generous.
I left a question in the Atheist Call-in show text.
Oh, hey, yeah.
Thank you.
Let's look at your question. Okay, so Collection of Kittens asks, okay, I'm going to read what she wrote. She says,
It looks like it got deleted.
wait, did your original
My
question get deleted? Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you repost it?
My question, yeah, let me do that.
'Cause I see
will
you
say-
discussing it. I don't know how the first post could have gotten deleted, but
Well, even though I recommended general, I'm now realizing that general often gets deleted every few hours.
Oh yeah, every chat gets purged in a few hours. It's how they hide all the TOS breaking stuff.
So many things to continue on with being related with 4chan. But we're sending love.
okay. Is there a way to prove or disprove faith scientifically, or is the human mind too flawed for that to be possible?
I mean, I like T-Jump's answer to that. Testable, verifiable hypotheses.
Yeah, it really depends what you mean by faith, because I always say if you mean by hope, by confidence, and I think other skeptics, other skeptics would also agree that sure, we can have hope, we can have confidence that our partners love us, that we're gonna make a really good meal tonight or whatever. But if you mean faith as in a communication or a trust in a deity that we don't believe exists, then yeah. Separating those two things out.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on what you mean by faith. So if we are going to go by one of the definitions, which is belief in something for which there is no proof, it doesn't necessarily mean that a person who thinks there is no proof is correct, right? So a person could believe on faith, but it could turn out that the proposition they believe on faith is investigable. And this comes up in science, right? We have scientific hypotheses that are either falsifiable or unfalsifiable. And sometimes a seemingly unfalsifiable theory today maybe has some like very far out possible falsifiability. Like, you know, for instance, in like multiverse stuff, people usually assume the other universes wouldn't be accessible to ours. But in some versions of cosmology, another universe could leave an after effect. A good example of this is Roger Penrose's cyclical conformal cosmology, where he thinks that when a universe gets very... First of all, the theory is based on the idea that thermal equilibrium is predictably required at the initial state of the Big Bang. Thermal equilibrium could occur when the universe is very spread out and has like maximum entropy. And so he concludes that maybe it's the case that when a universe gets spread out enough, the spread outness does this weird conformal mathematical thing that causes a new universe to come into being. So he thinks it's one universe spreads out and then another universe spreads out, and it's just universe after universe. It sounds like you could never test that, but he does make predictions. He says that there would be rings left by gravity waves, because gravity waves would emanate between these different universe spacetimes, that the gravity waves would not be conformal. And so those predictions could allow us to falsify a theory which someone else could have not realized that that's a testable prediction and said that it's not testable. So I think that's true. If you think that there's no way to test your faith, maybe think harder about it. There could be that you have a faith that is testable, you just haven't really thought of a way to do so, or you're not trying to do so. And if you look into it, depending on which kind of faith you have, it may be just a belief in a traditional religion that actually does make testable predictions. For instance, if you believe in the Christian God, the Christian religion makes lots of predictions. It makes historical claims. It makes claims based on Judaism's claims. There's like thousands of historical claims which Christianity, being the word of God, would be falsified by. If any number of these things were found to be false, then it wouldn't be the word of God anymore on a like inerrantist Word of God view, for instance. So it depends on what kind of God or faith you have, and whether or not you have reason to think that it's untestable or not. It could be that you just haven't considered how to test it hard enough.
And on that answer, I'm just going to completely agree with Ix. Send love to T-Jump and everyone over there. You should all like, follow, and subscribe. And thank you so very much, guys.
Bye, Amy. We love you.
Later, Amy.
Bye, Amy. Okay, so Collection of Kittens had a follow-up to that. She says, for example, the Bible kind of postulates we prove the existence of God backwards, we believe, and then we find evidence.
Yeah, that's called post hoc reasoning.
Yeah. Now, it could still be successful, right? So a person could have like a bad reason for believing in something or a weak reason for believing in something, and it could end up being a true hypothesis. A good example of this would be Giordano Bruno, who thought that there were other worlds orbiting other stars throughout the universe, and his reason for believing this was he had a dream about it. He wasn't Galileo. He didn't use a telescope. As far as I know, he didn't have any empirical basis for it other than kind of thinking about the Earth and imagining what other things in the sky could be like from his dream. But he turned out to be right. So yeah, you could have a weak reason to believe initially and then come up with a strong reason later. It's not impossible. But it is, if your only reason for accepting or believing things is just because they agree with what you believe in for weak reasons, that's going to be unlikely to result in accurate predictions based on there just being no justification to think that it will. Doesn't mean that it can't, but there's nothing to suppose that it will. And I think in general, like if there's two explanations, the better way to think about this is abductive reasoning between the competing explanations. So you want to consider the explanation that's the null hypothesis for whatever hypothesis you're putting forward. In other words, what would we expect the explanation to be if my hypothesis were false? And in biology, they do this with like medicine where they say, okay, we're going to administer this medicine, we'll see if it has an effect. But we're also going to have people who we don't administer any medicine to and see what their results are and compare the two. And we're going to give people placebos where we lie to them and tell them we gave them super medicine and it actually was nothing. And so they want to see if the explanation or the medicine or nothing at all is what is generating a meaningful difference from the others. If they all result in the same result, or if two of them result in the same result, then they conclude that it's likely that it's either a placebo or nothing at all. And so if you're believing in the Bible, but you're not exploring the possibility of what would the world be like if there wasn't a God, if you're not actually seriously exploring that possibility, then you're going to just be kind of cherry picking the results that agree with you, which is the motivated reasoning part that was pointed out. If the world looks on the non-God explanation like it can be predicted with great detail, and if God doesn't really predict anything that's not post hoc, in other words, it's not just saying, well, the world is the way it is because God did it. Unless any of the things about the world are predicted solely on the God hypothesis and not on the natural hypothesis, then God's not generating any novel predictions. He's just generating existing predictions which are compatible with the predictions actually being done by the natural explanation, which actually...
Yeah, and those predictions conveniently match the knowledge at the point of history where these religious texts have been written to, which is kind of convenient.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you don't have to prove that it's impossible for something unjustified to be the case to have no reason to accept the unjustified thing over a thing which is well justified and generates predictions that actually do work. Okay, what was the other question? You said a lot, so I need you to restate the question. If you could just copy paste it. Okay, so the question is, you and other atheists make the claim that your purpose in questioning religion is to create a better and more peaceful world. My take on this is to bring peace to people. You should communicate to them through their existing beliefs. The thing the US does, where a small collection of atheists see themselves as at war with religion and faith in general, just leaves people embittered and less likely to seek scientific truth in other areas. That's actually a bit dangerous in your opinion. I'll let other people start with this one. I said a lot last time.
Well, I think that there's a majority. That's tough because it can go either way. You do have the. I think we'd have to gather a serious collection of data that indicated one way or the other, which was posing more harm on society, whether directly or indirectly, and come to some sort of conclusion on how to address it successfully. I mean, at least in the United States, there's, I don't know, again, I don't know the data definitely if there's more anti-theist atheists specifically. But it wouldn't surprise me just due to the fact that in the United States specifically, there are large bodies of American Christians who want to impose a political system based off of their religious beliefs, and that is dangerous to society.
Hello?
Anybody else have thoughts?
I try not to have intrusive thoughts. Does that count?
No, on like
Yes, that counts.
what's working. So I'm gonna post a graph in the chat, and I'm gonna argue that you're empirically wrong about the trend, even though I agree that lots of attempts at argument can backfire. So I think the trend shows that religiously unaffiliated is growing very rapidly in the inverse of Christians, basically. And so it does seem like people are growing dissatisfied with religion at a very high rate. And so whatever backfiring is occurring, which I think is regrettable, I wish people would communicate in a way which is as most agreeable and least offensive. But it does seem to be working, even warts and all. Like, I think that's fair to say that despite a lot of both atheists and Christians being awkward when they have these conversations, and it being uncomfortable and maybe turning some people off, it does seem to be just not the case that this is backfiring. Like, if there was some big movement of how the atheists are bad and therefore this trend reversed, like, this might be a more serious problem that we would have to reconsider, like trying to get all atheists to argue the right way. But I think despite the fact that lots of people have really awkward conversations that don't go well on this topic, the question is, what is the best way to go about it? And I think even though it's not the case that it's like overall backfiring, it would be better if people could argue in terms that are closest to what a person's prepared to accept. My own personal preference is to do something that's a mixture of the two. I personally prefer to engage a person by first arguing against whatever epistemic problem I think they have, which even another Christian or another Muslim who's just slightly different in their beliefs would disagree with them about something and have grounds to think that they're making decisions wrongly that they're choosing their beliefs wrongly, even by another Christian standards. Because I think that's like more systemic and predictive of how they're going to make future decisions if they consider epistemology rather than just if they consider particular beliefs. So I'm going to say something like, well, it seems like, by your particular usage of faith, whatever you have experienced, you just don't question it. But it does seem to be the case that others of your faith are going to perhaps think that you're responsible for acting on your beliefs without questioning them or comparing them with others, or like, doing some kind of attempt to fact check or validate the intuitions or like religious experiences that you believe that you've had and what meaning you think that they have. Because even another Christian is going to say, for instance, like, don't drive just because you think Jesus will say that you can drink and drive, or don't sail a ship which has a hole in it just because you have a vision that ship won't sink because Jesus will protect it. Like, another Christian will stop you and take your keys and prevent you from driving. It has nothing to do with them not believing in God, that they think that you're operating your faith-based decision-making process and epistemology wrongly. That's the first.
May I offer an opinion?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think what I see a lot is there are people that, it doesn't really matter which religion, but what they'll do is they will look for reasonings that they can deduce, this must be God. They, let's say they're going to go to a party with friends, then all of a sudden their ride gets canceled, can't go to the party, and then the cops show up and bust everyone for underage drinking. And they say, oh man, that must have been a sign from God for me to not go to this party. That's more attributing God to reasoning where he's not required. That's what I kind of observed. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That's a good point. Yeah, I was missing my car keys and then I found them. Must be God.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that is a very common pattern, and this comes up a lot, that whatever claim they're making, there's going to be some specific explanation for the natural explanation alternative that they need so that they compare the two and see that there's a very strong alternative to their God explanation. And that's an example that you just gave, right? Is that this isn't a miracle, it's a naturally occurring thing. Here's the best explanation for how it actually occurred. And the particular version of that they're going to need is going to vary depending on what kind of faith belief they have. But in the case of like believing that like a happy accident is a miracle from God, then yeah, they need to consider statistics and natural likelihoods, and the fact that if you cherry pick and only have one anecdotal example, like your own personal life, any seeming coincidence can seem like a miraculous intercession on your behalf.
Well, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Because God is more present in their lives, the more faithful they are.
But the perception that he is, yeah.
Yes.
So like that's a line that I go down frequently, is the miracles are explainable by natural statistics route, but there's others that the specific natural explanation they need is going to vary. But that's the second step. So the first step that I usually focus on is like, what is a good way of reasoning about what's true, even by the lights of other Christians? So I usually try to argue them to a more reasonable version of Christian epistemology or whatever religious epistemology than the one they're currently operating on. Like if I'm talking to like a literalist or an inerrantist or just someone who thinks that like it's all true 100% because the book says so, I'm going to just say, well, here's another Christian point of view that doesn't agree with that. Why are they wrong? Even though that's not my position. But I think that's more easy for them to consider. And then the second thing I'm going to say is, well, okay, and what's the alternative explanation for the same thing? Like the way the Bible is explained by natural historical developments in Christian political circles and so on. And then I encourage them to consider what of these two explanations is more likely. If you really investigate it, are you going to come to the conclusion that the God did it explanation is more likely true than the natural causes completely account for this thing and leave no room for God to have done it as an explanation, unless the way God does things is by making everything that he does just look like it occurs completely naturally without him.
Well,
If
yes,
that's your
God acts
idea
in
of God,
mysterious ways, don't forget.
but that's not just God acts in mysterious ways. That's God acts in ways mysterious, indistinguishable from not God ways. This is divine hiddenness, right? Like if everything we attribute to God is explained by things that don't require God to explain, then God is
Then
not an
God isn't
explanation.
required.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. I think at some point you have to be able to very graciously enter their worldview from whatever theological standpoint they're in, and kind of work your way back out of it from there. Um, and that can be really difficult.
Okay, so Collection of Kittens is just saying that it's a problem that science deniers are frequent theists who deny science because they think science is against theism. Yeah, when I talk to people, I frequently start with saying, "Hey, you know that Catholics believe in this? Why don't you believe in it?" And if they say something about how Catholics are evil or whatever, I'm just like, "Yeah, but they're also Christian." So you can't say.
Kind of like a form of street epistemology.
Well, I'm just arguing them to the nearest reasonable Christian. Like, I'm just saying, hey,
Right,
here's a reasonable Christian, because I know lots of reasonable Christians. I know really smart Christians, and I say, look, here's a good Christian argument for why you should, accept the science, and it's made by like early Christian patriarchs who said, like the natural world is God's work that we are discovering and understanding through investigation. And we can show examples like flat Earth that were abandoned because, they looked at the science and they accepted this is how God actually does it. Whatever we thought, we misunderstood. We can look at the geocentric model of the solar system. For a while, they persecuted people for teaching it, and then they accepted it because they had telescopes, and they looked at the telescopes and they said, whatever the telescope shows, God did that. So we can't argue that the telescope picture is wrong just because we misunderstood the scripture and didn't expect to see this. So yeah, I agree. Like, you want to argue with people that you can be a theist and be a scientist, and I do that frequently.
You can also be a theist and not be a Christian. I think that's something that's hard to get to for a lot of current Christians, but that's definitely a jumping off point that you could definitely move them towards, is understanding that, hey, look, clearly the historical evidence and the veracity of it is just not there, but you can still be some type of theist.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, you can hold like Christian values, even if you don't believe in the Christian God, which for the most part, right, the way that the reasonable Christians present them, I don't really disagree with anything in there. For me, it's more an issue of the non-reasonable Christians that are trying to pass legislation to make people's life difficult for no reason.
Right.
I've made the joke before that my whole agenda is I want to be left alone by the government. Passing laws to make my life difficult for no reason is not a way to do that. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, I think there's quite a few people that feel that sentiment, and I think there's even quite a few Christians that feel that sentiment. Because they also, like we said, the rational Christians would say, oh, well, for instance, a common question, if a total Christian nationalist theocratic state was to be enacted upon, and are you going to, or persecute, or not persecuting, but arresting other religious traditions that don't adhere to?
They don't have to be other religious traditions. They can just be things that religion, whoever's in power, deems to be degenerate.
Precisely, right? Like, just basic Socratic questioning along those lines, I think, can really also crack that egg.
I think also, like, there's evidence that, like, the Catholic Church had good reason to embrace astronomy and to embrace biology and to kind of get with the program with science as much as possible. And that is that they would lose a lot of credibility and belief if they were making a losing argument against like overwhelming incontrovertible evidence that they just kind of can't actually refute. So even if they were motivated reasoners and even if they wanted to deny it, the writing is on the wall that they just can't, right? And so the strain of like science denialism in the United States and like amongst like evangelicals is kind of an outlier in the religious landscape of Christians, because they're not the majority of Christians, right? So the majority of Christians are already on board with science, and they're doing much better as far as like their growth rate.
Everything.
Catholicism is continuing to grow because it doesn't have like a major attachment that totally defeats it, whereas evangelical creationism tends to only be able to replace itself through child indoctrination and like the occasional person who just is scientifically illiterate who falls into it.
Or grifters, paid grifters.
And so it seems like science is something that successful religions are embracing, and religions that don't embrace it rely mostly on childbirth as their method of recruitment.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
That's true of Islam as well. Like Islam mostly is replacing itself through childbirth and not actually recruiting faster than it loses people through proselytization and people apostatizing. And that's in a religion where you're literally threatened with death in many countries for apostatizing. They're still losing people at about the same rate that they're recruiting people if you don't account for just their high birth rate.
And see, that's something that's kind of hilarious to me, in that if your belief system is an inherent truth, then why do people need to be indoctrinated into believing instead of arriving naturally at that
From
conclusion?
birth, yeah.
That's a good point.
Like
another really interesting thing is, shoot, I don't want to phrase this. All right, never mind. I'll give the floor back with how I want to phrase it.
I think we have another person in the audience who wants to speak.
Oh boy,
Uh,
goons in whatever that other word is.
Goons in Hyger. Go ahead. What would you like to talk about?
You are on mute.
Yeah, you got to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
There we go.
Oh, sorry. Were you talking to me?
Yeah, go ahead. What would you like to talk about?
Is T-Jump still here?
I think he stepped away for a minute. He's still on the stage, but he's like, he said he was eating or something. Oh, he's back. Cool.
We found him. See, we prayed to T-Jump and he arrived. Therefore, T-Jump is the one true religion. So what was your question, Goons and Hyger?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna ask how he grounds anything to be true.
Reality.
And how is that not a figment of your imagination?
Because I can't imagine myself into existence.
No, but the specific reality you're in right now, like
What?
Earth, right?
Well, that
Earth,
part's
like,
that's
imagine the
not
Earth.
relevant. So I just said reality. I don't care about specific reality.
Well, yeah, but how do you ground reality?
Reality is everything that exists, which includes me. So I exist, therefore I am in reality.
Do I exist?
No.
Oh, unlucky.
Okay,
try
so
again
you're
next week.
grounding your reality from reality.
What? No. Reality
Is that what you said?
is everything that exists. I exist, therefore I am in reality.
Right, but how do you know that what you're living in is not a figment of your imagination? How do you know anything to be true?
That's like a deeper.
How do you know
stack of
that
the
like a
argument.
rock outside is actually a rock outside? Is what I'm asking. You.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why you're going.
Gotcha.
I didn't mean it in such a broad way for you to answer a question like that.
Okay, so I start with I exist, cogito ergo sum. From my existence, I can see there's some difference between the things I experience and the things I imagine. I don't experience all the things I imagine. I need some way to differentiate between the two. I use novel testable predictions, scientific method for lots of reasons. Scientific method can differentiate imagination from reality. Via novel testable predictions, I have a hypothesis. There is an external world that makes predictions, confirm the predictions, and now I have a justified belief about the external world.
Right. So, in the example of a rock outside being a rock, how do you know a rock is a rock?
Same thing. So I have a hypothesis. There is an external world. That hypothesis has made many novel predictions. Those predictions have come true. So my hypothesis there is an external world, including the rock, is a justified belief. And so my belief there is a rock is a justified belief.
Based on a prediction?
Yes.
Well, no, you don't even have to go that far. You can just say that a rock is an arbitrary word that can be assigned to mean basically anything. We just assign it to mean what we currently refer to as a rock.
I think he's asking specifically the thing to which we get sense experience of a hard object on the ground over there. How do you know it's not a figment of your imagination? And the justification is novel predictions about the external world via science.
Yeah, but how do you know you can trust novel predictions about the external world?
Because they accurately predict the future, and your imagination doesn't accurately predict the future, and so the predictions made by the scientific hypothesis are more likely to correspond to reality than your imagination.
Right, I'm asking you how you know that's real, though.
I just answered that. So if I can accurately predict the future with a hypothesis, and my imagination is not very good at accurately.
That's not an answer to the question.
It is. I don't. Maybe you just don't.
That's not an
Maybe you're
answer.
just not smart enough to understand
That's
it.
not an answer to the
It
question.
is.
So I'll ask it
is.
again, and if you don't,
Your server muted. So it is an answer to the question. You're just too stupid to understand it. So if you have a hypothesis, there is an external world, and that hypothesis makes successful predictions about the future and gets them right. And your imagination is very bad at making successful predictions about the future and getting them right. Then there's some difference between your imagination and reality. And if the hypothesis gets more of the predictions right than your imagination, then the hypothesis, like there's an external world, is more likely to be true about reality than your imagination. So if the hypothesis is there is an external world and there's a rock over there, and that hypothesis makes predictions that your imagination doesn't, then that hypothesis is justified to believe that there is an external world and there's a rock over there. Very simple.
I think you broke him.
Hopefully.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. No, that still doesn't answer the question. Directly, I'm asking you how you know you can trust whatever the future you may like your imagination is of the future. How do you know that's not again a figment of your imagination?
So again, your imagination is bad at predicting the future. Does not predict the future well. Very bad. Doesn't work. So if you come up with a hypothesis that can predict the future, that hypothesis is more likely to correspond to reality than your imagination. What about this doesn't make sense?
Yeah, so again, whatever happens in the future could still be your imagination.
I don't care. You
so
don't need certainty. If your imagination is...
You don't need... Okay, so you're uncertain about everything.
Yeah, other than my existence.
Okay, great. That's all I needed.
That's called fallibilism. It's the consensus in science and philosophy. Yeah. Maybe do some...
No, that's fine. As long as you're willing to concede you're uncertain about everything, that's fine.
Yeah, that's...
Are you 100% certain about everything?
Wait, no, he can't be uncertain about everything because he's certain that he's uncertain about everything, thus creating a paradox.
You know, I'm certain I exist too, so I'm not uncertain about everything, but that's not generally the point. So wait, one sec. So
you're uncertain about reality as you know.
So fallibilism is the position you don't need certainty for knowledge. That's the consensus among science and philosophy. So if you think you need certainty, you're a dumbass. Learn basic philosophy. So I have evidence that justifies my belief there's an external world. I could have knowledge of the external world, and I don't need certainty.
Yeah, I mean, you can frame it however you want, as long as you're conceding that you're no longer certain about anything. Why is it a concession?
It's like, hey, I have knowledge and I don't need certainty. Hey, basic philosophy. Congratulations, you've graduated to freshman level philosophy class.
That's fine. I mean, I just don't think you'd your worldview would defeat a worldview such as Darth Dawkins.
Asserting you know everything isn't actual knowledge, so it easily defeats Darth Dawkins. Dawkins'
well,
worldview
hold
is
on,
that you can't have knowledge without God.
I think you could concede that. Yeah, so I think you could concede that if a hypothetical God that is omnipotent could, in fact,
it can't.
You know, allow us to know.
It can't.
Objective thing. Well, no. An omnipotent God could.
It can't.
Yes, like I think.
So all of the problems that apply to my worldview about uncertainty also apply to the God worldview. Belief in God doesn't give you certainty.
No, so if it's an omnipotent God,
makes no difference.
It has all ability.
Zero difference.
That would then entail that they have the ability to
can't do logical contradictions.
Yes. No, so if they're omnipotent, meaning there's no limit to their power,
can God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it? This is a yes or no question. Typically, theists say no, God can't do logical contradictions, right? That's typically the answer.
I don't see how that's applicable to
him.
I was just gonna avoid answering altogether.
So solving the problem of underdetermination implies a logical contradiction. So if you think you can solve the problem,
Sorry, say that again.
So like the certainty problem you keep bringing up. The certainty problem is called the problem of underdetermination. There's infinitely many hypotheses that can all explain the data. So contradictory hypotheses. Like say God gives you a vision that he's all powerful or whatever. Well, that could just be aliens. Could have been a delusion. So the fact that Darth Dawkins has a revelation from God does not give him certainty, even though it makes him feel he's certain. It does not give him certainty because that data point can be explained by infinitely many other hypotheses that don't entail a God. And so for the same reason, I can't be certain, 100% certain that there is an external world because we could be in the Matrix. Darth Dawkins can't be 100% certain that there is a God because his feelings could have been generated by
Well, again, under the hypothetical that there is an omnipotent being,
makes zero difference.
That has the ability to enforce certainty in our minds.
Makes zero difference.
That would not entail a contradiction. You're not. You said that
Solving
something
the problem
like
of
your point was
underdetermination
just
causes a logical contradiction. So
yeah,
can
so your
that
point was just
data
that some
can
things-
that data be explained by aliens messing with your brain? Yes.
Well, again, the hypothetical
Can
engaged
that
in this.
data be explained by aliens messing with your brain? Can they give you that feeling?
Well, we're not engaging in it. We haven't even got
No,
there
this
yet.
is
We're
the
just talking about
certainty.
the
This is the certainty question.
Well, no. We're just talking about the hypothetical of a omnipotent being allowing someone
Yes, and this
to know
answers
something
this. The full dilemma is answered by this question: does aliens messing with your brain give an explanation for the full experience Darth Dawkins is having?
That's
yes or no.
I mean, I'm not Darth Dawkins.
don't-
I'm sure he'd say no, but
Okay, he'd be wrong. So that would be the point. Like obviously, his sensation.
Well,
of
Darth
being
Dawkins never gets
certainty-
anything wrong.
just in the hypothetical, right?
Wait. So this is included. So if it's possible that all of the sensations of certainty that he has are explained by aliens, then even if there's an all-powerful God,
Well, he wouldn't say it's possible. He would reject the initial
well,
premise.
he's an idiot. So if you know basic philosophy, you know it's
he would
possible.
reject the initial premise because he would have his knowledge through God, right? So that's what I'm saying.
No.
If
His
it
argument fails completely. So if you know anything about philosophy,
you
stop
could say
talking.
you
Stop
could
talking. I'm going to
say
mute you. So if you know anything about philosophy, you know Darth Dawkins doesn't have certainty because any applicable criticism he has of regular philosophy will apply to his worldview 100% one-to-one, no matter what. God does not solve the problem of underdetermination. God does not solve Tarski's undefinability theorem. God does not solve Gödel's incompleteness theorem. God does not solve the problem of induction. God solves none of those. So all of the problems that he brings up against regular philosophy also apply to his worldview. And the way to prove this is to say that his feeling of certainty that he gets from his revelation of God can be fully explained by aliens and not God. And so for God, who is an omnipotent being, in order for him to give the kind of knowledge Darth Dawkins is searching for, he would need to be able to provide a solution to all of those problems that does not entail a logical contradiction. The problem is it will necessarily entail a logical contradiction, because when you try to solve the problem of underdetermination with anything, it always necessarily entails a logical contradiction, which is why it can't be solved. It's why it's a problem in the first place.
Can you define the problem?
The problem of underdetermination is that it's necessarily the case that there are infinitely many alternative hypotheses that can explain any empirical data.
And what's the justifier for that?
The universe was created by a pixie, a leprechaun, a fairy, a banana. You can just make up infinitely many things that could cause X.
Yeah, but what's your justifier for that?
There's no logical contradiction in the statement a magical pixie created the universe, or did whatever, knocked over the cup. So there are infinitely many hypotheses that don't entail a logical contradiction that can all explain any given set of phenomenon. And so in order to break that, God's going to have to break the laws of logic somehow. And make a logical contradiction in everything that he doesn't like, essentially.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna LARP as Darth Dawkins. I just think that is a defeater to your worldview.
How? How is saying you don't have certainty a defeater for
Well,
anything?
so he's saying that he can know things through God,
Right.
and it's within the realm of possibilities that God could do that. So yeah, I mean that's just that would
That's
follow
not
that.
certainty. Remember, so if it's possible that God could give knowledge, then it's not 100% certain that God gave knowledge. So if it's possible I'm right and I have knowledge, then the possibility I'm right and the possibility he's right are no different because neither of them have certainty in this case. So if you're saying that it's possible a God gave Dawkins knowledge, sure, and it's possible I have knowledge through my epistemology. Both of those can give knowledge. Neither of them are certain. So equally, I mean, his has less certainty for lots of other reasons, but let's suppose they're equally not 100% certain. That isn't a defeater because they're both equally not certain. He just asserts he's certain when he's not. So I can also assert I'm certain for no logical reason, just like he does. Would that make mine more plausible? Clearly not.
Okay, so I mean, I'll just lay out his argument then. So, like the first premise would just be if the God of the Bible exists, then he would manifest himself in a revelatory way, and then premise 2 would just be that manifestation has occurred, and then the conclusion is that God exists. What's the
And the
critique of
counter
that?
is that's affirming the consequent.
Well,
no, it's just affirming the
Well,
consequent.
it's
You
just
don't even have
that's
to
just his
address
bad
it.
phrasing of it.
Do you-
That's fine. You can just forget the affirming the consequent phrasing.
So he phrases it like 13 different
Yes,
ways.
I
They're
know.
all affirming the
I
consequent.
know Darth Dawkins is an idiot and doesn't know how to phrase an argument. But let's steelman his position and assume it's not a stupid, invalid argument. Even if that's true, can you be certain of that? That's his critique of other arguments. Do you have certainty? And the answer is
Hold
no.
on. What's the non-affirming the consequent version that you think Darth has ever put forward?
Well, he's never put forward a relevant version. I'm trying to steelman his argument.
Well, he
and
would
imagine one.
his refute to that is just that it's not a affirmation of the consequence if it's the only logical
It's
possibility.
still affirming the
It's like the one
consequent. That's like literally you have to be an idiot.
Oh no, he just I've talked to him about this before. He just says that it doesn't matter because it's the only possibility.
It's still affirming the
Like
consequent. It's so
what is it?
fallacy.
Ad absurdum, like no other possibility.
That doesn't make
There's
it
no
not
other
a fallacy.
possibility.
It's still a fallacy. He's still a moron. Saying
Well, that I'm just saying that's his defense because I've talked to him about
he's a
affirming
moron.
the
I don't care
consequence
about him.
before.
Let's steelman the position and address something that actually is coherent. If we say there's a coherent argument that if God exists, he can give knowledge, he does exist, he gives knowledge, etc., that does not give certainty because that knowledge that could be given from aliens, not God. So the hypothetical possibility that God could give you knowledge does not give you certainty. And so if his requirement is for knowledge that you have certainty, his worldview fails. So all of the philosophical problems, this is what precepts do. They take the biggest problems in philosophy, say, you can't solve those, God can, therefore God's right. But God doesn't solve any of the biggest problems. So when he brings up the problem of induction, the problem of universals, the problem of the one and the many, God doesn't solve any of those. He has the exact same problems. He doesn't give you any certainty any more than anything else does. Nothing. It has more problems. But the same problems that he brings up against other philosophies applies to his own philosophy, and his philosophy doesn't solve any of them. Like, does your feeling that God gives you knowledge, does that justify certainty? No, because the exact same feeling could be produced by aliens. Therefore, there is a logical possibility of this feeling of certainty you have not coming from a God. Therefore, you don't have certainty. All right, I gotta go to work. I'll see you guys later.
Bye, TJ.